हेलो मिश्रा जी। हेलो। हेलो मिश्रा जी, कैन यू लिसन मी? हेलो।
निगम साहब नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर, कैन यू लिसन?
यस।
Yeah, Rajiv, we can listen to you. अभी नहीं.
Okay, I will just.
Yeah, you're audible.
हेलो।
यस निगम साहब।
हाँ, मैंने कहा मैं इनसे बात कर सकता हूँ जो स्क्रीन ऑपरेट कर रहे हूँ। मैं चेक करना चाह रहा था कि प्रेजेंटेशन बराबर है कि नहीं।
अभी तो ठीक.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir, check it out.
ओके ओके, थैंक यू। Can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah, बहुत बढ़िया.
The slides are
Visible,
moving.
sir. Yes, sir. First
Slides are moving.
Slides are not moving.
Not moving, sir.
Okay, that's why I wanted to, sometime this happen. Okay, let me check what is the problem.
Yes, sir. Move.
Yeah, moved.
Now it is moving.
You have to come back to presentation.
Slides are moving or don't move.
अभी स्लाइड दिख ही नहीं रहा राजीव.
यार इसमें हमेशा प्रॉब्लम क्यों आती है पता नहीं.
स्लाइड सर वापस हो गई है.
वो कृष्ण जी की कृपा है.
क्योंकि मैं इसको जरा फुल स्क्रीन शेयर करके देखता हूँ.
करते रहिए, चक्रव्यूह चलाते रहिए. इसके पहले आया था राजीव. Very good.
I think with this it is not coming. So let me go to the window sharing. The slide is visible.
Yeah. The first
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the presentation.
निगम साहब नमस्कार.
Namaskar, sir. I was just struggling with the slides. So let us see if I'm going in a presentation mode.
फुल स्क्रीन नहीं.
अभी फुल स्क्रीन आया. हेलो.
फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है सर, पर विजुअल है. हाँ.
अभी फुल स्क्रीन नहीं आ रहा आपको. हेलो.
नहीं आ रहा.
क्या करूं.
नहीं, फुल स्क्रीन नहीं सर. फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है. फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है.
दिख रहा.
It is visible, sir.
Slides are moving? No.
Yeah, slide move.
विजिबल है सर, लेकिन ये बगल
ये अभी थर्ड स्लाइड दिख रहा राजीव.
बगल में इसमें फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है. बगल में जो स्लाइड्स हैं और लगी हुई.
हाँ, ये फुल स्क्रीन पिकअप नहीं कर रहा है. क्यों नहीं पिकअप कर रहा? नो आइडिया सर.
अभी फोर्थ वाला दिख रहा.
वो तो इधर का तो ठीक है सर. वहीं आपसे है कुछ.
सर फुल स्क्रीन दिखाई दे रहा है सर.
ये फुल स्क्रीन दिख रहा है.
दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन
दिखाई दे रहा है सर.
यहाँ पे फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है सर.
किसी किसी
ये
में है।
प्रॉब्लम
पर जो वो दिख रहा है वो विजुअल है, मतलब कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है उसमें।
पढ़ाई में आ रहा है।
अभी
विजिबल
स्लाइड
है
मूव हो
लेकिन
रही है।
full screen नहीं।
हाँ, स्लाइड मूव हुई। थर्ड
मुझे लगता है इसी पे मुझे
और
करना
slide
पड़ेगा
move हो रही
क्योंकि
है।
फुल स्क्रीन पिकअप नहीं कर रहा है।
कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ
हम
हो
आपको
जाएगा
सुनना
सर, ऐसे
चाहते
में भी
हैं।
हो जाएगा।
ठीक है सर।
ओके सर।
ओके, आई एम स्टॉपिंग टू शेयर इट बिकॉज आपका टाइम शुरू होने वाला होगा।
हाँ सर, पहला लेक्चर का समय होने जा रहा है।
हाँ, मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ इसको।
गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल ऑफ यू सर। मनी सर गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
हाँ
सर गुड
दत्ता साहब गुड
मॉर्निंग।
मॉर्निंग।
Good
गुड
morning.
मॉर्निंग। मॉर्निंग फ्रॉम
ऑल
बैंगलोर।
ऑफ यू सर।
हाँ नीला।
डॉक्टर भास्कर चौधरी सर अभी तो ज्वाइन नहीं हुआ। हाँ सर। हाँ सर वेलकम।
हेलो।
मनीष साहब, उस दिन के हम लोगों के इंटरव्यू के 1.4 thousand व्यूज हो चुके हैं.
अच्छा.
हाँ, आई एम सरप्राइज. इट्स रियली पिकिंग अप वेरी वेल.
Yeah.
Just 3-4 days and 1.4 thousand.
Good. People are interested. That is good.
Yeah, people are really interested. नहीं, उस दिन तो आपका इंटरव्यू मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा था और आपने भी बहुत थोड़ा सा ओपन होके बात करी उस दिन.
जी.
Particularly your Ayodhya work. I know a lot of people are interested to know.
हाँ.
आज आप बोलेंगे उसके ऊपर कुछ?
नहीं, आज तो विषय दूसरा
अच्छा,
है.
आज सारनाथ पे बोल रहे हैं.
सारनाथ पे.
मैंने विनोद से कहा है आपका एक दिन वो एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू करे अयोध्या के ऊपर ही.
जी. मैं आपके पास भेजूंगा. कुछ है इंटरव्यू मेरे
अच्छा.
अयोध्या पे.
जी जी.
मैं आपसे शेयर करूंगा.
वेरी गुड सर. आई विल बी वेरी ऑब्लाइज्ड.
राजीव, हम लोग भी सुनना चाहते हैं. राम तो सबके हैं.
जी सर.
राजीव इज मोर क्लोज. राम है ना उसमें. राजीव लोग छत्तीसगढ़ में.
नहीं साहब, वो यज्ञ में थोड़ी सी आहुति मेरी भी है राम सेतु पे.
अरे राजीव इज एवरीवेयर. ऐसे ही.
दादा साहब, उस दिन आपने सुना है अनबाउंड इंडिया पे विनोद का लेटेस्ट था वो. एक मिनट सर.
वेलकम ऑल ऑफ यू सर.
लाइन पे हूँ.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
चौधरी साहब जुड़ गए हैं. डॉक्टर भास्कर चौधरी सर.
देख रहे हैं स्क्रीन पे.
हाँ.
Hello, yes.
हाँ.
Good morning.
यस सर.
My camera has a
morning, sir.
problem.
कैमरा प्रॉब्लम कर रहा है.
My camera has a problem. It is not on.
अब प्रेजेंटेशन तो आ जाएगा ना सर. हेलो.
Yes. I'm in Kaziranga National Park right now. A little. I think the network is not great, but yeah, I can share my presentation. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Yes.
First, no sir. First, introduce you, sir. Then start your presentation. So today, first session, our eminent speaker, Dr. Bhaskar Chaudhary, Officer in Charge, PWRC, Kaziranga Tiger Reserve, Assam. Welcome, sir. Our chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
I'm Bhaskar Chaudhary. I'm a veterinary surgeon by profession.
Sir, Bhaskar Chaudhary, sir, I'll be introducing you. I have your CV with me.
Chairperson Dr. P.C. Lakra, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Institute of Forest Productivity, Ranchi, Jharkhand, Regional Center, Supna, Darjeeling. Co-chairperson Dr. Aniruddh Majumdar, Scientist, MP, SFRI, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh State Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur. So, welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Sri P.C. Lakra Sahab, please chair the session, and Majumdar sir, co-chair the session, and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Bhaskar Chaudhary.
Good morning, sirs and madams. It is indeed a pleasant opportunity for me and a privilege for me to introduce Mr. Dr. Bhaskar Chaudhary, who is the officer in charge of Center for Wildlife Rehabilitation and Conservation, CWRC, and head veterinarian Wildlife Trust of India. He has extensively worked with the wildlife sanctuaries, especially he started his career with the Wildlife Trust of India in Kaziranga from the period 2000 to 2004. From the period 2004 to 7, he had worked in Corbett Tiger Reserve, Kaulagarh, which we know it is in Uttarakhand. From the period of 2007 to 2022, he has been working with Manas Tiger Reserve, and from September 2021, he is again back to his where he initiated his career, I think, Center for Wildlife Rehabilitation and Conservation. He's a member of IUCN. He has worked with Asian Elephant Specialist Group. He has been the member of IUCN, Asian Rhino Specialist Group, member Task Force for Captive Elephant Healthcare, member India Rhino Vision, and he has lot of publication under his belt, especially in Indian rhino. He has worked for microbiomes, rehabilitation of Indian rhino. He has worked in the field of elephant, large mammals, that is related to traumatic injuries, rabies, rescue, medical management of orphans, management of injured trunks. He had wide range of experience in working with elephants. He has also worked tigers translocation, hispid hair, rescue, hog deer, capture, myopath, rehabilitation of winged duck. So he has a lot of experience, and we are privileged to welcome him here to present his topic. And I, with Anirudh Mujumdar, scientist, MP, Madhya Pradesh State Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur, welcome him to present his topic, Manas Tiger Reserve, Story of Rebuilding of Work Heritage Site. So I kindly request Mr. Bhaskar Chaudhary Saab to present his presentation. Kindly stick to his time, and I will request Anirudh Mujumdar Saab to finally summarize, so to kindly take note of his presentation. So he will be summarizing in that. And thank you very much. And I request Bhaskar Chaudhary ji to start his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lakra, for a elaborate introduction of myself. So I'm still learning about wildlife conservation. The presentation on Manas is basically my 14 years of work in Manas, what I have seen through my eyes. And I'd like to put salient points on which basically when you say that Manas is rebuilt. So we have got examples from India where we rebuilt wildlife populations. Suppose tiger recovery in Sariska, or now I think Madhya Pradesh is working on gaur repopulation in some parts of their range. So we don't have really an example of how to rebuild a national park that is that has been lost partially due to various reasons. So this story is about how Manas was rebuilt, and this is partly the work that we have done in Manas for past 18 years, and it's still ongoing. So I'd be sharing my presentation on this, the journey of Manas, and how it has lost all the attributes of a heritage site, and how the process of rebuilding started and how it has continued till today. This is all about my presentation. So I'm sure everybody knows, but still, just for a reference, that we are in the northeastern corner, and Manas is in the Bhutan transboundary landscape, Bhutan Himalayas, on the foothills of Bhutan Himalayas. So the total area of Manas is very large. It's close to 2,800 square kilometers. When it was initially declared as a tiger reserve, but gradually it has lost a lot of its areas, resulting in fragmentation of the entire landscape. As you can see on your right, there are 200 square kilometers of estimated encroachments within the tiger reserve. So
Bhaskar,
it
can you go
happened
for the
in,
full screen? Can you go for the full screen? It is the slides are not moving actually. Yeah.
is it full screen now?
Now not full screen, but it is moving actually. You can go on.
Ha. Okay. So is it visible? Is it good enough to see? Can you read the slides?
Yes, it is perfectly visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So so you can see that the amount of encroachments that happened during the period, various periods for various reasons in Manas is large. But the unique landscape has certain ecological attributes which is very few in the entire world. Like it is a national park, a biosphere reserve, it is a World Natural Heritage Site, it is a tiger reserve, it is an elephant reserve, and most importantly, it houses 60, at least 60 different species of mammals, out of which 14 are IUCN red listed. Close to 400 species of birds, including 26 globally threatened species. And if you can see the criteria under which Manas falls as a World Natural Heritage Site, most of the area has one or a maximum of two criteria. Here, Manas falls into three criteria, criteria 7, 9, and 10. So let us go through what the Manas conservation history says. So in 1905, about 110 years ago, 120, 115 years ago, it started its conservation journey as a reserve forest, proposed reserve forest. Then in 1907, it is a reserve forest. In 1928, Manas was declared as a World Heritage Site, wildlife sanctuary. 1972, one of the first tiger reserves of the country, when the Project Tiger was initiated. Manas was one of them, one of the first tiger reserves that were declared by Government of India. Then in 1985, UNESCO World Heritage Site declared Manas as the World Natural Heritage Site. So in 1989, it became a biosphere reserve. Biosphere reserve is one which the unique landscape which houses the animals as well as the population, human populations in and around that landscape, which is ecologically unique as one entity and marked it as a biosphere reserve. But the problem started in late 80s, and when it was declared as UNESCO World Heritage Site in danger because of socio-political unrest, which I will come in my later slides.
Bhaskar, your slides are not moving, I think. You are still in the slide number 3, I think.
Yeah.
I'm still in slide 2. Can you see my slide?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Slide number 3.
So yeah, I'm talking about the conservation history of Manas.
Yeah.
Is it moving now?
No, it is 3 only.
Has it moved?
No, Bhaskar, now.
Hello.
It is in 3 number slide, number 3 slide.
Yeah, this is the third slide. Can you see the slide?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Slide say.
So there are unique attributes to this landscape. Is that the picture on your left is the world's smallest pig, which is the pygmy hog, and the picture below is a langur, which is also unique. That is, these these two species are endemic to Manas landscape, which is golden langur. So these unique species only thrive in the
Anishji, it is not
ecologically rich
moving.
areas.
What he's describing is not there on the screen. Bhaskar, move korte hobe.
Yes.
Please move to the 4th slide.
Can you see the 4 pictures now?
No.
No, only 3rd slide it is.
What about now?
No.
Something.
Bhaskar, can you click on the 4th number icon in the right side? It will be your full screen then.
I'm showing the 5th slide.
No, it is now in 3rd only.
Bhaskar, it's still stuck, I think. It's in the 3rd slide.
Oh. Can you see the 4th slide now?
No, we are not seeing.
No, sir, no.
Oh. Okay. Just a second. I think it is because of the network.
Maybe.
Can you see it now?
I think Bhaskar can go on with description. It's so nice to hear rather than waiting for this slide to move.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I think that would be better if he continues with
He's
that slide.
describing it so well. We are able to comprehend.
Yeah, he can continue. Yeah.
okay. So the social landscape in Manas is basically dominated by a tribe called the Boro tribes, and who has been one of the indigenous tribes in Northeast. They are dominant in and around the Manas landscape. But because they felt that they are deprived from taking important political decisions, so they started a socio-political uprise for to get recognition as well as dominance in the entire socio-political area, which they feel that they were left out from the mainstream politics of the country. So they started a socio-political unrest, which became into a full-scale insurgency, and they started the civil unrest in 1983, which affected the entire Manas landscape very badly. So if we can give some examples of how it affected the Manas landscape, is that Manas experienced 45 different recorded episodes of armed attack on Manas administration. So 13 forest staff had to lay their lives. They wiped out the entire population of 80 to 100 one-horn rhinoceros. Basically, this was as the Manas landscape was disturbed. So external people who took the advantage and poached all the rhinos in Manas area, as there was no enforcement in that landscape. We have recorded at least 26 Asian elephants been poached during that time. The number may be much more. This is what actually were recorded. And with all this happening in 2011, the UNESCO World Heritage Site Committee declared Manas as a World Heritage Site in danger. In 2002-2003, there was a tripartite agreement between the government of India, the insurgent Boro indigenous community, and government of Assam. They did a peace treaty with the insurgent group, and that started some peace and normalcy in the landscape. And that is how the local dominant tribal groups were given identity as well as the authority to run and take their own decisions through formation of the Bodoland Territorial Council under the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution. And that is when some peace and normalcy returned to the landscape. And so that was the beginning of the normalcy in the area in 2003. So that was the opportunity for pro-conservation groups and also the local political leaders to come together and start what is termed as the rebuilding effort of Manas in the landscape. So what happened during that time is all the people who had no livelihood but to support the external people in poaching animals or destruction of habitat, they came and they surrendered their arms, they surrendered themselves as well to the newly formed political council, territorial council, and they were instead engaged in patrolling of the existing Manas area, and they were inducted into the system called the conservation local conservation groups. So they formed small NGOs and they started helping the newly formed Bodoland Territorial Council in enforcing wildlife law and other conservation initiatives in the landscape. So if we visualize what happened during 1988 till 2003, I'm sorry if the slide is not visible. You can see there are large scale deforestations. Yes.
भास्कर साहब, एक बार
Yes.
सर यदि एक बार बंद करके फिर से चालू करें तो शायद आ जाए.
ठीक है, ओके.
एक बार प्रयास कर लें, शायद आ जाए, क्योंकि YouTube भी बन रहा है तो थोड़ा सा ठीक रहेगा. हाँ, ये तो नेक्स्ट आया.
Can you see slide number 9?
हाँ, yes.
1988, 2003.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is what it visualizes. This is the picture that we can see what happened in between 1988 to 2003. So large scale encroachments, basically deforestations. There was no law as such because of social unrest for nearly 2 decades. So the anti-poaching camps were abandoned. Can you see my next slide?
No.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Able to see now. There is a slight lag,
Yes, sir.
it seems. Yes, sir.
Can you see my slide 10?
Yes, sir. Militancy.
Okay.
We are able
So,
to see 10, and there is a slight lag. You continue.
There's a slight lag. Yes. Okay. So this is what the picture is about when the beginning of rebuilding Manas looked like. Camps were destroyed. There is no infrastructure available for initiating any enforcement work. The roads were washed off. There were innumerable traps for poaching animals. So in 2004, when the local community group also helped the forest department in Manas, uh, they started some law enforcement in the area. So people were, caught, as you can see, can you see the picture of the buffalo carts, taking logs on the highway?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So poachers were, apprehended. Things were seized. So enforcement just began, just reinitiated in Manas. The good thing is the local populace, which turned into, poaching, they were made to surrender their arms. They made to, join the conservation movement in Manas uh, by the support of the local territorial government. Uh, so I still remember in this event we surrendered some 65 poachers with handmade guns. All these guns you see in this picture is handmade guns. So they surrendered. They joined the conservation movement. The local government actually termed them as community-based organizations in and around Manas. They gave them a little support, financial support, and they were asked to join the enforcing agencies, wildlife departments, to augment the enforcement in the area. But all this is, just the initiation of, what Manas has lost. So, in Assam, rhino is an iconic species. So probably all this effort also required some animal, some species to appear in that landscape so that the minds of the people change from destruction to conservation. There's a purpose of conserving Manas, and that was brought by this rhino. So the introduction of rhinos started in 2006, and this is the rhino on your right, which was rescued in Kaziranga during floods. It was hand raised and it was reintroduced as the first rhino after the peace and normalcy began in Manas. And then the government of India, government of Assam, and various NGOs, WWF and WTI, join hands to have one vision program called Indian Rhino Vision 2020 to repopulate Manas and other 4 areas of Assam with rhinos. So rhinos were captured and translocated to Manas. So it started in 2006-7 and it's still continuing. So as we speak today, from 2002, when the rhino population was 0 in Manas, now in 2022 estimate, we have 48 rhinos at least in Manas, and we have 31 calves born in Manas. So it shows that the translocation of rhinos, not only as a species conservation is successful, but also to initiate the entire process of rebuilding Manas with rhinos appearing again in the landscape is successful. So there's a purpose of saving this landscape. One of the greatest threat at that point of time, even now, for many wildlife parks in India, is the NTFP and fuel wood collection, which is unsustainable. So we surveyed the entire Manas Tiger Reserve and found that the quantum of collection of fuel wood and NTFP in a surveyed village of 142 we surveyed, it is 65,000 tons of fuel wood which is extracted. So this is totally not sustainable anymore. So we had to address this with some pilots in the area. The Manas landscape is huge, so it is not only one organization or one NGO. Even for the government, it was very difficult to address at a larger scale. So each NGOs working in the Manas landscape had to divide themselves into different areas. So we had done few pilots. We started with improved cook stoves. providing improved cookstop energy efficient cookstoves to the households. And then we can see that the tribal populace living in around Manas have started accepting it slowly. It's a slow process, the tribal culture, and it is imbibed on them. So it is not that you give us chula and they will accept it tomorrow. No. So they have still their religious social taboos intact, but we have seen that gradually they have started using them. And we are very thankful to Government of India with the Ujala scheme. They became the beneficiaries of the Ujala scheme and replaced most of them with the LPG. But what these efficient cookstoves did is the hygiene in the entire kitchen has changed. And the most of the women folk actually use the kitchen. So they also see that their health and their overall hygiene has improved with these energy efficient cookstoves. There's a change in mindset of keeping these kitchens clean. And that is how we probably have addressed at least significant part of this fuel wood and anti-AP collection in the entire landscape. It is not that it has drastically reduced from 80% to 40%, but it has reduced significantly after these cookstoves been given, and also the Ujala scheme that the Government of India has provided. So we did a survey how many households actually have replaced their traditional cookstoves with LPG. We have found that 80.4 have already done it. Some amount will always be there because it is in the tribal custom to sit. Suppose in winters they sit around the fire and talk. So those things will always be there. So some amount of fuel wood will always be collected by the fringe villagers, but that is going to be marginal or at least sustainable. The encroachment, the government started reclaiming all these encroached lands gradually, and this is a picture of 2016. So all this process, what resulted in is that the UNESCO World Heritage Site was looking at Manas as a very special case, and was very keen to see what efforts been put by the local government, the newly formed tribal government, and they were satisfied to declare in 2011 as Manas World Heritage Site again. Basically, the endangered tag which was there in Manas was removed, but they have put a few preconditions to it. One is that they should repopulate the park with eastern swamp deer. That is one of the deer species that is almost extinct in Manas, and also put the rest of the reserve forest that is contiguous with Manas, and with a legal upgradation they should be also converted into protected area, either national park or wildlife sanctuaries, and added to the Manas National Park as the core area of the tiger reserve. So in 2016 we managed to declare the 330 square kilometer of forest area adjacent to Manas National Park. In the picture you can see the green area is the Manas and the yellow area is the first addition. So that was declared as a national park, the first addition to Manas. So this is the process of doubling the existing Manas area by addition of more areas to the core area of Manas Tiger Reserve. One of the initiatives that many NGOs and the government has done is that can we look at the income generation or livelihood aspects of the people who were totally or partially dependent on forest produce for their livelihood. So again, lot of pilots been done. Weaving is one area where every tribal community has as their traditional skill. So that was used as a model to upgrade their skills, and they were linked with better market strategies for that, so that they can earn additional livelihood with their traditional knowledge they already have. So all this was done simultaneously, so that the people's participation, people's engagement with the conservation has is achieved. So the one of the precondition that Manas has to be repopulated with eastern swamp deer. That is one species of deer which is endemic to Manas and central India in India. So we translocated 38 eastern swamp deer to Manas National Park from Kaziranga. I have a very short video. I hope you can see this. This is a short video of restocking of eastern swamp deer in Manas. So this was about restocking eastern swamp deer. As we speak today, the total population in Manas is 100 plus, and they are breeding. One of the key areas that need to work on Manas is law enforcement, because this is the core of the protection, and the frontline forest staff need to be aware and made skilled on enforcement, various enforcement procedures and principles. So we had large-scale law enforcement workshops, building their skill, and although they were detecting wildlife crime, but to put it on paper and make cases for the trial court, that required a lot of effort from everybody's side, so that the frontline staff is capable enough to put appropriate cases to the court for justice. And what we did is we published handbooks on this, and continuously trained the forest staff on the wildlife law. So if you can see that the aim of these trainings was to make conviction or favorable judgment from the court of wildlife cases. In India, it is very, very low, and same as the case in Assam and Manas. But we were very happy that not only the start they started detecting crime, arresting people, but also they started to have some favorable judgments from the court. So these were some favorable judgments where full-term convictions were given to wildlife offenses, and that is a great deterrence for wildlife offenses anywhere, not only Manas but anywhere in the country. So we also produce some posters for local people to make them aware that wildlife offenses can bring you 7 years imprisonment. This is a wildlife offense as per law. Engaging students, and what we did is not only painting competition and all that, but what we did is in entire Manas we selected schools that had large boundary walls, and in the boundary walls we told them that whatever animal you like in your neighborhood or in Manas that you have seen, you draw it, so that there is a pride factor on them, on young school children, about their surrounding biodiversity in the area. So we call it a Manas Pride campaign, rather than holding quiz competition or essay writing competition, which is a skill that is only available in only few selected students. But here we engage them at large and tell them whatever figure you imagine in your neighborhood, in your Manas, in and around your house, you draw it, and that is your pride, biodiversity pride. And that's how we continue to do that for nearly 8 to 10 years, and we still continue to do that. We also have engaged in specific because football is one tool which is very popular in Boroland area. So we have a elephant football or golden langur football tournaments in various locations of Manas, just to draw the community towards the Manas landscape and biodiversity. These community-based organizations also required livelihood support, so we trained them on various skills, agriculture, weaving, and other soft skills, so that they can earn a little more than what they are currently doing. One of the area which any wildlife area which has elephant population has this human wildlife conflict. We did some pilots. So instead of traditional solar fences, we put up hanging solar fences, which were more effective in deterring elephants to come into croplands. But these fences, actually, these are critical if they are maintained by the community. It is not like you put up a fence and then you never know who will maintain it, because unless and until the fence is maintained, it cannot deter elephants, and this is not a foolproof method. So we have a model here which is we have publications on this as well, about how a community managed model of wildlife fence, solar fence, can deter elephants in their area. Also involving community in creating all these new protected areas, small areas which were left after encroachment were declared as golden langur community conserve areas, so that these areas become a part of the core of tiger reserve, and they can be they can have their ecological functions intact. Like this is an example of the biodiversity of the newly declared first edition to Manas. You can see 24 mammals were recorded in only one survey, out of which 6 species were endangered. So you can see the effect of declaring areas as protected areas, whereas where you have more protection, efficient administrative functions, and also ecological process is improved. So one such area was Ripu Reserve Forest, which is the easternmost part of Manas, and a very interesting story of how we found 2 clouded leopards rescued in that area, and we decided to release it in the reserve forest area of Ripu. And luckily, this was picked up by the national Nat Geo Wild, and it became very famous, a very popular show. And I'll show you a small short clips. So we decided to release these clouded leopards in Ripu Reserve Forest area, which is a reserve forest till then. So it created a lot of awareness among, not only among common mass, but also on the policymakers, and we could achieve a new national park because of these two clouded leopards being released. The area in your green is declared in 2021 as the Raimona National Park. I think that is 440 square kilometer of area, which is contiguous with Manas. And as we speak today, you can see the green area is the core area of Manas. This is the map of Manas Tiger Reserve. As you can see, the right side of the green area is totally fragmented, but on your left the forests are intact. And now, as on 2022, the forest on the left of Manas National Park is legally protected. They're all upgraded into national parks. So along with Bhutan, which is also a national park called Royal Manas National Park and Phipsu Wildlife Sanctuary, we have a large landscape of about 3,000 square kilometer of forest, intact forest, for protection of various flora and fauna and biodiversity as well. So so it's a process of about 18 years in which we have managed to politically secure the landscape. But what a landscape actually deserves, if we want to conserve it for a long time, is the political support, the ecological security, and social security. The ecological security is that when you declare these areas as protected areas, you get more attention, more fund flow, as well as better protection than reserve forest or a wildlife sanctuary. So if these are they are national parks, so they get more attention, and that's a part of tiger reserve, so they get more better resources to manage them. And the political support is key for such landscape. And most importantly, if you have the social support, the support from the local community, that in case there may be one or two more socio-political unrest, but they won't go and damage the Manas National Park that they did 20 years ago. So that is the social security every landscape has has to have, so that the area can be conserved for a long time. So this is a story about Manas. And how do we see, what are the indicators of that the landscape is secure? As we see, as we claim that a lot of things have been done, a lot of improvement has happened, rhinos have come, tigers have been doubled. So all these areas have been doubled. Swamp deer has been restocked in Manas. But what is the indicator? The indicator species is tiger, and this is what reflects that Manas has undergone a turmoil in once, and then with 21 years of support from the government, the local community, the international and national agencies. I have put this screenshot from the latest Manas tiger estimation exercise. As you can see, there are 52 adult tigers and 8 cubs have been recorded. In 2007, I think the tiger estimation result was only probably 3 or 4 tigers were camera trapped. But having said that, we also know that Manas India landscape is contiguous with Bhutan. So tigers will occupy an area where there is security and where there is food. So it's a better indicator of the transformation of Manas that has happened during the last 20 years of work that has been put by various agencies, and hence we have about 52 tigers and 8 cubs today in Manas. So this goes to show that, you know, this is a unique example in India where a rich biodiversity area is lost, but the effort of everybody has, you know, has been put, and it has regained. And probably this is a beginning of, you know, trying to restore other ecological attributes so that the entire landscape of Manas is secure, both politically, socially, and ecologically. So that's where I end my presentation, and I'm thankful for the organizers and to you all who are listening for giving me the opportunity to share the lessons learned in Manas rebuilding exercise. Thank you very much.
The session is now open for questions. I think we can take up 2 or 3 questions.
Apart from poaching, what are the other threats like national highway or other things? Can you hear my
Sir,
voice?
can you repeat?
Apart from poaching in the past, now the poaching is controlled, it seems. Other threats, what are the other threats? And national highway or other things are there?
Sir, there is no national highway in here. So infrastructure is linear infrastructure obstructions are not there in Manas landscape because Manas is situated in the Indo-Bhutan boundary. So both on Indian side and on the Bhutanese side, we have forest. So that's a great advantage for us. But we have threats, continuous threat from poaching because poaching is a continuous threat. It cannot be nullified in one day. If your enforcement is weak, the poachers will definitely come, especially for rhino poaching. You know, it's a dynamics that that works. If the enforcement is weak, the rhino poachers will definitely come back again to Manas. So we cannot have complacency. Apart from that, I think the NTFP collection extraction is still so that is a continuous threat. What I believe is there. So these are basically the threats that is there in Manas, and we need to address it every day.
Disease in the animals, disease part, natural threat.
In my last years or previously also, I think only few incidences of disease outbreak happened. Once we had hemorrhagic septicemia in Sambar, where about 40 Sambars died in 2012 to 13, and after that the disease was controlled automatically without doing anything. So that was a self-limiting. And way back in, I think, 1980s, we had anthrax outbreak in spotted deer. So large-scale deaths of spotted deer recorded during 1980s. It is not recorded in peer-reviewed publication, but these are all informations that is available in the Manas archive.
Okay, Lakra Saab, conclude, please.
There is a question from Ruby Sharma. To what extent floods disturb the wildlife in Manas?
See, Manas is in a Bhabor-Terai area, so unlike in floodplains area like Kaziranga, Manas doesn't experience floods. It's in Bhabor-Terai in the foothills, so flood is not a problem in Manas.
Okay. Now I would request Anirudh Majumdar, co-chairperson, to summarize.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Thanks,
yes.
Dr. Bhaskar Chaudhary, for your wonderful presentation. I have had some fond memory of this beautiful journey of WTI, though I never been to Kaziranga and also as Manas. But we have seen a lot of presentation over there, and I have seen how a conservation organization and also the forest department jointly, reclaimed a beautiful landscape. Manas once lost its aura, but due to continuous efforts by IFA, WTI, and Assam Forest Department, now it also regained its lost aura. We have seen from his presentation that the introduction of rhino has good, it is showing a good dimension over there. The more the thing we have seen that reclaiming of enclosed land, because land is required, the habitat, if it is improved, then things can be changed over there. So reclaiming of enclosed land is one of the good, step taken by the this department over there. Restocking of eastern swamp deer also a good step over there for conservation importance, because this is globally endangered over there. And lot of conservation campaign to join the local communities, because we know for any conservation efforts, without the help of local communities, we cannot go. We cannot progress it for further step. So those type of different campaigning actually boost for the Manas conservation efforts, different conservation efforts. Wonder, these clippings of clouded leopard, though I've seen it long back in Nat Geo also. So this is a threatened species, and now it is reclaimed over there. So from his presentation, he emphasized on physical security, political security, and social security. These three are very important for any. So in his presentation, how he had shown several conservation steps for those ecological security, political security, and social security. I once again thank Dr. Chaudhary. I won't go for a long concluding remarks. A wonderful journey, lot of good conservation initiatives are taken, but I still I would say that IFA and WTI and Assam Forest Department, they should continue this conservation importance, because Manas in situated in a vulnerable landscape. If something happened in future also, it can go down. So this conservation initiative should be continued for a long term for success of Manas. So I would thank our this organization committee for allowing me for this co-chair position. I would thank my chair and Bhaskar da for a wonderful presentation. Once again, you brought me in those days. I have seen your presentation over there in WTI. So thank you. This is my conclusion.
Thank you, Anirudh.
Thank you, Anirudh.
And it was very beautifully presented by Bhaskar Chaudhary ji, and Anirudh ji has beautifully summarized whatever he had presented. And I take this opportunity to thank how Bhaskar Chaudhary ji had presented the real landscape, how the story of 18 years, it's a long story, but only in 1 hour it is not sufficient, I think, but still he has told everything, the trust about the different problems they face and how they restocked and they were able to bring to the original status of World Heritage, UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Bhaskar Chaudhary.
Thank you very much for the organizing such a huge event. I thank Mr. Skand Misra ji for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Thank you all. Thank you all, the participants who have been patiently listening.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar Chaudhary ji, for giving a nice talk on in this webinar on Manas Heritage Site. And thanks Mr. Pramod Chand Lakra, IFS, Sukna, Darjeeling, and Productivity Institute of Ranchi, and Dr. Majumdar, sir, SFRI Jabalpur. Thank all of you, sir. Okay. So now
Thank you very
next
much.
session, important next session. Uh, our eminent speaker, Dr. B.R. Mani sir, former Director General and Vice Chancellor, NMI, New Delhi. Our chairperson, Professor V.H. Sonawane sir, former Head Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, MS University, Vadodara. Welcome, sir. Co-chairperson, Dr. Pankaj Goel, archaeologist, Ancient History Department and Cultural Department, and Deccan College, PG and Research Institute, Pune. Welcome all of you, sir. And I am requesting to Professor Sonawane, sir, please chair the session, and Dr. Pankaj Goel co-chair the session. And Professor Sonawane, sir, please introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. B.R. Mani, sir. Sonawane, sir. Professor Sonawane, sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Sonawane, sir.
Mute your mic, sir. सोनावाने सर माइक अनम्यूट करिए.
आप कर लो, बन जाएगा, कर दो, हो गया, यहाँ से नहीं होता, बता, कौन सी कलर की आती है? हाँ,
उन्होंने साहब माइक अनम्यूट कर लीजिए.
है स्क्रीन में आते तो नहीं है.
Dr. Mishra is having some connectivity problem.
मिश्रा जी नहीं तो आप इंट्रोड्यूस कर दीजिए स्पीकर को, आपके पास बायोडाटा तो होगा।
नहीं हो जाएगा सर, आप थोड़ा बात करिए उनसे, नंबर है आपके पास निगम साहब?
नहीं मेरे पास तो नहीं है नंबर उनका, लेकिन आप इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं, वो बाद में फिर ज्वाइन कर लेंगे एट द एंड ऑफ द टॉक।
हाँ
Yeah, he is on the line now.
सोनावानी साहब, आवाज सुनाई दे रही हम लोग की? हेलो।
यस सर।
Unmute your mic, Dr. Sir.
हम लोग की आवाज सुनाई दे रही? हाँ हाँ सोनावानी साहब, आवाज हमारी सुनाई दे रही है आपको? माइक को क्लिक कर दीजिए। राइट साइड में माइक की तरह एक चिन्ह बना है, उसको क्लिक कर दें। हेलो हेलो सर, अभी फर्स्ट अभी हम सर स्लाइड शेयर करा रहे हैं सर का, और इसके बाद जब वो आ जाएंगे तो इंट्रोडक्शन हो जाएगा। ठीक है ना सर निगम साहब?
जी सर।
हेलो।
आप
अभी सर स्लाइड का प्रेजेंटेशन हो कर रहे हैं, फिर वो जैसे ही आवाज उनका आता है तो फिर सर इंट्रोड्यूस कर देंगे।
हाँ ठीक है सर, आप स्लाइड शेयर करा दीजिए।
हाँ सर।
मिश्रा जी, आपके जो कंप्यूटर ऑपरेटर होंगे वो अपने एंड से भी शायद अनम्यूट कर सकते हैं, उनसे पूछ के देखिए जरा।
मैंने कोशिश की है सर यहाँ से।
अच्छा
नहीं हो पा रहा।
ओके।
क्यों पहले यहाँ से सर म्यूट करने का तो है, अनम्यूट करने का नहीं है।
ओके, कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ, वेलकम डॉक्टर VR मनी सर, प्लीज स्टार्ट योर लेक्चर सर। डॉक्टर VR मनी सर। हाँ मनी सर, हेलो। हाँ सर, शुरू करें सर। हाँ, अनम्यूट कर लें अपने को सर, आवाज नहीं आ रही है मनी साहब।
Should I start or wait for Sonamne साहब?
हाँ सर, शुरू कर दें। हाँ सर, अपना लेक्चर शुरू कर दें, बाद में इंट्रोडक्शन सर दे लेंगे जब आवाज आ जाएगी तो। जी।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I am thankful to the organizers of this webinar series of lectures. And in particular, I am grateful to Professor Skan Kumar Mishra, and also grateful to the chairman, Professor V.H. Sonavane, and co-chairman, Dr. Pankaj Ji, Dr. Pankaj Goel. So, can we have our slide in full form, or is it all right? Mishra ji, can we have in full screen? There are certain technical glitches from my side.
मैं सर हाँ मैं करवा रहा हूँ सर करवा रहा हूँ.
So in the meantime, I just tell that there are certain glitches because of frequent electricity cut, and all of a sudden, if you don't see me on the screen, I'll request you to wait for a minute so that I can start it on my telephone, mobile phone. But anyway, the topic of my lecture is...
क्या सर? सर मनीष सर
our recent excavations, which we carried out in 2013-14 at Sarnath. Apart from excavations, there are certain other important discoveries also about which I would like to speak. But if all of a sudden I disappear, I once again request you to wait for a minute or two to allow me to start my mobile. At present, I am doing it on a laptop. Sarnath in district Varanasi of Uttar Pradesh is one of the most important, sacred and famous religious as well as pilgrimage place for the Buddhist world, and is well known for direct association of the place with the life and teachings of Lord Buddha. We can go to the next slide. At this place, the Buddha preached his first sermon in circa 528 BCE. Can we go to the second slide?
आ रही है स्लाइड चेंज करने में. हाँ.
So at this place, Buddha preached his first sermon in circa 528 BCE, which is known as Dharma Chakra Pravartan, and he established the way of living beneficial for the human happiness and peace, and thus giving birth to Buddhism.
Right.
Lord Buddha preached his first sermon, which is known as Dharma Chakravartan, and the first Sangh was founded at Sarnath after Buddha's first sermon to his 5 companions who had left him at Bodh Gaya and who were staying in Sarnath, and pursuing them, Buddha came to this place. When he resided there in the Mool Gandhakuti and dispatched, after giving his first sermon to these 5 disciples, he dispatched the monks as well as those who joined him, including some the lay worshippers also, some 60 people, to go to different directions for preaching. We know from the records that in 1794, the site of Sarnath was damaged by one of the divans of Kashi Naresh, Jagat Singh, Babu Jagat Singh, and he shifted the sculptures, architectural members, stone blocks, bricks to a new place in Banaras where he was establishing a mohalla on his name, which is still there as Jagatganj. And later on, from some of the houses and from the house of Babu Jagat Singh, Alexander Cunningham collected many of the sculptures which were brought back, first kept in the Sanskrit University and then also shifted to Sarnath. We know that in 1815, Colonel Mackenzie had worked at Sarnath, although his excavation details are not available, but he was perhaps the person who initiated archaeological digging at Sarnath. We know that Alexander Cunningham, much before he became the first Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, he took up excavations at the 3 stupas in Sarnath and a monastery in December 1834 and closed it in January 1836 and spent what he has recorded 517 rupees for this work at that time. And this cost was also shared by James Prinsep, Captain Thorsby, and Major Grant with him. We know James Prinsep had deciphered Brahmi and Kharoshthi, and he was very much interested in studying the early scripts, Brahmi in particular, and he was associating himself with Cunningham. Cunningham, in his report, mentions also about the excavations which were undertaken in 1851-52 at the site by Major Markham Kitto, which was completed by E. Thomas and Fitz Edward Hall after Kitto's departure. John Marshall, before that, I must also tell that Major Kitto was the person who excavated the hospital monastery at Sarnath. And he was the person who water had entered. There was no plinth. So sometimes it is said that after going back to London, he committed suicide. Well, whatever may be the correct history, but we know that John Marshall, who joined as Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, and who was very much interested in knowing the archaeology and history of the important sites, right from Taxila to many other sites, Sanchi, Sarnath, Shravasti. He did his excavations and also encouraged his colleagues like Hargreaves, Ramsani. Milikia Sikia Pono was located in the middle of Kulekia and Kapisha in the west and Nalanda in the east. So the western extreme place is Kapisha and eastern is Nalanda. So Sarnath seems to be the accurate spot of Nilikia Sikya Pono or Mrigshikha 1 or Mrigdav. Ganguly, Majumdar and Chattopadhyay have tried to suggest location of Nilikia Sikya Pono in Murshidabad, Warendra and Malda respectively. But based on the Beale's translation, E.L. Gupta has identified this place with Sarnath. The Chinese name is derived from Mrigshikhavan according to P.L. Gupta, and Mrigshikhavan, as I mentioned, it was a sacred and significant place for the Buddhists, and thus it should be equated with Mrigdav, the ancient name of Sarnath. But P.L. Gupta had no other clue about the place being identified with Milikia Sikya Pono, where Chelikito did meritorious deeds. Now, after the discovery of this particular sculpture under study, which was set up by Sri Gupta, it becomes evident that Mrigshikhavan is positively Mrigdav or ancient Sarnath, and Chelikito is the synonym of Sri Gupta, who constructed a temple near the place and donated villages as endowment. The sculpture was no doubt put in the same temple, and even today, the find spot of it is near the ruins of Sarnath. It is a coincidence that the place of the discovery of this image is close to the modern Chinese Buddhist temple in Sarnath towards its northeast corner outside the temple complex. Next, please. It was decided around 2011. Next, please. That well, these are some of the gold objects which have been recovered from Burmese monasteries in an earthen pot in 1990-91, which belong to about 1st century BC, 1st century AD, and they are now preserved in the Archaeological Site Museum at Sarnath. Next, please. So as I was mentioning that in 2011, it was decided, or rather a guidelines, the guidelines were issued to various institutions, universities, state archaeology department, and those who are doing archaeological work, to see that many of the sites which have been excavated in the past do not have proper radiocarbon and other scientific dates available. So not only that, but many of the excavations only concentrate on archaeological digging, finding of the objects and their description details. But it is required that the archaeological and historical places where the dates are not available should be once again searched, excavated, and their material should be brought, and in the perspective, right perspective of stratigraphy and their datings. So that is how we took up certain excavations after that. And Sarnath and Rajghat, two excavations were I would mention here, which were sites which were excavated by me. And in Sarnath, we had no available date, no site plan available, no stratigraphy, no cultural divisions, and in Kashi Rajghat, it was supposed that the Kashi starts only in the 7th, 8th century BC. But when we excavated Kashi, we found the evidence of 16th century BC. And in Sarnath, the objective, as I mentioned, they were a little bit different. It is quite surprising that in the long history of archaeological investigations at the site, no serious attempt had earlier been made to study the stratigraphy of the site. It was very much essential to know the complete sequence of the site in relation to the cultural deposits demarcated clearly by habitational and other layers. The surrounding ground level does not have much ups and downs except for the depressions for water bodies. Still, a fairly large area of the site was found left untouched, particularly the one fenced by the forest department to the north of the excavated remains. However, it has been observed that the superincumbent masses of brickwork of later structures have diverted excavators in going further deep at many places. Her reefs may be an exception to it, who expose the Mauryan apsidal structure below the square stupa base of late period, after removing the later structure. Similar attempts are required to be made, particularly in the area around the main shrine, for which some structures of secondary nature could be demanded for making way for dismantled for making way for more space for area excavation. Even some transplantation of structures may also be required in view of maintaining the newly discovered early structures and their levels. It was also considered necessary to reach to the natural soil in a few trenches, and thus preparation of drawings of different sections showing well demarcated structural phases and strata in relation to reduced level to give a clear idea of settlement pattern and planning of the site in different periods. So far as different periods in the history of the site are concerned, it is not convincing that Ashok discovered the site in a forest after 200 years of Lord Buddha and located different spots connected with him and started constructions. It is a recorded fact that Buddha stayed at the site during the Varshavasas, and after the promulgation of the new faith, the site attracted wealthy men and princes, not only from Kashi but also from far off area, who offered donations through establishment of vihar and other religious structures. At the core of the site is well known. It was constructed to start a systematic excavation with more patience and scientific approach to unearth the pre-Mauryan and other early remains of the site. A systematic excavation work was carried out at the archaeological site at Sarnath in 2013-14 and keeping in view the objectives of the excavation. Trenches in the form of 10 into 10 meter squares divided by quadrants were laid out at 4 different areas which are marked in the plan A, B, C, D. Including that of the main shrine. Most of the trenches were excavated towards west of the Ashokan column between a distance of about 30 to 60 meters in area A. And then I'm not going into the details of different trenches, but Mishra ji, do I have some time more left? I need about 10 minutes more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Will it be okay?
I think your lecture is so much interested that we should give. I request Misra ji to give you time as much as possible.
Yeah, yes, sir. Please.
Okay, thank you.
चालू रखिए सर, आधा टाइम अपने पास जी.
Thank you very much. So let us go to the next slide. So in fact, we excavated 23 quadrants of 12 squares, wherever we found that it was very essential for excavation. So the main objective of the excavation work, as I just gave you the introductory part, the main objective of the excavation work was to ascertain if there is any evidence of the site prior to the time of Emperor Ashoka, but after the Buddha. The objective was also to establish the cultural sequence and stratigraphy of the site. Here we have some 4 photographs where we did our excavations. In the background, in the right on top right, you can see Dhamek Stoop and the Jain temple and the place where the Ashokan pillar is located, and towards west of it the apsidal Chaitya and our trenches which extended further later on. And this is on the north side, the circular temple, and we found a large number of unfinished, damaged stone sculptures of Gupta period. So, with the above objectives, they were considered for further investigation, as most of the previous excavators believed that there is no evidence of any pre-Mauryan remains at the site. F.O. Ortel, who excavated the site in 1905, in his report mentions nothing has so far been discovered at Sarnath previous to the reign of Ashoka, the great patron of Buddhism, to whom this religion owes as much as Christianity does to Constantine. Similar was the view of H. Hargreaves, who expressed the apsidal Chaitya to the west of the Ashokan pillar. He has stated that in 2 other places, namely in the fourth court of the main shrine and to the west of the Ashokan column, excavation to a depth below the level of base of the Ashokan column yielded nothing, so that in the examined area at least no pre-Mauryan remains exist. So these were the views of excavators and archaeologists of British times, who were very famous in their digging works. So our idea was to establish what had happened after Buddha, because Buddha gave his first sermon at Sarnath. That is an event which is which can be dated somewhere in the 5th century BCE, and Ashok had constructed the Dharmarajik Stoop, as well as he founded the Ashokan pillar with the land capital, etc. So what happened in between them? So in between 5th century to 3rd century BC, what happened? Is there any evidence? That was our main objective of the excavation. Next, please. And then we further excavated this part was excavated first by Sir John Marshall, then Hargreaves, and further we excavated it and found that below the level of the apsidal Chaitya or apsidal temple, there is a foundation of brickbats, and the connected layer 3, which is there in the section, you can see it here above the natural soil. From that level, we collected charcoal samples, and this was the earliest period which we could determine, and particularly based on the charcoal samples, pottery, and similar other material, we dated it to the 4th century BC. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. Now we send our samples to two different two samples to the Beta Analytic Inc. USA for AMS dating, which is further advanced than radiocarbon dating. Although it's a part of that. And for the first time, a scientific date is now available from the site from its one of the lowest levels, which goes well before the time of Emperor Ashok. The Beta Lab from Miami, Florida, has confirmed that sample number 1 from the site with 1 sigma calibrated results can be dated to 395 to 370 BCE. This gives satisfaction to the objective of the small scale excavation is achieved, where it was intended to know as to what had happened at Sarnath between the time of Buddha and Emperor Ashok. The monastery existed there as per literary evidence, and that has been proved from the archaeological dating determined through AMS radiocarbon method. The second sample was sent from the deposit of the Gupta period, and the date is calibrated by the laboratory to be 345 to 405 CE, which is also a perfect and consistent date. Next, please. We also excavated in the northern area, and in the northern area, one circular stoop was there, which was believed to be of Shunga period or 1st, 2nd century BC. And when we excavated it further, we found that there are bricks which are used there, which are not of Shunga origin, but definitely of Mauryan or pre-Mauryan origin. From their length is 52 to 48 centimeters, and that clearly suggests the evidence to be of Mauryan period, maybe early Mauryan. So again, this also is connected with the activity of Ashok at the site. Next, please. In the same area, we found a complete cultural sequence up till 12th century CE. Next, please. And right from Mauryan times to the 12th century CE, when probably Gahadwal king Govind Chand and his queen Kumar Devi had construction of Dharmchakra Jin Vihar. So next, please. So you can see there that structure of the enclosure wall of Dharmchakra Jin Vihar. Yes. So on the top, you can see the structure of Dharmchakra Jain Vihar. And then if you can see this particular strata, this is Gupta strata. And here you can see these sculptures which belong to about 400 CE. And we excavated till the natural soil here, and a complete cultural sequence was found. Next, please. Now, based on the tentative cultural sequence of the site has been fixed on the basis of the present excavation, which is as follows. Period 1 is has got 2 phases: pre-Mauryan, 5th, 4th century BC to 3rd century BC, and Mauryan, 3rd century BC to 2nd century BC. Then period 2, which is Shunga period, 2nd century to 1st century BC. Then period 3rd, Kushan period, which is 1st to 3rd century CE. Then period 4, Gupta period, which is 4th to 6th century CE. And period 5, which is post-Gupta, 7th to 9th century CE. And then 6th, which is early medieval or Rajput period, 10th to 12th century CE. So this is the cultural sequence which was established again for the first time, which was not archaeologically available in the 200 years of excavation history of the site. Next, please. Yes, I was mentioning about this. This is the section drawing, which shows on the top the structure which I showed you in the slide, that is of 12th century, and then Mauritian period levels above the natural soil. Next, please. This is another important evidence which we found there. In fact, 3 steps up to here, they were exposed, and they belong to the Dharmrajic Stup and monolithic steps. So we tried to know if this monolithic staircase further goes down or not, because this particular staircase on the top of it had one inscription which mentions Ashoghosh or Maharaj Ashoghosh, which is name of a local ruler, and probably Ashoghosh was a ruler of Kaushambi region, and Varanasi was probably also under his control. Next, please. And when we excavated, we found that this staircase is not ending at the 3 steps, but it continues up to 7 steps, and then there is a brickwork of Chandrashila down below. Next, please. And on the one side, we found an inscription on these southern steps of the Dharmarajik Stoop. We found this inscription which mentions Varsh Shat. The rest of the part of the inscription is quite obliterated, so we are not very sure. But on the top, you have one inscription of Ashoghosh, and here a long inscription continues, which gives the year 100 or Varsh Shat, which can be 178 AD or CE of Shak era. And that suggests the period when Ashoghosh was ruling over there. So it is again now established that this addition to the stupa was during the time of second century, late second century AD, when Ashoghosh came to the site after the rule of the Kushans. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. And then we have a number of smaller sculptures. With interesting thing is that they are painted with red color. And this is quite interesting. They all belong to the Gupta period, but why they were painted with red color? And in one of my lectures, next please. In one of my lectures, I have suggested that we have three sculptures belonging to the Kushan period at Sarnath. One is, the first one belongs to the third renal year of Kanishk, with a parasol and a staff on the back side. The second and third, you can see in this picture, the second and third are painted with red color. So it was in order to show, because the earliest sculptures which were coming to this area of Kashi, Sarnath, and further towards east, in order to give that standard, and here you can very well see the red sandstone sculpture of Mathura, which had been installed by Kshatrap Karpalan and Mahakshatrap Vanaspar, Mahakshatrap Karpalan and Kshatrap Vanaspar in the third renal year of Kanishk by Bhikshubal. It is red sandstone, so definitely it is red in color. So in order to copy that, the other two sculptures which were introduced in Kushan period, they were also painted with red color. Although in later times, when there are certain other similarities about which this is not the proper time to discuss, but more such sculptures and architectural members which were painted with red color have been located at Sarnath, not only of the Kushan period, but also of the Gupta period. Next, please. So here also you can see this is the Chunar buff sandstone at the main shrine, and these also have the traces of red paint. Next, please. In the center of the main shrine, we excavated a trench, and we found that the main shrine existed in the Gupta period only. And all the evidence which were found from up till natural soil, they all belong to Gupta and post-Gupta period. So this main shrine was added to the site at a later date. Next, please. Next, please. And then we also further excavated the western staircase and found certain inscriptions, very small mason marks and inscriptions on them. Next, please. We found in the earliest ceramic assemblage, we found northern black polished ware, very few shards, and black slived ware and grey ware, which characterizes the pottery of 3rd, 4th century BCE. So they were found from the lowest levels. I'm not going to give detailed account of pottery of the later period. Next, please. And interestingly, some very fine examples of dishes were found with the symbol of crescent on hill at the center of the dish. Next, please. And we found some smaller pieces of sandstone which belong to period 1, and amongst them there are certain saddle and quern and some decorative pieces like these, which are which have the same typical Mauryan polish on them. Next, please. Interestingly, here this particular piece has got 3 letters: Ta, Va, Ha. And Ta, Va, Ha is part of a bigger inscription, which can be a part of the letter, a part of the word Sarthva, because the Sarthva mentioning evidences we have found earlier also. And this particular piece is a Mauryan stone work, not belonging to the pillar, but with the inscription and with the same typical shining Mauryan polish. So this is very interesting. In amongst the Mauryan objects, we have some other figures also, which are not, we are not going to describe those, but this particular one is very important. Next, please. It is important also in the sense that in the museum there are hundreds of smaller pieces of Mauryan times, which are not part of the Ashokan pillar or capital. But it seems that there was some other edifice also belonging to the Mauryan times, which was there, which was somehow or the other damaged or broken in later course of time. And the inscription which with the letters Ta, Va, Ha, which we found, may belong to such edifice which might have existed at the site. Next, please. So, as I was mentioning, there are so many such decorative pieces, sometimes with letters mentioning Ujjaini, sometimes mentioning Sarthva, sometimes that shows that somebody from some place came and donated, probably some merchant. Next, please. Such sculptures of Gupta period we have found. Next. Next, please. Yes, apart from sculptures, we also found decorated bricks of Gupta period. Next, please. Yes. And there are these damaged sculptures which we found from the dump of Gupta period, and they are all in the standard Sarnath School of Art of Gupta times. So you can see the main features of Sarnath School which are available on these sculptures. Next, please. These are sometimes standing, sometimes seated Buddha figures, some mostly in Bhumisparsh Mudra. Next, please. Also found in, yeah, with, you can see the typical treatment of the drapery. And here, this particular scene is the depiction of Buddha descending from Trastrinsh heaven, where he went to teach Dhamma to his mother, who was in the heaven. And along with him, the two gentlemen on either side, they are Brahma and Indra. Next, please. This was our team, and I'm thankful to my team members who remained with me during the excavations, on whom I could rely upon. Next, thank you. I'm sorry if I have taken a little more time.
Some problem with my microphone, and this mic was not working. But then just at the outset, let me thank Professor Skand Kumar Mishra of Government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, for inviting me to preside over this second lecture by Dr. Buddhi Rashmi Mani. And we have already had a chance to hear him. But then, as a formality, I was asked to introduce Dr. Mani before his lecture, but then I am doing it after that. In fact, there is no need to introduce Professor Mani. He is such a well-known archaeologist, not only in Indian context, but throughout the world. He is known for his work, and now he has established his identity, and it is proved his knowledge, how deep it is through this today's presentation. But still, as a formality, as I was asked to introduce him, that Dr. Buddhi Rashmamani, who was born in 1955, former Director General, National Museum, and Vice Chancellor, NMI, has been a renowned field archaeologist, numismatics, and art critics, who has earlier served as a Additional Director General in the Archaeological Survey of India till April 2015. He has a throughout first-class first career up to his master's degree, which he did from Banaras Hindu University in 1976, received Altekar Gold Medal and BHU Gold Medal, and completed his PhD on life in the Kushan Age in 1980 from the same university. He has taught in BHU as well as Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies from 1978 to 1988. Then he joined the ASI as Deputy Superintending Archaeologist and most of his career, I think, he has started with his after joining in ASI as a sincere scholar. Since then, he has been involved in conservation of nearly 150 centrally protected monuments, particularly in states of Maharashtra, Goa, Delhi, and Jammu and Kashmir. Due to his efforts, some monuments got inscribed in the World Heritage List of the UNESCO. He has directed more than 20 excavation projects in the country, some of which are like Lal Kot, Salimgarh, Mohammad Nagar, Harnaul, Bor, Manjra, Siswania, Sankisa, Ayodhya, Lotia, and Kanishpur. And lastly, he did at Amran. Excavation at Ayodhya in 2003 provided evidence to settle the over 100-year-old title site in the Allahabad High Court, that is Lucknow bench, in 2010, and later in Supreme Court of India in 2019. You know the result of this excavation he has carried out at Ayodhya, and major problem of the Ram Janmabhoomi was settled. So I am not going in details of that. Then the re-excavated the sites like Kapil Vastu, that is Piprewa, Rajgarh, and Sarnath, just you have heard about during 2013-14, primarily to fix the chronological horizon of these significant sites. He has also excavated a pre and early Harappan site, Kunal in Haryana, from 2016 to 19. Dr. Mani is a member of various national and international organizations in the field and has widely traveled in European, American, and Asian countries in international seminars and conferences. He has 7 books to his credit, 7 edited volumes, and more than 200 research papers and articles to his credit. Presently, he is the treasurer of the Indian Alcohol Society, New Delhi, and member of the high-level committees like Ministry of Culture, such as Central Advisory Board of Culture, Central Advisory Board of Archaeology, National Screening and Evaluation Committee, etc. The Indian Council of Historical Research has offered him a national fellowship in 2021, and right now he's present busy with that ICHR fellowship, national fellowship, and it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Mani, because we are I am with him in quite many of these committees, and we always share with his knowledge, Dr. Mani. So, and it's my pleasure to be preside over for when he is giving lecture. Now, so far, shall I comment now on this? Okay, before we ask somebody, people to put some questions on his lecture. Now, it was one of the best lectures I have seen so far, and then illustrated talk. But then what I'm actually pleased with this, it is always pleasure to hear him, and then such a vast topic that is the fresh excavations, that is the fresh archaeological evidence from Sarnath. He has given not only the excavations carried out by him, but what is the history of the Sarnath and what excavations were carried out by his predecessors earlier, right from some of the European or scholars. Now, the recent excavations he has carried out from 2013 and 14, particularly towards the end of his lecture, he has brought with the total output of the Sarnath excavations, which he could divide into chronological order or the cultural sequence as evident from the stratigraphic evidences. So he could divide the entire site, chronology of the site, into 6 main periods. That is, period 1 is Mauryan period, as 2 phases, that is pre-Mauryan and Mauryan. Then second period is with the Shungas. Third is Kushan. Fourth is Gupta. Fifth is post-Gupta, around 7 to 9 centuries. And the last cultural activities which were carried out there at period 6, at the early historic period, early medieval period, dated to 12th century AD, and with the activities of the Rajputs. So overall, he has given a complete history of the site on the basis of fresh excavations carried out. And probably that is the reason, in spite of it took little more time, but the audience was so impressed that he was allowed to give talk more than the time assigned to him, and that shows his scholarship, or the how he presented things in so brilliant. So I am extremely thankful to Maniji for the excellent illustrated talk, and I also thank Mishraji for giving me this opportunity, and I also thank my co-chairperson Dr. Pankaj Goel, for assisting me. Thank you very much. Now I have OS. Now based on his lecture, let me now open this session open for discussion. So do you have any pointed questions based on any question or queries or suggestions? Please, I shall be happy. Those who have questions, please introduce yourself and then talk to Nigam Saab.
Okay, I am Rajiv Nigam from NIO Goa. Sir, thank you for such a excellent lecture. Was there any peculiar reason why Maharaj Buddha selected near Varanasi to give his first lecture, and which finally culminated into a new religion? Why he selected this particular place?
As so far as we get from the Pali literature, those 5 fellow companions who were there in Bodh Gaya doing tap with Buddha left him when they found that he had taken kheer from Sujata. So it is said that in search of them, because they were the companions, in search of them, Buddha came to first tell him the knowledge, the truth, which he could acquire, and that is how he came to Sarnath. And these 5, they were living there in the Rishipatan. The other important objective of his selecting the vicinity of Kashi must have been because Kashi was already an established center of learning as well as religious center. So probably that might have been in his consideration to come to Kashi, and that is how he came to the Rishipatan.
Thank you, sir.
Any other, please? Anybody interested or for any clarification, query?
Yeah, I am Professor Mahesh Srivastava from Rewa University. Thanks, Mani sir. With the regard, you have given a very informative lecture, and it's very much clear for us to date Sarnath. I think you have mentioned the one inscription is mentioned there is on Harti sculpture. There is, I think you mentioned the name of Sirigupt. So, and AMS dating goes back to 395 to 370. So can you tell me, suggest me that how we should set our student? What is the actual date goes back to the Sarnath?
So far as archaeology of Sarnath is concerned, it definitely goes back to around 400 BC. But the place was very well known to people. Buddha had come there in the 5th century, early 5th century BC. And the nearby area of Sarnath, like Aktha and Tokwa and some other places, have been excavated by scholars from Banaras Hindu University in the past, and they have found remains going back to the 2nd millennium BC. But it seems that a particular area of Sarnath might have been the Mrigadav, where it is mentioned that the king of Kashi, Kashiraj, who is normally known as Brahmadatta, he used to go to that area for hunting, and hunting of the Mrigas. That is why it was known as Mrigadav. It was also known as Rishipatan because much before Buddha, the rishis might have also came to the site and had their penances.
Thank you, sir.
Now maybe the last question. If anybody, please.
I think, sir, questions will be there
The
because it
lecture
was
was
so
too
informative.
clear or illustrative, so there was no much scope for asking any clarification or
Yes,
question.
yes, yes.
So it was an excellent lecture, Manisha.
Thank you very much, Sunami sir.
And we should thank to Iskand Misra, sir, to give us opportunity to hear Professor Mani.
Yes, excellent.
I'm grateful to all of you who listen to this talk, and also particularly the organizers, including Mishra ji and Mr. Pankaj Goyal.
पंकज गोयल हैं, पंकज गोयल.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please.
So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to co-chair this session. It is always a great pleasure to hear talk given by Dr. Mani, and the same was the case today. He has wonderfully summarized all the historiography that is related to the site of Sarnath, and in addition to throwing light on the major excavation findings conducted by him. Professor Sunavne has wonderfully chaired this session, and he has already summarized the major findings, major tenets of this lecture. So I'll not be going into that. We have already passed the allotted time, so I'll not be saying anything more. I would just like to thank Dr. Mani for his wonderful informative lecture. I would like to thank Professor Sunavne for brilliantly chairing this session. And at the end, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Mishra ji, for giving me this opportunity to co-chair the session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर मनी सर. बहुत ही बढ़िया जो है अच्छे ढंग से यहाँ पर सारनाथ पर पूरी बात सामने आई है. जैसा कि आर्कियोलॉजी के सभी जो एक्सपर्ट हैं उन्होंने ये बात यहाँ पर रखी, और निश्चित रूप से एक बहुत अच्छा मौका था इस वेबिनार में कि आप जैसे विशेषज्ञ का अवसर को सुनने का अवसर मिला. यहाँ के हमारे ऑडियंस को और जो विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए विषय के लोग हैं उनने उसको कायदे से सुना, और आपने इसके लिए हमारे महाविद्यालय को इस वेबिनार के आयोजन में अपना समय प्रदान किया. मैं डॉक्टर सोनावाने सर से भी, प्रोफेसर सोनावाने सर का को भी धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। उन्होंने हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में वो भाग लेते हुए और सेशन को शेयर किए, और बाद में लेक्चर के बाद उन्होंने जो अपना समरी यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत की वो भी हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत लाभप्रद होगी आगे अध्ययन के लिए। तो एक बार मैं पुनः डॉक्टर सोनावाने सर और डॉक्टर मनी साहब का और पंकज गोयल जी का जो कि को चेयर पर्सन के रूप में यहाँ पर वेबिनार में भाग लिए, तो आप सभी का एक बार पुनः अपने महाविद्यालय और मध्य प्रदेश हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। नेक्स्ट सेशन काफी महत्वपूर्ण है ये सेशन भी, और eminent speaker Dr. Rajiv Nigam, BSc, Emeritus Scientist, former Chief Scientist, Head National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, Chairperson Dr. Bhuvan Vikarma, Director Archaeology, Temple Survey Project, North Region, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, and co-chairperson Dr. Dursab Mahesh, Assistant Professor of Ancient History and Archaeology, MS University, Baroda. Welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Bhuvan Vikarma, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Rajiv Nigam, sir. Dr. Bhuvan Vikram.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ji, for inviting me to chair this session. The next speaker in this session, the most important one, Dr. Rajiv Nigam. It is my honor to introduce him. Dr. Rajiv Nigam obtained his MSc in Geology from Lucknow University, his diploma in Marine Micropaleontology from Oslo University, Norway. He did his MPhil, PhD and DSc in Geology from Aligarh University. He is internationally renowned oceanographer, having vast expertise in diversified areas of marine geology, micropaleontology, paleoclimate, sea level changes, paleomonsoon, marine archaeology, pollution studies, and so on. He has over 150 scientific research papers, and he has also 8 books to his credit. He has been conferred many prestigious national awards in recognition of his valuable scientific contributions, which include the CSIR Young Scientist Award in 1989, and then which is followed by many outstanding awards in 92, 93, 94. It has been a continuous series of awards, and in this series, the latest being awarded the International Award in 2021-22 for the Fora Minifera research by Cushman Foundation, USA. He has successfully guided 15 PhD theses and several masters in dissertations. Several of his students also bagged young scientist awards by ISCA, CSIR, INSA, and other agencies. Besides numerous papers, best poster awards, and national awards like National Geosciences Awards. Dr. Nigam served as head of the Zoological Oceanography Division and Marine Archaeology Unit, National Institute of Oceanography, Goa. And he also served as CSIR Emeritus Scientist. Dr. Rajiv Nigam has vast experience in paleontology and oceanography, and today he is going to deliver his talk on a very vital topic that leads to the decline of partly to the decline of the Harappan civilization, with a special attention that he's going to pay regarding the oceanographic evidences that local Dwarka and Dholavira, the coastal towns of Harappan Empire. So the stage is on to Dr. Rajiv Nigam.
Let me first share my slides and then I will start talking. Please let me know whether you can see the screen. Oh. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, screen is on.
Okay.
And if you can make it full screen, it would be better.
I think we tried before starting the session. Let me see whether you can see the full screen now.
No, it is not. It is not playing in slide mode.
Okay, so I have to go without it. I will go with the normal mode.
Okay.
Please, because we tried before starting the session. There is some technical problems.
Okay, no
I hope you can see this now.
It is okay.
Okay, thank you, Shri Bhuvan Vikramji, the Honorable Chairman of the session, Shri Vishab Maheshji, the Honorable Co-Chairman, Shri Iskan Mishraji, Manish Saab, Sonavana Saab, distinguished audience and friends. It will be my pleasure to talk on some of the very prestigious ancient cities and see that how they flourished and declined. And the tool by which we are going to discuss is the geological and paleontological tools. We, we selected the three ancient places, Lothal being the very oldest dockyard, Dwarka because of its socio-religious importance and as a summer city of Dwarka, and the Dholavira, some new work which shows that how ancient Indians were aware of the tsunami protection measures. So let us take the journey. Friends, in this conference, many presentations have been made on the archaeology. I will not go because archaeology is not my field either, so I will not go into the details. Just now you heard Dr. Mani, excellent talk. In India, the formal archaeology in a big way started with the discovery of Harappa, where Indian Bahadur Dayaram Sani was involved, and the Mohenjo-daro, which was also credited along with many others to Rakhaldas Banerjee, the two very great Indians who were involved with their excavation. But unfortunately, after the partition of India, both the sites have gone to Pakistan. And there were efforts by the Indian archaeologists to go for more excavations within the territory of India now. And one such work was the excavation and the discovery of the Lothal near Gujarat. And this was credited to Dr. S.R. Rao. Actually, Lothal is significant in many ways because this was one of the early discovery in the independent India. And it also can be credited for the birth of a new branch of oceanography as well as archaeology. That's called the marine archaeology. And today's lecture is also in the same field, the marine archaeology. See, many of you may be knowing Dr. S.R. Rao, or some of you might have worked with him. See, he excavated the Lothal in 1954, and according to him, he found the oldest dockyard of the world at Lothal. And that has interested him and thought that a marine archaeology can be taken a good shape in Dundee, and this is the high time to initiate. After his retirement from Archaeological Survey of India, he came to National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, See, he is a very classical example that retirement doesn't end the person's interest into the field. Even after 60, people can do a great job. He is the example. So when he came to NIO, with just 20,000 rupees from INSA, he started the work. And the work started in marine archaeology way back in 1981. And then the scientific leadership at NIO allowed him to start a new branch, and we all were asked to cooperate with him because he came alone. So we all at geology, biology, chemistry, physics, instrumentation, survey, everybody was given an instruction. Please help Dr. S.R. Rao and see what you want to do. So this is one of our board which we use for archaeological survey. This is one of the team which has worked at Mahabalipuram. And after that, since Dr. Rao started actually his work from Pumpar, but soon his interest shifted to the submerged Dwarka, and which became a very famous discovery. Today we'll talk on that also. And later, a full-fledged unit was established in NIO in 1991. So, if you see, there are many sites which is considered to be very important for the marine archaeological site, where sea fluctuation has played a role, which is basically the sea fluctuation which shaped the destiny of many Indian coastal towns, like Neolithic settlement of Surat, which is here, Setubandhu Rameshwaram, which is here, Dholavira in Gujarat, Lothal, Dwarka, Mahabalipuram, Pumpar, Bed Dwarka, and so on. But in view of a limited time and the significance and the new tools which we use for these studies, this talk will be devoted to the Lothal, Dwarka, and the Dholavira. So I will just take you to the journey how at NIO the marine archaeology started. When Dr. Bhuvanji introducing me, he told that I'm a geologist. The very first question which came to me as well as to others, why and how I'm in marine archaeology, being a geologist. See that archaeology may be subtly defined as a systematic study of antiquities as a means to reconstruct the past. So they are also reconstructing the past. Whereas we, the geologists, the unique contribution of the marine sediments has been for deciphering the changes in oceanographic condition due to climatic variation in the past. That is called the paleoclimate. So when two branches of science, the geology and archaeology, having a common objective of reconstructing the past, there has to be a correlation and symbiosis. Sometimes archaeologists supported that, and sometimes we supported the archaeologists. Of course, archaeologists have a tool like the anchor, the bells, the coins, and so many artifacts. Where with geology, we use the geophysical equipment, we use the paleontological tools like microfossils, and so on. So when Dr. Asarao came, actually being a geologist, most of us were involved in reconstructing the past with reference to the problem of global warming. You all know that because of the interference of man in the climate, there is a looming danger of global warming. So how much global warming is going to modify the climate? It can be well studied if we know what are the natural climatic variability over which global warmings can be assessed. So we were actually generating the data in order to evaluate the accelerated rise in sea level. One of the consequences, changes in monsoon pattern, increase the intensity and frequency of the storms and the fisheries. For today's talk, the most important thing is the rise in sea level, for which we were the generating the data and which became a very good handy tool to explain some of the mysteries of the ancient Indian coastal towns, which are much debated among the archaeologists. How to generate the idea about the past sea level? What are the source? and how we do it in oceanography. See, if this is the sea, we get the marine sediment through the river into it and through the wind. Now, these sediments, along with the fossils, the hard part of the animals which are living, they all get deposited finally at the bottom of the sea, layer by layer, year by year. We can take our ship. Actually, it is an animated figure, but the slide projection is not working, so let's bear with us. So if you take a core sample, and you can put a radiocarbon date, so you can say which layer deposited in which year, and based on the nature of the fossils, which were in the balance with the environment when they were living, you can say what was the environment at the time of deposition, what were the sea level changes, what were the monsoon records, whether is there any record of the past tsunamis, and so on. So these are the layered sediment at the bottom of the sea, served as the pages of Earth's history. Now, this history has to be unrevealed through these fossils. There are many types of fossils, but most commonly used fossil for reconstruction of the past climate is called the foraminifera. They are the phylum Protozoans. Their shell is made up of calcium carbonate. They are less than a millimeter in size. They are exclusively marine organisms. Please remember this, because I am going to use this property very extensively. There are two types, one which live at the bottom of the sea and the live which in the water column. After their death, both deposited at the bottom of the sea. They are very sensitive to the environmental changes. A slight change in the environment brings a lot of change in the species composition. There are more than 40,000 species. And if you see their ornamentation, they're very, very beautiful. Long back, I presented a paper about commercial application of foraminiferal design. You can see a lamp was designed, a jewelry was designed, and in China, an entire park and a hotel designed based on the various species of the foraminifera. A granite model has been put, and this park was inaugurated by the president of China. Even the small child's lollipops were made up of this design of this organisms. But because of its sensitivity to the climate change, we have developed a variety of applications, like reconstruction of climate, sediment transport, which is an engineering application, the Bombay High pipeline, transfer of oil from Bombay High to Bombay. We worked on that, sediment transport. Petroleum exploration, they are very useful. How monsoon variations are there in the past and how it has affected the climate and then civilization. Many of the people have used our data to explain the archaeological findings on the land. They are also useful to find out the role, the changing fisheries, commercial already I told. They can be also used to find out the records of paleo tsunamis. They can also tell you how the sea level has fluctuated, and this sea level and monsoon data generated we used in the marine archaeology. One of the latest application is in the field of pollution monitoring. Each of this topic have a lecture which I will have some other time. Today let us discuss only the sea level changes and the marine archaeology. So let us discuss how foraminifera has been used to generate the sea level changes, which in fact finally explain many of the mysteries of the marine archaeology. Friends, generally I remember in my school I was taught, I think I was class 4th or 5th, that समुद्र अपनी मर्यादा नहीं तोड़ता, ऐसा माना जाता रहा है हमारे देश में. और खाली उसी का वजह था कि when our prime minister has taken the Chinese prime minister to the Mahabalipuram, he wrote a poem and there is a line in that, शक्ति का अपार भंडार समेटे, असीमित ऊर्जा स्वयं में समेटे, फिर भी अपनी मर्यादाओं को बांधे, तुम अभी न अपनी सीमाएं लांघे. ये उन्होंने सागर के बारे में कहा कि समुद्र ने अपनी सीमाएं कभी लांघी नहीं. But we know, being an oceanographer, I would like to bring to your kind notice the sea has always kept changing its boundaries. It's kept changing its levels. Where are the records of the past sea level changes? It is everywhere. It's available in the religious records. In Gita, the Krishna says that the sea level will change and city of Dwarka will be submerged. In Quran, as well in his Bible, the Noah's Ark is a very famous story. He was building a boat in a desert area and was ridiculed by the fellow citizen. Look, he's building a boat when there is no water here. Probably he was a wise man who was knowing that soon the sea level is going to change. As not only the religious record, as a geologist, we all know where the highest mountain of the world stands today. That is the Himalaya. Many of millions years before, that area was the sea known as the Tatchis Sea because we get the marine fossils in the Himalayan rocks. That is itself is a entirely different, and Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology are doing a great job in studying the origin of Himalaya also. But where, in order to see the implication of the global warming to develop the futuristic model, as well as in marine archaeological field, what the time frame in which we are interested is last about Holocene period, last 10 to 15,000 years. These are the sum of the sea level curve. These are the timings, and these are the water depth, and these are the heights. And if you see the names here, it's difficult to read, but I will tell you this all developed by some of the foreigners for different seas in the world. Many times the sea level has crossed the present level, and sometimes it was lower than the present level. Since this is we are calling about the relative sea level changes, means it also include if is there any new tectonic movement, that is the movement of the land. So the collective reason is sea level going up and down, or land is going up and down, the relative sea level changes curve. So since this local feature is also involved, what has been developed in Pacific or Atlantic Ocean, many seas, those data as such we cannot apply to our region. We have to generate the record of past sea level, relative sea level changes in our region. So that's what we started sometime back in Iowa. How to do that? When sea level was higher than today, such records are available on land. Say, for example, this is a notch. Means when sea level was at this level, this is a coastal rock, the sea waves has eroded this region and left this signature of a sea level. Now the sea level is somewhere down. Similarly is a sea cave. Now there is a bar in this area. So this cave was carved out by the sea, by erosion, but now sea is nowhere here. Now whenever sea erode these rocks at one place, it deposits somewhere, which is mostly is known as the beaches now. So if in Goa itself, we found certain regions, you can say these are the shelly layers along the road which come from airport to the Donapala. This layer is full of the carbonate sediments, foraminifera, exclusive marine organisms. They're a couple of meters above the present sea level and can be dated. So this is the method by which we know when sea level was higher than today. Now there is a numerical model also. I will not go into detail, but we can find out when and how much sea level was lower than today. So finally, another method is, see if sea level, this is also an animated figure, but it will not work. See, sometimes if sea level was here and the fauna living here, they were showing the sea level and the coastal fauna. If sea level started slowly going up, the fauna first try to move up because they want to maintain the depth. So if you can take this fauna and the depth, the date, you can generate a sea level curve. Obviously, this will be the oldest date. So we know this date and depth, and this date and depth. You can generate a sea level curve. So this was in brief, in a simplest language, how to generate the idea about past sea level changes. We generated a lot of research papers and we summarized the sea level curve. Now this is here a sea level curve for the Arabian Sea region. It is published first time in 1995 and we kept updating it. Now it's very interesting. See, this side is a dates, how old, and this side is a height and the depth. Around 15,000 years back, sea level was about 100 meters lower than today. Friends, can you imagine if you lower the sea level today by 100 meters, up to 100-meter water depth, the miles and miles together, the land will be available, which will be a marshy land. Okay. Then sea level started going up, and around about 10,000 years, it was about 40 meters lower than today. Then something around 7,000 years, it has crossed the present day sea level. So it was higher than today. Then again, it has gone down, and around 3,500 years back, it was lower than today. Then around 2,000, 2,200, it was higher than today. And now the sea level is here, which is, we call it the zero age and the zero level. So this is the sea level curve. And now see how this curve is useful to explain uh, the three places which we decided to discuss today. Let us start with the Lothal. The Lothal was excavated in 1954 by Dr. S.R. Rao. Presently, it is a couple of kilometers away from the sea and few meters above the present sea level. It was a very important discovery of that time. There are many of the things of archaeological importance have been discovered. And remember that it is quite away from the sea now and a couple of the meters above the present sea level. The well has been excavated, lot of seals have been excavated from the local area. It's a warehouse is there. This is a burial, twin burial land. These are some of the features which archaeologists know better than me. We are interested in this place. A big tank-like body was also found at the Lothal, and you can see here. This is an excavated body, and this is a picturesque depiction of that area. When it was discovered, Dr. S.R. Rao, who excavated, came up with the idea that this is the dockyard. This is the dockyard, and according to him, this is the oldest dockyard ever discovered. And through this dockyard, there was a trade relation with the Gulf countries and other places. But in archaeology, or as well as in every branch of the science, very rarely it happens the new discoveries don't invite the controversies or the discussions and different viewpoints. Same thing happened about the possible use of this dockyard and how they discussed it. See, when the excavation, there are few stones like this, which the hole was also excavated. And there are many arguments. I picked up the most simplest argument. One group says that these stones were used as an anchor stone. Like today also, people are using this type of stones. So since we are getting the anchors here in this tank-like body, it means boat used to come, and therefore it was a dockyard. Dr. S.R. was the propagator of this idea and supported by many others like Wheeler in 73. The other school says no. They also use the same stone. They say it is a counterweight to lift the water for irrigation. You see here, even now, this idea is that if you can put this stone here and you can see the lift the water for irrigation. Professor Sankalia was the first to propose and joined by Leshnik, their service, and many more. And this controversy, dockyard and irrigation tank controversy, continued for many years. probably this is a classical example because archaeologists were arguing with the archaeologists, and the solution was not coming through it. I came to know about this controversy way back in, I think it was something 85 or 86, when I visited this area as a program from the Physical Research Laboratory. They took us there. And then I thought, why this controversy is on for so many years? We, as a geologist, paleontologist, I think we can contribute here. Let us do something. So we collected some samples from here that we analyzed in our lab to see what the content. And one of my students working, he found a very good population of foraminifera. Since it was going to be very significant, I thought there may be a contamination in the lab. I said, no, throw it, take a new fresh sample, use a different set of the instrument like the sieves and other thing and picking trays and microscope, so that there is no question of contamination. And there we found the foraminifera. Friends, if you remember, I told you, foraminifera are exclusively marine organisms. So, and nobody irrigate the water with the saline water. It means this tank was full of the marine water, and this has tilted the argument in favor of it is a dockyard. It solved about 40-year-old controversy because a geologist, paleontologist came into the picture. But few questions remain to be answered. If it is a dockyard, what it is doing, few kilometers away from the sea level and above the present sea level. Have you seen any dockyard on land? No. This answer should come from this sea level curve. Dr. Asarov gave many of other archaeologists about 4,500-year-old the age of the Lothar dockyard. That time sea level was higher than today. You can see here 4.5 thousand. It means when sea level was higher than today, the Lothal was connected to the sea, to the high tidal range as well, and it was a flourishing dockyard. And after that, when sea level has gone down, this got cut off from the land and became out of use, and it became an abandoned city. The last supporting evidence came from the Anirudh Khatkaikar from Pune, who has done a remote sensing, and he was able to track the channel through which the Lothal dockyard was connected through the Sabarmati and through the Arabian Sea. So friends, this is the evidence we finally concluded that the world's oldest dockyard is confirmed, which was within our territory, and we must be very proud of it. And why it is so more important, I will let you know a little later. Recently, this year only, what we said in 1988 and published the paper and presented it into the first International Conference on Marine Archaeology has been reconfirmed that sea level drop surrounded the Lothal. It is a cause of decline. Okay, so it is the sea level which explains the Lothal discovery. Another important site, which is also very significant for we Indians, being a very religious people, there is a special attraction toward the Dwarika because it is associated with the Lord Krishna. And it is also believed, as mentioned in Mahabharata, that city of Dwarka, which was built by Lord Krishna, was submerged into the sea. But how the research started, same Dr. Asarov, when he was in Archaeological Survey of India, he and the other fellow archaeologists, near to the present Dwarkadish temple, just outside the gate where police chowki is there, this is a place. A panchayat ghar was there. Hats off to the archaeologists, how they get the idea that something is buried into the sediment below that panchayat house. They removed the panchayat house, they excavated, and they found that a remnant of an ancient temple. And they found a sixth layer of temple. It means the present temple is latest and samples kept have been shifted towards land. This gave a Dr. Asarov an idea that it means the sea level probably may be rising, and that's why they shifted the temple. And who knows, we may discover a submerged city, the legendary city of Dwarka, which is supposed to be submerged during Mahabharata time. And with that idea, a very detailed survey started in offshore Dwarka area, which has continued for almost 2 decades and has been funded by many agencies. Now, this offshore Dwarka area, if you see, at about 6 to 8 meter water depth, you can find the stones in a very systematic way, and that shows that these are the walls. And these are confirming that first we did a lot of geophysical survey, then airlifting also, then divers have gone down also, there are got a dating also. Very detailed reports are available now on the Dwarka. So this gives a evidence of a sunken city, which is around 3,500 year old. Now, this is a very good time. Is there any possibility of a city to be because nobody built a city into the river, into the water? It means city must have been formed when the sea level was lower. Now you see what was the condition of sea level. Sea level was, see, this was the time from here, sea level has gone down. It means it has left behind the marshy land which can be reclaimed. And it is said that Krishna built the city of Dwarka on reclaimed land. So this confirmed that city was built here. And when again the sea level has gone up, the Dwarka became a submerged city. There are many other reasons has been proposed for the submergence of Dwarka. Uh, I just put it in the Unbound India, there is a program where I have explained in the detail. But here in short, I will tell you there are 3 reasons given other than the sea level changes for the submergence of Dwarka. One says that erosion. See, erosion can take away the sand on the beach and any building above it can collapse, but it cannot submerge. So erosion cannot be a reason for decline of Dwarka. The other reason has been propagated by some people. They say it is about, first thing they give age about more than 5,000. 5,000 where summer city cannot be there because 5,000 years back sea level was higher than today. Then they say probably it is the tsunami which has submerged the Dwarka. See, the tsunami is a temporary phenomenon. Whenever there is a disturbance into the sea by the subsurface earthquakes, there are very huge sea waves being created. So they go and temporarily submerge a lot of land area. After some time, these waves can go back to its original level. So they can destroy a coastal city, but they cannot submerge. Submerge just is only possible if the relative sea level has changed. And therefore, we say we come back to this. It is the sea level changes which has submerged the Dwarka. And this is a confirmation and reconfirmation that Dwarka was not a mythology, it's not a myth. It is a, you can say it is a oceanography, it is a archaeology, and it's becoming a history. So this is a scientific evidence in support of the legendary city of Dwarka built by Lord Krishna and got submerged. Now this age is to be told as 3,500 years associated near the Mahabharata time. Mahabharata was considered to be a big war. Now, I'm not an archaeologist, I leave it for the debate among the archaeologists. If you see the Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Lothal, there are not arms which have been discovered. So it means the society was agriculture-based, agrarian society, but not a warrior society. And this synonym excavation date is given about 1800 year BC, means about 3,800, means 3 years prior to the Mahabharat war. It means society has changed from agriculture-based society to a urban society and a warrior society. So probably Senoli should be taken into a consideration how the society has changed and how the sea level also has changed and whether Mahabharat was a reality or not. It can be put into the sequence. Other than the Dwarka, now I come to the last city which I want to discuss today is the Dholavira. It is into the run of Kutch at Khadar Bet. Dholavira has been recently declared by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. It was, you can see this, I think day before yesterday, there was a talk by Dr. Rekha Rao about she explained beautifully the significance of this symbol. These are the sites, it is still, the site can be very beautifully seen. There is a small museum also has been developed. See, it is considered that Dholavira was a port town. Right now, the sea is very far from here. But if you see the timing about 5 to 6,000 years back, sea level was much closer because sea level was higher. Sea level was much closer, and it is possible to have it as uh, a city which is related to the sea. Now, the Dholavira so far was very famous for the excellent water conservation system. See, this is a site map of Dholavira. It was actually excavated. First, it was noticed by Dr. Jagatpati Joshi ji. Then later, it was excavated by Dr. Bisht, who gave a lecture last time in this series. He got a Padam Shri for that. So this is an outline plan of the Dholavira between the two minor streams. It means it is a water-starved area. Therefore, they develop a very extensive all around this city, excellent water conservation system. And it was very world famous. So Jagatpati Joshi ji, Bisht, and later we also came into the picture when we started working in this area. See, the Citadel area, this area, that means VIP area. It is enclosed by about approximately 18-meter thick wall, you can see here. 18-meter thick wall, and outer wall is about, I think, 5 to 6 meters. Now, when Dr. Rao Bish Sab delivered a lecture, I asked him, and I have gone through the literature, why someone has to build a 18-meter thick wall? What could be the purpose? There could be three reasons can be considered. First is against the protection against the wild animal to the city. To protect is against minimal 1 or 2 feet is enough. Why to build a 18-meter thick wall? And that construction also must be very expensive and a very tedious job to build such a wall. Okay? So it is not against animal. Then protection against whom? The enemy. What was about 5 to 6,000 years back? What was the ammunition of the enemy? Stones, arrows. Even the forts which are built, even the China Wall, which was built after the gunpowder and cannons were discovered, nowhere this much thick wall has been discovered. So it means it cannot be for the protection through, from the animals. It cannot be a protection against the enemies. Then what else? It is against the natural furries. What could be the the natural furries of the nature? We publish a paper because in Kutch area we work. This area come under the Makran coast, and Makran coast is the tsunami prone area. We propose that this wall has been developed to protect the most VIP areas from the tsunami, and they knew the tsunami because 8,000 years back we reported the tsunami in this entire region. So it means those who are living, the ancient Indians living in this area, they were aware that this is a tsunami prone area, but it was very strategic for the commerce point of view. Therefore, they developed the city, but they thought of developing a thick wall to protect themselves. Recently, Japan has developed a wall which was about 11 meters thick. Okay, so what Japan has done recently, the ancient Indian has done it more than 5,000 years back. So this is the world's oldest evidence that ancient Indians were aware of the tsunami protection measure, and this is another point for which we Indians should be very, very proud of it. So we thought of it whether this tsunami has really impacted afterwards and whether the wall could play any role. So VIP area was protected by 18 meter, and the other lower and middle town were the less thicker wall. So we did some GPR survey in this area, the middle town area. Okay, in support of tsunami, another one. See, at one place this wall is the tilted wall. Okay, this this wall you can see here. And very legendary geologist of the country, late Professor Valdia, proposed that it may be because of the earthquake. See, if earthquake hits from the bottom. So if something hit from the bottom, this wall it should collapse, not tilt it. Whereas tsunami hit horizontally. Probably tsunami has hit this wall horizontally and it shows the tilting of the wall, which can be reinforced afterwards. It has been repaired. There is a sign of repaired also. So this is another support that yes, it was the tsunami which was playing a very dominant role. So we wanted to check with the role of tsunami in this area, whether it was a possibility or it was only a hypothesis. So did the GPR survey. GPR is an instrument which can be, it is basically a civil engineering instrument. Of late, we started using it for the marine archaeology to find out if something is buried. So we did a survey in this area. Now you see here, about this is the present layer, and the GPR say about 2.5 to 3 meter thick sediment layer which have no layers. Normally, when the sediment deposited year by year, either by wind or by river or by sea, everywhere you can see a layered sediment if they are naturally deposited. But if flood or tsunami brings a lot of sediment and dump at one place, like if you take a truckload of sand and dump somewhere, they will not have any layer. So this sediment do not have any layer. So we thought that this is a one-time deposit. From where it came, it can come from the river or it can come from the seaside. First thing, this area is a water-starved area. Therefore, because of that, Dholavirians built a lot of conservation system, water conservation. So chances of flood is still very rare. But still, that is not the only argument. What we did with the permission from Archaeological Survey of Area, we did a trench here. So you can see this is Dr. Lawson, who is a very well-known expert on the GPR surveys, interpreting the GPR record. And here is my student, Dr. Rupal Dubey, who worked on the Dholaviria samples. We wanted to see from where the sediments came. The sediments, when we analyzed in our lab, we found the foraminifera. These are the exclusively marine organisms. So this has ruled out the possibility that these sediments brought to this area by the flood. In fact, it has been brought by the sea, and this has reconfirmed that outer wall was not able to support the entire city, and tsunami did affected that area. We have published in English in the scientific journals as well as in Vigyan Pragati about our findings. We are on the electronic media also about our finding that ancient Indians were aware of the tsunami protection. So at one side, we have a Dholavira, which is showing the world's oldest evidence of tsunami protection measures. We were knowing it before anybody else in the world. And we also have the world's oldest dockyard ever discovered in the world. So these are the few important cities where the marine archaeology sea level changes have played the role. Sea has played the role and written the destiny of the ancient Indian coastal towns. Now, we have such a good and 4 to 5,000 year old sediment monuments. But when archaeology is not only academic science, archaeology is a hard economics as well. People may very repeatedly ask this question: why to study archaeology or history? Because let us look forward. Why people are going back into the time? See, first thing, those who are proud of his or her cultural heritage only work hard to maintain a high level of civilization and tries to enhance the living standard of the fellow citizen. That is one reason. Second reason is it is the hard economics. See, Cambodia is earning a very huge money because of the Angkor Wat. Lebanon is a From where our cultural heritage extensions were there, way back into the Lebanon, Baalbek Temple, Tangoro. But in our country, in the to earn the tourism dollars, only the monuments like Taj Mahal, Red Fort, Qutub Minar, Fatehpur Sikri, Red Fort, in and around Delhi monuments only, which is available, have been given a publicity. And this is a earning through these monuments. Now I propose that you go to Europe, you don't find anything more than 2,000 year old. But can you see in the earning through tourism whether you find any fort from Rajasthan, which is much all these monuments are less than about 500 year old, except the Qutub Minar, which is I think 700-800 year old. Why can't we should tell the world that we have the world's oldest dockyard in India? You please come and see. We have the world's oldest evidence of tsunami protection measures. Come and see the Dholavira. Okay, I think probably we'll be able to attract more tourists, international tourists, and we'll enhance our earning through the. There is a change. There is need to change our mindset. First, we should know ourselves. We should propagate this new knowledge to the Indians first, and once we know, then only we can tell the rest of the world. It's not that it has not been noticed. Recently, when Dr. Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman was presenting the budget, she mentioned that सिंधु घाटी से जुड़े राखी गढ़ी, धौलावीरा और लोथल का जिक्र किया. ये तीनों जगह सिर्फ जमीन के टुकड़े नहीं है, बल्कि एक ऐसी संस्कृति फली फूली जो भारत की गौरवमय गाथा का हिस्सा बन गई. We are also very proud that we are associated with at least two, Dholavira and Lothal, as a marine archaeologist and marine geologist. And we hope that these two sites will be developed as a future attraction for international tourism. Government of India has already taken a note, and a very big maritime heritage museum is coming at the Lothal. Already the plan is ready. Hafiz contractor has been contracted for designing this museum. I think Tata is going to build a big museum. I hope in next 4 or 5 years, we'll be able to invite all of you to this museum. I'm also involved in process. So it is the sea level changes. See, now from the archaeology and history, we can see that sea level has been shaping the destiny of coastal towns. And now I'm just showing the relevance of this work to the modern man. So far, the sea level changes were the natural changes, but now there is a looming danger because of the global warming associated with greenhouse gases. Sea level is likely to go up if no protective measures have been taken in reducing the greenhouse gases. The sea level is likely to go up, and many of the present coastal towns will become the property of future marine archaeologists. They say that Panjim, Vinci is under the water, Panjim next. So let us take an oath that to reduce the energy consumption, reduce the greenhouse gases, let us not make the present cities as the property of the future archaeologists. So this was a small step to unravel the past in order to illuminate the future. Thank you very much. Now, Mike, back to the organizers.
Yes, sir. Bhuvan Vikarma, sir, please.
I am stopped. Okay. Can I stop sharing?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. If any questions is there, I'll love to answer.
Yeah. Dr. Rajiv?
Ji, sir.
Thank you. It's a very illustrious presentation. I have doubt that you have shown some of the area under ocean where the stones and all Dwaraka.
Yes.
Whether it is near Bed Dwaraka or the present day Dwaraka temple, where it is the exact site?
Very good question, sir. See, these are the evidences of ancient sea level. Okay. Means like today.
Yeah.
All the harbors are at present sea where the sea is meeting the land.
Yes.
So whether it is Goa or whether it is Bombay, we have the harbors. So same is true with the Bed Dwarka and Dwarika. Both the places you get the evidence of the ancient sea level when, and man is having a habit to come as close as possible to the sea.
Yes.
And here it is an example. Harbor we cannot avoid having a junction point. But let us learn a lesson from Dwarika and Lothal that let us not make a heavy public investment in low-lying areas very close to the sea. In case if sea level will go up, they may be under the water. And good you asked this question, so I will tell you, Mahabalipuram, the same story is there. I think a big discovery in waiting. If some archaeology students are waiting, it's a future research. Almost at the same level, we are getting the evidence of ancient structures in Mahabalipuram.
Yes.
What I can say, a big discovery in waiting. So if sea level was lower than today, all the ancient towns, those who are wanted to be closer to the sea, they are now all are under the sea.
Yes.
So Bedwarka, Dwarka, Mahabalipuram, the story is same.
Yeah. And also now the climate change, the impending danger for the climate change. Now all the countries are working to reduce or maintain at least 1.5 degrees Celsius for next 50 years. But if there is a climate change and its impact, so we can even demarcate wherever the possible prone area for sea encroachment.
Thank you, sir. We have already surveyed all along the coast.
Yes.
I did a project for Ministry of Environment and Forest,
Yes.
and we have identified the vulnerable areas by mapping entire coastal region.
Yes.
If sea level go up by 1 meter, 2 meter up, how much area is going to be under the water?
Yes.
Okay, these areas have been advised. You know that CRZ rules Government of India has framed now. That was based on our work actually. That 500 meter from the high tide line, no construction zone.
Yes.
So that if sea level, even if it go up, it should not damage too much.
Yes.
Okay. But problem is that unless we go back to the traditional Indian way of living all over the world, a simple living, less consumption. ये जो भोगवादी सभ्यता है ना, इसका जितना विस्तार होगा क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर उसका उतना ही बुरा असर पड़ने वाला है. Actually, this is our field. Actually, archaeological interpretation are my byproduct. Main research work is on the climate change only.
Yes. Dr. Rajiv, nowadays there are architect people are advocating constructing seawall and all. But actually, if you could re-establish wherever the mangroves were there, now we have lost because of our development, so that we can able to prevent this even the tsunamis or storms, so that the seashore or the land configuration can maintain for a longer time.
Exactly.
Yes.
You are absolutely right, sir.
Yes.
The mangroves are the natural mangroves, sand dunes, coastal wave. These are the natural barrier against any worries of the nature, whether it is tsunami, whether it is a storm, or whether it is sea level rise.
Yeah.
But what happened? The coastal areas are very lucrative areas for development because of tourism. So we know that a story that how systematically many places the mangrove have been destroyed.
Yes.
Okay, we are advocating and we are having a technology also how to spread many places, even in Panjim, how to generate a new mangrove forest.
Yes.
So there is a need to actually educate the people.
Yeah.
About both the past climate, which so that we can be very proud of our ancient culture, like Dholavira, like Lothal, like Ram Setu, Mahabalipuram, so many. It's really a pity that we know very little about our own country, and it's a very such an ancient cultural heritage. See, Lothal and Dholavira is still this, what I showed you is still available on the land. Only we have to take the tourists there.
Yes.
I hope now that government is taking note of it and they will develop it as a very good tourism center.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Very nice. Thank you for. In fact, we could see a lot of insight about our civilization as well as the whole ancient culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. for this very important elucidating lecture, which not only concerns archaeology but also the present. As we have seen, we are the, I mean, in the, we are seeing the impending challenges of sea level changes even today, and how the vital clues for the destruction of Lothal, Varka, and Dholavira were found through the geological trees and paleontological evidences. It was certainly a new kind of interpretation for the existence of
Yes, sir. Yes.
About the citadel of Dholavira. So it's a very interesting and convincing evidences about it. But we need to also, see whether the decline in these two Harappan cities are coeval with the decline of other cities in the mainland or not. That is actually, or what impact these, decline of these cities had on the other mainland cities of Harappan Empire. That would be very interesting to know. And the evidences of tsunami and sea level changes that we as an archaeologist need to understand are very, very much highlighted. And definitely the way archaeology is studied is definitely a multi-disciplinary approach it needs to have, and that this your talk it even highlights that point, that certainly the archaeological excavation for knowing our past should be all encompassive, including experts from different streams of knowledge, so that to arrive at a comprehensive kind of conclusions. So many thanks to you for this, for sharing your time and for this valuable inputs that you have given. So I would like to ask if any more questions are there related to archaeological perspectives that Dr. Nigam has shown here. Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Mani, please. Unmute yourself, sir.
We all must thank Dr. Nigam for this illustrated lecture, which many of the things which we were not aware learned from this, because he spoke about sea level changes at sites like Lothal, Dholavira, or Dwarka, and also particularly that the evidence of tsunami at Dholavira.
There's some problem with your microphone, Dr. Mani. You are not audible.
Your voice is not audible.
Am I audible now?
Now it's okay.
Yes, sir.
So in 2008, Archaeological Survey of India allowed a geophysical survey and GPR survey in and around the dockyard of Lothal, and Professor Tosi from Bologna, University of Bologna, he had come, and his findings were also, at that time, Professor Rao was there, and that confirmed, the findings of Professor Tosi confirmed that it is a dockyard. It was because of geophysical survey and of course, this GPR survey which he did and connected with the river. There was a channel which was coming to the dockyard. So this piece of information I just wanted to.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I will just add one thing what the Honorable Chairman has said. See, if the climate is a very integrated phenomena. So if sea level was changing, it's not like only sea level was changing, even climate on the land was also equally changing. So that's what we did, what the work we did for monsoon. It explains the same timing of the Rangpur excavation two great floods, the 2000 and 1500 BC. We got the evidence of that in a core from Karwar area. The entire area was flooded at the same time, what archaeologists reported much before us. Thank you, sir.
Any more queries? I don't think there will be more queries to it. So I would like to invite Dr. if he's around.
Okay, till you go for end, I must thank. First thing, I'm sorry I kept all of you waiting for your lunch, but I was helpless. And thank you to you as well as the co-chairman for chairing and organizer for giving me an opportunity. I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed the questioning and comment by you and Dr. Mani. Thank you very much.
We really enjoyed your lecture, Dr. Rajiv.
Thank you, sir. So back to organizer.
Yes, डॉक्टर राजीव निगम सर, आपने बहुत ही बढ़िया और इन तीनों प्लेसेस को के पर जो व्याख्यान दिया वो बहुत ही अच्छे रहे और निश्चित रूप से ये ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल है और आगे के समझने के लिए भी कि आगे क्या करना है और जो साइंटिस्ट हैं उस पर इसमें विचार करेंगे और आपने जो समय दिया इसके लिए हम उसके प्रति धन्यवाद देते हैं। साथ ही डॉक्टर भुवन विकर्मा सर जिन्हें कि यहाँ पर विक्रम सर जिन्हें कि यहाँ पर चेयरपर्सन के रूप में रहे और साथ ही सीनियर एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टर वी.आर. मनी साहब, डॉक्टर के पांडुरंगन सर और सभी लोगों का मैं इस सेशन के लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। धन्यवाद सर। इसके साथ ही अगला सेशन में डॉक्टर भुवन विक्रम सर का व्याख्यान है और बहुत ही वो भी महत्वपूर्ण है जो कि आर्कियोलॉजिकल रीअसेसमेंट ऑफ गंगा यमुना दोआब इन द लाइट ऑफ रिसेंट फाइंडिंग पर है। गंगा यमुना दोआब हमेशा ही बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहा है, खासकर भारत के लिए तो है और उत्तर भारत और संपूर्ण भारत के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। तो इसके लिए सबसे पहले मैं बताऊंगा डॉक्टर भुवन विकर्मा सर, डायरेक्टर आर्कियोलॉजी टेम्पल सर्वे प्रोजेक्ट नॉर्थ रीजन भोपाल से हैं। चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर आलोक।
Alluvial flat track between two waters, and here in this case the Ganga Yamuna Doab, which extends from Shivalik to the confluence at Allahabad, and it is an area about 60,000 square kilometers with length of almost 805 kilometers and approximately 100 kilometer width in width. And basically my talk will be covering the upper Doab, which extends upper and middle Doab basically, which extends up to from Shivalik to Agra region, that is the western Uttar Pradesh basically. So the archaeology of Ganga Yamuna Doab from primitive life to historic urban growth cannot be discussed in isolation because we know it is in the middle of almost it is almost in the middle of India, and so what is happening on the western side and what's happening on the eastern side actually is very important for understanding the archaeology of this region. some 100 years ago, when Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were excavated, almost 100 years ago, and the findings there, they striking similarity in pottery, seals, bricks, layout of the settlements, fortifications, divisions of settlements, tools and equipments, orientation of the streets, system of sanitation, etc. At the two Harappan sites, that is at Harappa and at Mohenjo-daro, that gave birth to the concepts of cultural imperialism. The two sites are some 400 kilometers apart, and the similarity gave birth to this concept. And the terms like Harappan culture or the Indus Valley civilization were coined to remain at par with the Mesopotamian civilization. So it was the earliest civilization, earliest evidences of civilization that we had here, and it was tentatively dated to at par with Mesopotamian civilization around. But unfortunately, after independence, these two important sites were relegated to the Pakistan area. So here on the Indian sides, a search was on. The hunt was launched to find traces of the earliest civilization area sites on this side of the border, and lot many sites were found in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Kutch, and Gujarat. But later on, when it was found that larger concentration of these sites is on the Saraswati, Drishatati valleys. So the attempts to rename the Indus Valley civilization as Saraswat Sabhyata or Saraswati civilization was taken up. But later, it was a compromise was settled as Indus Saraswati civilization. So now on this side of the border, we call it Indus Saraswati civilization. And gradually, Kalibangan, Lothal, Banavali, Dholavira, Rakhigadi, the big 5 towns of, 5 cities of Indus Valley civilization were readily defined as control centers located in different regions of the Harappan cultural empire. Now, it was considered as a cultural empire and a civilizational empire that some evidences we have seen that in the previous talk, as well as yesterday when Dr. Sahu was talking on Virhana. So those were like huge cities. The metalworking, lapidary work, faience manufacturing were very popular in those, and they were considered as hallmark of those civilizations. Secondly, the uniform distribution of standardized products. That standardized products is, standardization among all products and commodities was also considered as the USP of Harappan civilization. Then the imperial monotony, rigid standardization, and a high degree of formalism were the qualities that created an aura around the Indus Valley civilization. So once those high standards in all this, standardized life set, they were set by this civilization, and that particularly that kind of situation did not allow the other scholars to accept anything which was less grand than the Harappans as civilized or even coeval in time frame. So it was considered as a peerless kind of civilization, a peerless kind of culture for a very long period. And then after the first civilization, the second civilization had to wait for more than 1,500 years to the times of Buddha and Mahavir, when the 16 Mahajantaras they grew up. So the second urbanization, it took it was considered to have come in 6th century BCE. So in between those 1,500 years were considered as dark ages, because there was no significant cultural complexes were found within this zone and in this area.
Excuse me, Dr.
Yes.
Bhuvan, sorry for the interruption. Your slide is not moving. Are you using the first slide right now?
My slide is not moving?
Your slide is not
Okay.
moving. So you take the cursor to your left hand side, you can see the slides. And you press it, then only it will move.
Now it is moving?
No, you go to second.
No.
You take your cursor and keep it second slide and move. You click the second slide.
बाएं साइड में जो सर भुवन सर
Now it is in the first slide.
वो बाएं साइड में है, उसमें क्लिक करिए उस पर.
Okay.
You see the slides number will be there 1, 2, 3 like that. Is it touch screen or you are using the cursor? If you use the cursor, please take to the slide number 2 and then click.
No, I'm not getting this. Now is it?
I couldn't see the Dr. Bhuvan, your arrow mark. That cursor moving is not seen.
Okay.
Bhuvan Kumar sir, can you put in a slideshow mode and then you go one by one slide? That would be helpful to you.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, I'll have to stop and then.
No, I think it's
नहीं स्टॉप नहीं करना है सर, स्टॉप नहीं करना है. स्लाइड्स को चालू रखिए और नीचे देखिए स्लाइड का छोटा सा चित्र होगा या तो ऊपर स्लाइड शो लिखा होगा, वहां पे क्लिक कीजिए और फ्रॉम बिगिनिंग कीजिए और एक के बाद एक स्लाइड पे आप जाइए. तो आपकी 3 स्लाइड हो गई है तो 3 क्लिक कर दीजिए और उसके बाद स्टार्ट कर दीजिए.
No, I'm not getting that actually. In this.
I think you share first. Then you
और
go
ये
to
तो ये एरो
slide
की
show.
यूज कीजिए तो भी चलेगा. पहले शेयर कीजिए उसको. आपने शेयरिंग बंद कर दिया है.
मैं कर रहा हूँ शेयर.
ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम.
Is it showing?
हाँ, विजिबल है अभी. अभी ऊपर देखिए सब फाइल होगा. उसके बाद 2, 3, 4, 5वें पे शायद स्लाइड शो लिखा है. ऑल द वे ऑन द टॉप. ऊपर टॉप पे लाइन पे देखिए. हाँ, स्लाइड शो लिखा है उसके ऊपर. हाँ, वहां पे फ्रॉम बिगिनिंग पे चले जाइए. द फर्स्ट ऑप्शन. Yep, you good. Click on it. Go ahead.
Now is it changing?
No, first you have need to do arrow, so you would be able to see the slides on screen.
Is it showing? Okay. Anyway, we'll do this.
Make that to because now your cursor is not moving.
Is it? No, it is not.
सर, आप नीचे देखिए छोटा सा एरो है यहाँ पे. आप नीचे की तरफ देखिए, छोटी सी स्लाइड शो जैसा दिखेगा, एकदम छोटा सा. I don't have my computer right now, otherwise I would have shown you. I'm on phone. एकदम नीचे की तरफ है. एकदम नीचे की ब्रॉस में है आपको.
No, I think this problem is his cursor is not moving. Sir, you keep some paper underneath your mouse to move that.
This is I'm using the laptop.
This is a laptop, right?
Yes.
His arrow mark sometimes is visible.
Okay, if I stop presenting and do it with kind of not with the.
So give me like 5 minutes. When I go home, I can help you out.
Is this okay?
Up to this point, it is okay, Dr. Bhuvan.
So now I can show this is visible because that thing I don't think it is working.
Yes. Now your cursor is in slide 2. Yeah, it is working
It is
now.
working.
It is working. It is working now.
It is working now.
When it is working.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
हाँ ठीक है.
Now it is fifth slide.
I was like here. I was here on this side.
Yes. You can move it. Yeah, like this you can move it.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry for interruption.
No problem. Now you are in sixth slide.
Right. I'm in sixth slide. So that was I'd already told that how the Harappan civilization was like it had created an aura around itself, and actually we had created an aura about Harappan and the fascination about Harappanism basically. So everything that was all that was good. It was city life, the metal working, all kinds of technology. Only the copper working, stone working, fans manufacturing, and uniform distribution, standardization in their products. All this was highlighted much, and anything which did not show this kind of quality and standardization, it was not considered as even equal to the Harappan or co-equal with the Harappans. So in the second urbanization was only, could be seen around 600 BCE. So intervening period of 1,500 years was considered as dark age. But all this, the theoretical edifices that were built around the civilization, perhaps they undermined the presence of the rural settlements, with the fact that the civilization is born of deliberate effort, whereas the culture is a product of man-nature interaction, governed only by the bounties and difficulties offered by the nature. So, in this whole Harappan, the civilized Harappan, the Indus Valley civilization or the Indus Saraswati civilization with the cities and layout plans and the standardized items, everything, they were considered as there has to be there was a certain kind of some certain amount of formalism in that, which was not considered while theorizing many things about the Harappans. And so the rural settlements, very less amount of rural settlements were studied, and then the more reliance was placed on the similarity of material evidences, where the traits that differed were not so much relied upon. They were not so much noticed, and they were rather more prominent in the whole assemblage. That was rather neglected. Similarly, when the hunt for the new sites were there, so in the Ganga, Yamuna, Doab, and in the adjoining area, to the west of Yamuna and also to the east of Ganga, beyond that, Doab area also, many sites were discovered, which were not considered as Harappan, but that was not. But whether they enjoyed some kind of some kind of relationship with their elite neighbors, or that is Harappans, it is that question was not answered because most of the sites were not excavated at the time, and even till now, very few sites have been excavated. But when at Hastinapur, when the earliest pottery was found below the painted graver levels, it was given a descriptive term in the absence of more suitable name. So that was it was called ochre colored pottery. But the problem was this ochre colored pottery was described in a way it was not. It was powdery and it left ochre color on touch on the hands, and it was ill-fired. It was also it was found in secondary context and not in the primary context. Context. But this concept actually defines only a specific condition of deposition of that material and not uh, uh, a deliberate a deliberate manufacturing skill or effort. So it appears to be a misnomer. But still, many other sites in Western Uttar Pradesh, many, I mean, they were not, they were found or some were chance discovered, like Lal Killa, Bahadrabad, Ambakhedi, in Saharanpur district, and I mean in Western Uttar Pradesh, but in different areas, they yielded pottery which had which had painted decorations in black. So that basically makes them black on red ware, which is which also was a Harappan ware, black on red ware, and also showed well fired pottery, and some of them they produced some other articles also along with pottery, though very few varieties were found, and they were not considered as Harappan, nor they were considered as OCP, but there was a trend, there was an urgency to place them in kind of somewhat related to late Harappan. So that was a kind of a term coined, late Harappan. So this late Harappan term was not defined very clearly in terms of very definitive terms. So when we look at this, the maps, I mean, the distribution of sites, they from early Harappan settlements, they show a kind of concentration of sites in certain pockets, but most of the other areas, they are devoid of settlements, devoid of any. But as we move in time from early Harappan to the mature Harappan, they appear to be there appears to be a shift from west to east, and this trend is considered like other contemporary settlements were not known, they were not existing either, or they were missed out. So now I come back to this region particularly, where the Doab region, the upper Doab, where lot many sites were excavated. Some of them, like from top, we start from this the Badagaon, and nearby was Ambakhedi, then Bahadrabad, Hulas, Chandan, Alamgirpur. I'm going to focus on these sites to basically establish a kind of situation where the OCP or the late Harappan, which are not well defined in terms of cultural material, other culture other than the pottery. So those sites, we need to assess their material, and then I'll go to, because there is one recent site, that is Sakatpur Mas, has been excavated in 1617, which I excavated. So I'll be focusing there on the material from Sakatpur for comparing the material from all the other sites. So Alamgirpur was excavated in 1958 to 60 the first time, and then again in 2008. It was found as there were certain Harappan elements were found. It was considered as, at that time, it was considered as the easternmost extension of Harappan Empire. That lies in between Yamuna and Ganga, and that was the easternmost extension. But that the whole assemblage, from the whole assemblage of the pottery that was recovered from this site, only about 10%. That in 1989, Y.D. Sharma, the excavator, himself noted that only 10% of the material is of Harappan affinity, and the remaining 90% is about is of Bada cultural material or local culture, which is OCP, as it was later attested by Mr. Singh who excavated the site in 2008 and 13. Here also the dates for the lowest dates that 2600 to 2200 BC was established. Here they did not find any kind of OCP, a separate horizon for OCP or late Harappan. But second phase was there was an overlap noticed in the second excavation of with PGW and Harappan. But unfortunately, there are no dates available for painted graver level from this site. But the point to remember is only 10% of the material was of Harappan affinity, and remaining 90% of the material in pottery and other things were of local origin. Similarly, at Hulas, which was excavated in 1978, the pottery was declared. The site itself was declared as a Harappan Harappan site with typically painted Harappan ware. The typically painted Harappan ware is black and red ware, and as well as non-Harappan wares, which they have called at Bara, and definitely there is some element of OCP also. The dates, this similar kind of dates are available from Hulas also, but from these two sites, few Harappan characters in the script, the script that we call Harappan script, some of the characters were found engraved at Alamgirpur on some terracotta lids, and at Hulas one small ceiling was found. So these were the convincing evidences to call them Harappan, although majority of the pottery was not of non-Harappan origin. Badagaon was in Saharanpur district, was excavated in 60s by M.N. Deshpande ji, and here also the Harappan ware, they identified Harappan ware because, and they with the unslipped ochre colored ware also. So that was another find where a site where this similar kind of situation was occurring. Harappan ware, some of the pottery was called Harappan, and rest of the pottery was ochre color or of the local origin. So the other among other finds, because this site also produced some other finds, which included one copper ring and some material they painted pottery, which was similar to, that was black on red ware, which was considered as Harappan. So it was the painted black on red ware shirts were supposed were taken as Harappan pottery, and other remains, the mustika, which had been found at Harappan, Mohenjo-daro, and all the Harappan sites, they were also found here. Wheel, terracotta wheels, copper bangles here, the copper bangles, and a churred blade here. In this case, from Badagaon, a solitary example of churred blade was found, and churred definitely occurs among the Harappan favorite material, and there is incised ring stands for supporting the pottery. These were found from Badagaon. Then Ambakhedi, Saharanpur also was excavated, and here the ochre colored ware from was found without painting, but the pottery was similar, was compared with Tranjikheda and Badrabad, but it differed in shapes. Some of the shapes were not available at Badrabad and Tranjikheda, and the material had some affinity with Alamgirpur, Bada, Badagaon, and Rupar. That is again the affinity. We cannot be sure whether this affinity was for those 10% of Alamgirpur pottery, that is Harappan pottery, or the local wares. So it appears it was all for the local wares that affinity was found here. The carnelian bead, one solitary carnelian bead was found here, and some other terracotta objects that, and cakes, mustikas, and idli shaped cakes were found, saddle quern and other remains were found from Amkhedi. So this is the pottery type which we'll see later on when we come to the as newly excavated sites, that these are pottery shapes are very common to those sites also. And they differ in shape from Harappan types. The Bahadrabad was accidentally excavated during the construction of Ganga Canal near Haridwar, and from here the pottery was collected, which was not Harappan, and various shapes and fabric here were very much similar to the other, were from other OCP sites, OCP pottery shapes and fabrics. Lal Killa in Bulandshahr, that is in lower, in the middle Doab region in Bulandshahr district, all the painted black on red ware pottery was found from here, but which was not like the Harappan, which differed in shapes from Harappans, and it was considered non-Harappan pottery, non-Harappan black on red ware. And the next site, all the above sites that we have, only Hulas and Alamgirpur were dated to 2500 BC to 2000 BC roughly. That was the time gap which conformed to the Harappan, mature Harappan phase, and rest of the sites were not dated. So now we come to Madhavpur, a site which was from where 32 copper anthropomorphs were discovered, and later on it was subjected to excavation by other sections. And here OCP pottery was reported, and recently it was a carbon sample was dated from the beta ink, and the date that has come, a solitary date that confirms to 2100 BC, around 2100 to 2200 BC. That is also part of the later half of the maturity of Harappan times in time frame, although the site has produced OCP and copper hold equipments. These are the copper hold and the pottery types which are non-Harappan. Another hoard was found in that in the middle of Doab in Muzaffarnagar district, where only gold, a lot of gold was recovered in chance discovery, and later the excavation was conducted, but not late potteries and other potteries were found. These are the gold and silver ornaments that were recovered in chance discovery. Then we come to Sinauli in Bagpur district, very close to Yamuna. In 2000, in the earlier excavation in 2004-5, 125 graves were excavated with a variety of objects, and they were considered to be, the site was defined as Harappan, late Harappan, with no scientific date at that time. But the material was a lot of one antenna sword was found, some copper implements and steatite and paste beads, stone beads also were found from this site. But later on, it was revisited in recent times in 1617, and from here, the sensational find of chariot was reported. It had made a huge interest. It has created a huge interest in archaeology of this area, and a lot of attempts have been made to, to equate it with the fanciful Mahabharata time. Although, but the pottery here again is similar to what we have seen at Ambakhedi or other OCP sites. These are the finds from recent excavations at Sinauli. During the same period, around 1617, at another chance discovery near at the site of Chandayan in Vadaur district, the similar kind of pottery, the flaring out rames and other pots were found, along with a half portion of a supposed crown in copper, with carnelian beads and other decoratives, and faience bead also was found here. These finds also, I mean, this also was a find, a crown, Rath, and all this in Bharat region that has created quite a flutter. Now, just east to the, I mean, east of Ganga, across the Hastinapur side in district Bijnor, a horde of 78 objects of copper were found as a chance discovery, which was studied by me in 1617. And it was a large horde of almost 55 pots and remaining equipments like saws, choppers, spearheads, stiletto sword, a mirror, and rest all were the pottery types like goblets, handis, and dishes, and frying pans. These were also dated. These finds were dated to around 2300 BC to 2200 BC from two dates from Beta Lab. Two samples were dated from Beta Lab. Then again, now I come to again a chance discovery, which was made in 2006 of 6 copper axes. And later on, this prompted us to excavate the site, as here the material was found in a deposit which contained certain potteries also. So we excavated this area. We went to the site. It was a brick field. So I conducted a small scale excavation here. So this was the find spot. You can see the dot here is the find spot, and this area was used for making bricks. So already it has been dug, and only small portion, this portion was available for excavation. So we carried out our excavation here, laying out small trenches. We modified the trench sizes here only to 3 meter by 3 meter, and cut area. I mean, the area actual excavated inside trenches were 2 meters, leaving around 50 centimeter block all around. So making it a very small excavation, but it turned out to be a very good excavation in terms of material that it has thrown at us. The excavation was very small, almost only about 70 square meters, but it revealed a single phase deposit of pottery, which includes black on red ware, bichrome decorations, incised decorations, reserve slipped shirts, and plain red ware shirts. Among the artifacts are beads in stone, steatite, fans, gold, and terracotta. Then mushtikas in terracotta, animal figurines in terracotta, marbles in terracotta, stones, saddle, and coins, etc., were very important from this side. So it has produced a variety of objects, and in different materials. A bead of chocolate brown base with white rings on the periphery of on either face was kind of a was made in faience, and it imitates the edged carnelian beads, which was so popular in the Harappan. In the lowest level here, we found a pit which was basically, I mean, two conjoined circles, but it made one single unit. Although we could not establish whether it was used as a residential pit or not, because we could not find here any kind of plaster or any suggestion. But inside this pit, lot of material was found which contained pottery, as well as some strange indeterminate objects that we later termed as devta. I'll show you why we call it devta. And near the fine spot of those 6 copper axes, in the area, the trench next to it, we also found some copper implements here, basically ornaments, a bunch of bangles, and a bunch of rings. Here, the rings are within this bangle, and here there are more bangles tied within a bangle. So these were found, establishing perhaps that the copper cells and all this were found from the same level. The pottery and association of the copper cells that were here very well established. There were altogether 14 bangles tied together with the help of an open-end bangle, and here the two rings, spiral rings within a bangle, were found from the trenches. Then kind of this kind of objects, plenty of these objects were found from this site, and similar object was also reported from Hulas and Bana. But here, the number of these are like more than 10 to 15 objects have been found from this site. It is very unique, and we try to call it Devta, and that is in the absence of any valid justification for, or I mean utility of for these objects. We called it Devta. We termed it Devta. It may not be, the day may come when we find its use, purpose, and that then perhaps we will be able to define it more clearly. Then from this site, we found 5 kilns. One, this the top one here. It is actually very similar to the bhar for roasting the cereals. It had supports, props for supporting the pots that are fixed, usually fixed for roasting the grains and puffing the grains and all. And these type of 4 other kilns were found, which were we found that perhaps were used for making fans. The pottery types here, a kind of footed, this is the base of a pot here with grooved lines, and these kind of pots were also many in number. The solitary example of a bichrome pottery is here with black and kind of white painted pattern, and some other kinds. The incised pottery here, and very interestingly, one pot here which had a rim on top here and also at the bottom. And this kind of pottery also was found in, many pieces of such pots were found from the excavation. Ring stands, plenty of numerous ring stands, and rusticated large storage pots, sherds with rustication. The grooved and incised pottery, the pieces of with rustication and mud applique kind of pottery here. Variety of pottery. This is kind of reserve slip kind of thing, where the slip has been removed by the combing, and it appears that there was a basal layer also, and the top black was removed by the combing method. This is kind of reserve slip kind of pottery here. And finally, the objects, other material, the microbeads of gold, terracotta bangles, and most importantly, from this side we have got glass material also. The 2 pieces of glass bangles here, in black color, and these are the glass beads, the micro beads in glass, which are a very important find from this site. This could be the earliest appearance of glass in any archaeological context, and this site has been dated, so it is a dated find of glass. Other objects, miniature pots, the toy cart wheels with some kind of impressions of the spokes here were shown with depression. Beads in terracotta, balls, sling balls or marbles, whatever, and kind of a variety of animal figurines have been found. These are like the 8 small pieces, broken pieces of animal figurines, which may not be proper. It may not be proper to identify them with the animal, but yes, certainly this has got horns here. It has got a hump here. It has got no hump, but the tail appears of a different kind, and some other animals which are in kind of the bull, the hind side of the bull. All these figurines do tell about the society out there. Bone elements, implements, some kind of a spatula, kind of some spacer kind of thing, a point, a fan shaped point basically, and flattish, and these are the three arrowheads. These were found from the site, and then the stone beads, the semi-precious stone beads, a variety of them, and fortunately we could also find a small chip of the raw material. So perhaps the raw material was coming to the site, and some of these material was being made here also, and a variety of faience beads, tubular beads of faience segmented, and this is the imitation of this kind of carnelian bead here. And this is in faience, and all these beads are faience, and this is a reconstruction of this piece on the basis of the drill hole and the proportions. This could have been in original shape like this. These are the faience finds, and then we come to the mustikas. The mustikas here, they with finger impressions, and there are a few pieces of this ovoid kind of disc, which at Birana were termed as idli shaped disc, terracotta cakes. These were also found from this site. Interestingly, this site has not produced any of the cookwares. This is the site, and this site has not produced any cookware. So, on the analysis of the material, it is suggested that this site was only an industrial area of the settlement, and the settlement lies beneath this village, which is in contour, which is at least 2 meters higher than this site. And very interestingly, on this site, which was also a brick field, we found certain evidences which may suggest that this here on the western side of this settlement, to the slightly to the southwest, there was perhaps a burial area, because in the next slide, I'm showing this, the mandible and some other human bones were found, which were obviously discarded by the bricklayers while making bricks. So these were the pottery which was collected from that area, from this area, which could have been the necropolis of that settlement. And this was the industrial area where we excavated, and the settlement is beneath the present habitation. So this is what we have found here in this. But when we compare the pottery and other things, this generates a kind of personality to this the entire. I mean, because the pottery is quite similar to what we have found from Amkhedi, Badagaon, Lal Killa, Hulas, Alamgirpur, and in all this region, we have found similar kind of pottery, but which was termed differently. Sometimes at Harappan, within the Harappan Pale, sometimes in the late Harappan Pale, and sometimes as OCP. But now it makes a case because now the pottery is also accompanied by a certain amount of material which can be compared, and which can be taken to make a complete personality of the site and of the culture, because the pottery does not alone make a culture. When we combine it with the other material, what kind of beads, what kind of other articles are found from any site which are associated directly with the pottery, then we can make a culture out of it. And here from this side, this is this could be possible because we had, from a very small area, we had taken um, every every Tesla of that the earth was washed, and then we obtained the micro beads, even micro beads of gold and faience. Some are so small that one can hardly hold them with a pinch of fingers. So, and from here, from this side, we also dated two charcoal samples, the grain samples basically, uh, from through the beta lab, and these both the samples, they fall within this 1955 to 2000 BC approximate. So both the dates are of the same similar range, 1955 to 1956 BCE. So these are, and now when we compare these dates, so the appearance of glass, that clearly makes it 2000 year BC glass, and other finds also. And these material, although we may find similarity of uh, certain finds some kind of affinity or similarity, but it is definitely not the Harappan kind. And all the material, not even pottery, all the other material appears to be of Harappan, because we have been knowing only Harappans as using these things. They because they were sitting on the source and all that. But finding all these things at this site and in this region particularly, it shows how the net how the material moved from one place to another, and how different societies, different culture people were using the same source material, and but they were creating different kind of objects out of them for their own basic, their own uses, different uses, because they were not these materials that we have found in this area. They are not kind of standardized things, but they are using similar kind of material that the Harappans use. So there may be a case that yes, Harappans were not the fearless kind of people. There were certain other people living around with a similar or influenced kind of material culture, and the dark age, the concepts of dark age that were lurking around can be dispelled very easily, because now we have got we have things, we have enough material to fill in that gap. So the issues that come out of these discussions are basically that late Harappan, mature Harappan, late mature Harappan, OCP, or even Bada. These all these issues, they get compound because due to the usage of basically we have used different terms to denote the archaeological culture, and also due to the lack of lack of definitions and scientific dates, and also perhaps due to the tendency to name the culture on the basis of pottery or the site from it was first found. So when we say Bara affinity, that Bara goes to the Punjab and lower Himachal area. From there to this, the long connectivity, long range. So it is basically is not correct. That somehow hampers our understanding and conceptualizing the whole issue. And the need at the hour is to draw a set of parameters to define a culture. The late Harappan, Bara, OCP has yet to evolve kind of variable based cultural or criteria. We do not have what is Bara, what is, if somebody asked me what is late Harappan, what is Bara, what is OCP, we don't have that kind of set parameters that these kinds of things are called Bara, OCP or late Harappan. We only think that there are kind of defined with a negative variable. If it is not like this, if it is not Harappan, then it may be Bara or OCP or later. So that has to be some new draw a new set of parameters have to be defined for identification of this culture. And sites like Sakatpur and Sinoli may help in doing this in a very firm manner. So in this study, the differences needs to be highlighted instead of the instead of drawing similarities or parallels, so that if we want to come out of that Harappan Bale mindset, then we need to, because in India, material culture is not so prominent as it was in the West, and we need to highlight the other aspects which are found in this region and in the region towards east. So the suggestions would be the more scientific dates are required for better understanding, more emphasis on the underlying continuity in objects other than type pottery or artifacts, simple and character-based identification and nomenclature to be formulated and used, an emphasis on the study of traits that differ in order to define the culture. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. That's all from my side.
Yes, sir. So,
Thank you very much,
Mani
sir. It
sahab,
was a nice presentation.
yes, sir. Alkesh Javeri ji, please.
Yes, sir.
Please present the intro of Bhuvan Sarva, Dr. Bhuvan Vikram sir, Dr. Bhuvan Vikram sir.
Okay, I would introduce him. It's really a pleasure,
Yes.
sir, on my end to introduce a eminent personality like Dr. Bhuvan, because I am not that level person, but still Mr. Sir Misra sir has given me an opportunity. I would introduce Dr. Bhuvan Verma, who has done his master degree from RML Awadh University and has done the diploma in archaeology from India, IA New Delhi. He joined Archaeological Survey of India in 1997 and has more than 35 research papers. His main concern, as I saw from the presentation, is more on Indus Valley civilization. So he is like unfolding the pages of Indus Valley civilizations one by one and trying to bring the real picture of the Indus Valley civilization. So, and he has also done his PhD in decline of Indus Valley civilization. So he is a really great scholar, and we will get more and more information from his research. With this, I end my words. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhuvan sir, for listening to me, and I'm really thankful to Mr. Sir Sharmaji and organizers to introduce a great personality like Dr. Bhuvan Kumar. Thank you very much.
Dr.
Sorry, sir, I cannot come
we are
on
many.
video because I just woke up and Sharmaji asked me to do that. So whatever I could do, I just to present it up. So
Mr.
any
Javeri,
mistake, Dr. Bhuvan, please take from me, okay?
New Jersey, USA. Dr. B.R. Mani sahab, please conclude the session. Mani sahab.
I'm thankful to Dr. Bhuvan for giving an overview of the cultures and the development of new archaeological researches in Ganga Yamuna Doab. Very rightly, Dr. Bhuvan has pointed out, for further researches to understand the nomenclatures. In fact, students in particular, archaeologists as well as students in particular, they get confused when they get names on behalf of the cultures found at a type site. So, what is the difference between the type sites themselves and how the cultures are related with each other. That is a point on which the investigative studies are required. Now, there is a tendency, particularly for attaching everything to Harappan culture. And I think, if I'm not wrong, Bhuvan has tried to suggest that we have to not always say it's pre-Harappan, it is early Harappan, it is early mature Harappan, mature Harappan, late Harappan. In fact, the Indian culture was developing in the entire subcontinent, present day northwest part of the country, Pakistan, and also in the eastern areas uh, during the Chalcolithic times. And they were having interactions with each other. And that is how the cultural elements of one place has reached to another place. Cultural elements of one culture has reached to another. What we say late Harappan or the cultures around 1900 or 2000 BC in western UP, about which Dr. Bhuvan has given sufficient evidences. Uh, why should we call them late Harappan? They must have their own entity. As Chalcolithic cultures, they were developing, they had the tradition right from the days of Virana and Kunal and other sites in the Saraswati River Valley, down to the ages in the Ganga Yamuna Dwar. And then probably I, for the first time, listened to him about his excavations at Sakatpur, and very important evidences have come. Dr. Bhuvan had been associated with me in many excavations and other projects. He was uh, uh, one of the most important persons who worked in Ayodhya excavations, and with me he has also worked in other excavations, Iswania and Sarkisa and other places. So I know his capacity, I know about his great work and his capacity to for investigative research. So I thank you from the core of my heart, and for this very great presentation which you had given. And I definitely agree on many of the points which you tried to suggest. I think we'll have more discussions on these issues in future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Over to the organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Mani sir, for concluding this session. And thank you, Dr. Bhuvan Vikram sir, give a nice talk in this webinar on Ganga Yamuna Dwar. So thank you all of you, sir. Now next session, important session, folk theatre with a special reference to Gauri. Our
एक मिनट
eminent
Mr. Sasi.
teacher. Yes, sir.
Whatever the Bhuvan sir says is right. That's why we do research, and we have to adapt the new things. We cannot be stating on one landmark but we have to move towards, and that is the main purpose of the research and analysis. So we have to change from Harappan to another sites which we discover, and then we have to adapt it in our studies. That is my opinion. Everybody should adopt the new things. नई चीज को लेना चाहिए. अगर रिसर्च किया है किसी ने तो उसको समझना चाहिए और उसका फिर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं कि भाई ये ढूंढा तो यही है, 100 साल तक हम हड़प्पा पे ही बैठे रहे. अभी जो इंफॉर्मेशन एज में ये एक जगह पे हम बैठ के नहीं चल सकते. हमारा रिसर्च डायनामिक्स के साथ चलना चाहिए. And even the same thing should be taught in the colleges also. That this was the research and this has been changed and these are the changes. So you have to adopt the changes. Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving me 2 minutes.
So our next eminent speaker, Dr. Lucky Hussain, Director, Bharatiya Lok Kala Mandal, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Chairperson, Professor Kamlesh Sharma, formerly Professor and Head, History, Tradition and Culture, VM Open University, Kota, Rajasthan. Welcome, sir, Dr. Lucky Hussain, sir, and Madam Professor Kamlesh Sharma, Madam. Oh, I am request to Professor Kamlesh Sharma, Madam, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Lucky Hussain. Madam Kamlesh Sharma. Kamlesh Sharma, Madam. हुसैन साहब,
आवाज आ रही है सर हमारी?
हाँ हाँ, अब सुनाई दिया पड़ रहा है. हाँ मैडम, हाँ मैडम इंट्रोडक्शन दें उनका, डॉक्टर लकी हुसैन साहब का.
डॉक्टर लईक हुसैन जयपुर में जन्मे. इकोनॉमिक्स ऑनर्स में एमए करने के बाद राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय से 1 वर्षीय नाट्य शास्त्र का डिप्लोमा किया और 3 वर्षीय फेलोशिप कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत मुस्लिम रीति रिवाजों में नाट्य तत्व विषय पर कार्य करते हुए अकादमी की युवा निर्देशकों की सहायता योजना के अंतर्गत जम्मू और कश्मीर, दिल्ली में प्रस्तुत किए. और इन्होंने पीएचडी की है भारतीय रंग परंपरा में अंत अनुशासनीय तत्वों का विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन. डॉक्टर लईक हुसैन ने 25 नाटकों में अभिनय किया है, जो लगभग 60 नाटकों की परिकल्पना के साथ 50 नाटकों का निर्देशन करने के अलावा बच्चों और बड़ों के 25 नाटक लिखे हैं. 3 दशकों से डांग, सिद्धि और भील आदिवासियों के साथ विशेष कार्य कर नाट्य प्रस्तुतियां तैयार की हैं. आप पिछले 30 वर्षों से उदयपुर के भीम आदिवासियों के साथ गवरी शैली में कार्य कर रहे हैं तथा इस शैली में अनेक नाट्य तैयार किया, जिनको देखकर देश सभी राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नाट्य समारोह में मंचन हुआ है. और इन्होंने 20 वर्षों से कुचामणी ख्याल शैली, तुर्रा कलंगी के साथ कार्य किया है और इनके द्वारा निर्देशित 4 नाटक भारत रंग महोत्सव जैसे प्रसिद्ध समारोह में हो चुके हैं. और आप राष्ट्रीय नाट्य विद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित थिएटर ओलंपिक के उद्घाटन एवं समापन समारोह के समन्वयक एवं कोरियोग्राफी भी कर चुके हैं. और पिछले 10 वर्षों से आप राजस्थान की धागा पुतली पर कार्य कर रहे हैं. कठपुतली कार्य का उदाहरण उल्लेखनीय है और इनका एकमात्र ऐसा संग्रहालय है, पुतली संसार है, जो देश का शायद एकमात्र संग्रहालय है. और कठपुतली नाटक स्वामी विवेकानंद के अमेरिका में 5, कनाडा में 6, मलेशिया में 3, सिंगापुर में 4 तथा यूके में 12 प्रदर्शन हो चुके हैं. और पश्चिम क्षेत्र सांस्कृतिक केंद्र द्वारा पिछले 30 वर्षों से लगभग सभी बड़े समारोह की परिकल्पना आदि का कार्य किया है. भारत सरकार ने आयोजित शिल्प मेले में इनकी लोक तरंगी की इन्होंने साज सज्जा की है और इन्होंने आपको डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी नारायण दुबे सम्मान, पाटलिपुत्र सम्मान, अमन सम्मान, डॉक्टर चतुर्भुज सम्मान राजस्थान सरकार द्वारा आदिवासी लोक नृत्य नाट्य शैली के लिए 14 अगस्त 2015 को राजकीय सम्मान प्रेमचंद सम्मान से सम्मानित किया गया है। आपको 15 अगस्त 2021 को भी राजकीय सम्मान प्राप्त हुआ है। और स्वागत है आपका डॉक्टर लईक हुसैन। और थोड़ा विषय से हटके ये आपको उद्बोधन देंगे गवरी, शायद गवरी डांस पे।
नमस्कार मैडम कमलेश जी, स्पंद जी और जितने लोग पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, आप सभी का स्वागत है। इनफैक्ट मैंने एक पीपीटी तैयार की थी जो मैं दिखाना चाहता था, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि हम अपने सेशन से करीब 1.5 घंटा लेट चल रहे हैं, तो मैं पीपीटी नहीं दिखा करके सिर्फ इसको शॉर्ट में ही अपनी बात कहना चाहूँगा, ताकि आने वाले सेशन जो है वो टाइमली तो शुरू नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे लगता है कि टाइम पर खत्म हो पाएंगे, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा शॉर्ट में ही बात करूंगा।
सर आप अपना पीपीटी दिखा सकें तो दिखाइए, समय है।
मुझे लगता है बहुत लंबा हो जाएगा, तो मैं छोड़ देता हूँ।
नहीं ये
इसी के लिए तो इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
राजस्थान का गवरी नृत्य और ये थोड़ा अच्छा टॉपिक है, तो
अच्छा
आप अपनी पीपीटी दिखा सकते हैं।
पीपीटी दिखाइए यदि हो तो।
देखिए
अरे सर वरना हमारी उदयपुर का गौरी के लिए तो मैं सुबह उठे हम अमेरिका में।
यदि हो सके सर जरूर दिखाएं सर। अब समय की बात नहीं है, समय तो हो जाएगा सर, समय की बात नहीं है जी।
दरअसल मुझे भी कहीं निकलना था 5 बजे, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा शॉर्ट में ही करना चाहूँगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। सबसे पहले तो मैं रंगमंच की जो परिकल्पना है उसके बारे में ही बात करना चाहूँगा कि रंगमंच की परिकल्पना आई कहाँ से, क्योंकि मैं लास्ट में गौरी पर आऊँगा, लेकिन रंगमंच की परिकल्पना कहाँ से आई। तो मेरा अपना मानना ये है कि ये प्रिमिटिव स्टेज में जब मानव था, यानी आखेट युग में जब मानव था, तभी से रंगमंच की परिकल्पना प्रारंभ हुई, क्योंकि रंगमंच कम्युनिकेशन का या संवाद स्थापित करने का एकमात्र ऐसा साधन है जो बहुत ही सशक्त प्रकार से संवाद स्थापित करता है। उसका कारण यह है कि रंगमंच एकमात्र ऐसी कला है जिसमें समस्त कलाओं का समावेश होता है। तो जितने सशक्त तरीके से रंगमंच अपनी बात कह सकता है, वो शायद दूसरी कलाओं के माध्यम से कही तो जाती है, क्योंकि बाकी सारी कलाएं अपने आप में पूर्ण है, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि वो सारी कलाएं पूर्ण होने के बावजूद भी रंगमंच संपूर्ण है, क्योंकि समस्त कलाएं इसमें सम्मिलित होती हैं। तो मैं अपनी बात शुरू कर रहा हूँ भारत में जो है रंगमंच को लेकर के, कि रंगमंच को लेकर के बहुत पहले से ही, प्राचीन समय से ही, यानी भारत से भी पहले रंगमंच हमारे यहाँ रहा है। और रंगमंच हमारे यहाँ जो था वो मंदिरों में या संप्रेषण के माध्यम से चौक चौराहों पे हमेशा हुआ करता था। ऐसा माना जाता है कि 11वीं सदी तक, यानी 11वीं सदी तक हमारे यहाँ संस्कृत थिएटर बहुत ज़बरदस्त तरीके से फ्लरिश हुआ था, और विदेशी आक्रांताओं के आक्रमण के कारण 11वीं सदी के बाद संस्कृत थिएटर विलुप्त की कगार पर चला गया। तो उसमें शायद ये संभव हो सकता है क्योंकि हम जिस तरीके से ये कहा जाता है कि हम सोने की चिड़िया थे या हम विश्व गुरु थे, तो मेरा मानना ये है कि विश्व गुरु होने की अवधारणा शायद ये रही होगी कि हमारे पास ज्ञान का बहुत सारा भंडार था, और वो ज्ञान जो था हमारे पास में बाकी विश्व से बहुत ज़्यादा था। हम कलाओं के मामले में संपन्न थे। अगर हम चारों वेदों की बातें करें तो ज्ञान की बात करते हैं, वो जो दूसरी जगह नहीं थे। और उसके बाद में 4 वेद के बाद में जो है पंचम वेद की जो परिकल्पना भरत मुनि ने की नाट्य शास्त्र के रूप में, तो वो एक और एक अलग से ज्ञान की बात करता है। तो संस्कृत थिएटर 11वीं सदी में किसी तरह विलुप्त होता है और 14वीं सदी में अचानक से जो है वो लोक नाट्य परंपराएं नजर आने लगती है हमारे यहाँ पर। तो उसका कारण संभवतः ये रहा होगा कि 11वीं सदी से 14वीं सदी आते आते शायद देश में ये हुआ होगा कि स्थिरता आने लगी होगी, और स्थिरता आने के कारण या देश में वो जो आक्रांता आ रहे थे या जो विदेशी आक्रांताओं के जो आक्रमण हो रहे थे शायद कम हुए थे। तो थोड़ी स्थिरता के कारण तो जो संस्कृत थिएटर के लोग थे अपनी कलाओं को बचाने के लिए शायद दूर दराज के इलाकों में चले गए, और ऐसे इलाकों में चले गए जहां वो आक्रांता उन तक नहीं पहुंच पाए या नहीं पहुंच सकते थे। और खासकर वो ऐसी जगह पर गए जहां बहुत ही रिमोट हो सकती थी या बहुत ही दूर दराज या गांव के इलाके थे। तो वहां जाकर के उन्होंने अपनी कलाओं को बचाए रखने के उद्देश्य से इन कलाओं का अभ्यास प्रारंभ रखा, और वो जो कलाओं का अभ्यास प्रारंभ रखा तो नेचुरली वहाँ की भाषाओं के साथ में, वहाँ के समाज के साथ में, वहाँ की संस्कृति के साथ में घुल मिल गए। और जैसे ही वो उन सारी कलाओं के साथ में घुल मिल गए या उन सारी उस संस्कृति के साथ में घुल मिल गए, तो जो संस्कृत थिएटर का जो प्रारूप था वो लोक भाषाओं में या स्थानीय भाषाओं में या स्थानीय संस्कृति के साथ में जुड़ करके एक लोक नाट्य का रूप लेता चला गया। और इसीलिए हम देखते हैं कि 14वीं सदी में अचानक भारतवर्ष में, पूरे भारत में, यानी कि अलग अलग राज्यों में अलग अलग प्रकार के लोक नाट्य सामने आते हैं, देखने को आते हैं। लेकिन हाँ, संस्कृत नाट्य परंपरा की अगर बात की जाए तो संस्कृत नाट्य परंपरा अभी तक थोड़ी बहुत हद तक केरल में कृष्णाटम और कुडियाट्टम के रूप में जीवित है। अगर आप शोरनोर या गुरुवायूर जैसी जगह जाते हैं केरल में, तो वहाँ कुतुमलम करके आपको एक नाट्य मंडप मिलते हैं जो संस्कृत नाट्य मंडप के उदाहरण है, और वो जबरदस्त उदाहरण रहे हैं। तो और उसकी परंपरा को आगे चलाने के लिए कावलम नारायण पणिक्कर जैसे दिग्गज नाट्य निर्देशक और लेखक रहे हैं। अभी कुछ ही समय पहले उनका स्वर्गवास हुआ। तो संस्कृत थिएटर की वो परंपरा सिर्फ केरल तक ही सीमित हो गई, लेकिन लोकनाट्य परंपरा पूरे भारत में 14वीं सदी में अचानक सामने आई, और जो बाद में 20वीं सदी तक बहुत ही फ्लरिश होती रही। इसका जैसे मैं राजस्थान की बात करूं तो राजस्थान में ही अपने आप में बहुत सारी लोकनाट्य परंपराएं सामने आती है, जिनमें कुचामणी ख्याल है, शेखावटी ख्याल है, जोधपुरी ख्याल है, जयपुरी ख्याल है या उदयपुरी ख्याल है। दरअसल ये ख्याल शैली एक थी, लेकिन वो अलग अलग स्थानों पर अलग अलग लोगों द्वारा अलग अलग भाषाओं में की जा रही थी, इसलिए उस स्थान के नाम के साथ में जुड़ती चली गई। तो एक तो हमारे यहाँ ख्याल चली रही है, ख्याल का मतलब ही अपने आप में खेल से होता है, और खेल का मतलब है जैसे कि इंग्लिश में प्ले कहा जाता है, परफॉर्मेंस को प्ले कहा जाता है, ड्रामा परफॉर्मेंस को, तो प्ले है। उसी तरीके से राजस्थान में ख्याल या ख्याल कहा जाता है। ख्याल की बात अगर हम संगीत में करें तो एक ख्याल जो है वो गायन भी है, और ख्याल ही जो है उसको करने वाले जो कलाकार हैं उनको खिलाड़ी कहा जाता है राजस्थान में, ख्याल के कलाकारों को। और इसमें लच्छी राम जी बहुत बड़े ख्याल के कलाकार हुए हैं, और उनके बाद में उगमराज जी बहुत बड़े सिद्धहस्त कलाकार हुए। एक समय ऐसा था कि उगमराज जी के दल में, एक ही दल में 5 संगीत नाटक अकादमी अवार्डी हुआ करते थे। तो आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि वो ग्रुप कितना सशक्त रहा होगा। और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ ये, मैंने उगमराज जी की परफॉर्मेंसेस देखी, करीब 10 या 12 वर्ष पहले उनका स्वर्गवास हुआ। उनकी परफॉर्मेंस मैंने देखी है, क्या अद्भुत परफॉर्मेंस हुआ करती थी। मेलों में या जो ये पशु मेले होते हैं उनमें या और भी कई जगह वो परफॉर्मेंसेस किया करते थे। उनकी सबसे अच्छी बात जो उगमराज जी की थी, मैं गवरी में बाद में आऊँगा, पहले राजस्थान के दूसरे लोक नाट्य परंपराओं की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो उनकी सबसे अच्छी बात ये थी कि वो जब मेकअप करके स्टेज पर आते थे तो आप यकीन नहीं कर सकते थे कि वो कौन है, क्योंकि वो स्त्री पात्र किया करते थे। और क्योंकि स्त्री पात्र जब करते थे तो बड़ा अद्भुत हुआ करता था कि आप जज नहीं कर पाते थे कि ये वास्तव में एक पुरुष है या स्त्री है। और इस बात के लिए जो आपको 2 उदाहरण देना चाहूँगा। एक बार वो हैदराबाद में, तेलंगाना में परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे थे, बहुत पुरानी बात है। तो जब वो वहाँ पर परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे थे तो उस परफॉर्मेंस के दौरान जो है वो बेगम साहिबा, निज़ाम साहब की बेगम साहिबा कहीं जो है बालकनी से पर्दे की ओर से उनकी परफॉर्मेंस को देख रही थी। और वो उस परफॉर्मेंस को देखने के बाद में इतनी प्रभावित हुई कि उन्होंने अपनी बांदी को जो है एक हार दिया और कहा कि वो जो औरत है जो वो फलाना पात्र कर रही थी उसको जाकर के दीजिए और कहिए कि ये बेगम साहिबा ने भेजा है। आप वो बहुत ही खुश हुई आपकी परफॉर्मेंस से। तो वो जब बांदी उस हार को लेकर के आई तो और जब गमराज जी को दिया तो गमराज जी ने उस हार को लेने से मना कर दिया। तो जब कारण बांदी ने पूछा तो उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए, मैं बेगम साहबा को भ्रम हुआ है, मैं दरअसल पुरुष हूँ, मैं स्त्री नहीं हूँ। मुझे अच्छा लगा कि वो मेरी प्रस्तुति से या मेरे अभिनय से बहुत ही प्रभावित हुई है, लेकिन मैं स्त्री नहीं हूँ, उनको वापस जा कर के दे दीजिए। तो ये एक बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त उदाहरण रहा है। दूसरा उदाहरण ये था कि हुकमराज जी परफॉर्मेंस करने के बाद जब बैक स्टेज में जाते थे या ग्रीन रूम में जाते थे तो लोग उनसे मिलना चाहते थे। और बड़ी अद्भुत बात यह है कि उनसे मिलने के लिए टिकट लगता था। मतलब उनसे मिलने के लिए अगर आपको मिलना है तो टिकट खरीदिए और जाकर के उनसे मिलिए, बात करिए, फ़ोटो खिंचाइए, इस तरीके की चीज़ें हुआ करती थी। तो हमारे यहाँ पर राजस्थान में कुचामणी ख्याल एक बहुत अद्भुत परंपरा रही है। उसके अलावा हमारे यहाँ रम्मतें हुआ करती थी। रम्मत जैसा शब्द से ही आप समझ सकते हैं, रम्मत का मतलब है रमना, यानी खेलना। अगेन खेल की बात है, राजस्थान में जो है नाटक को खेल की तरह लिया जाता था। तो हमारे यहाँ बीकानेर में रम्मतें रही हैं और वो रम्मतें जो है वो आचार्यों की रम्मतें और जोशियों की रम्मतें और पता नहीं कितनी रम्मतें बीकानेर में हुआ करती थी। एक रावलों की रम्मतें हुआ करती थी जो अनफॉर्चुनेटली आज से 25 साल पहले बंद हो गई है। और इसके अलावा जो है जयपुर में तमाशा जो है, जयपुर का तमाशा, लोग कहते हैं कि तमाशा तो जो महाराष्ट्र का होता है, लेकिन जयपुर में भी एक तमाशा शैली है जो करीब 300 साल पुरानी है। या फिर हम हाड़ौती में जाते हैं तो सहरिया जो आदिवासी हैं वो सहरिया स्वांग करते हैं। और अब हम उदयपुर में आते हैं तो उदयपुर में गवरी होती है। दरअसल क्या है कि राजस्थान को पूर्व में 6 सेक्टर्स में बांटा गया था। मैडम कमलेश ज़्यादा अच्छा जानती होंगी इसको। और वो जो 6 सेक्टर थे वो थे ढूंढार, हाड़ौती, शेखावाटी, मेवाड़, मारवाड़ और मेवात, ये सेक्टर हुआ करते थे। और इन सेक्टर्स की विशेषता ये थी कि यहाँ बिल्कुल ज्योग्राफिकल कंडीशंस अलग है, यहाँ भाषा अलग है, यहाँ खान पान अलग है, या वेशभूषा अलग है। तो देखा जाए तो राजस्थान अपने आप में, अगर इस तरीके से देखा जाए, संस्कृति के हिसाब से देखा जाए, भाषा या पहनावा या खान पान के हिसाब से देखा जाए, तो 6 देश अपने आप में देखने को मिलते हैं। यहाँ दरअसल जो है बिल्कुल लोगों की शारीरिक संरचना भी बिल्कुल अलग है। तो ये एक और अद्भुत चीज़ है। तो इसीलिए हर सेक्टर में कोई ना कोई लोकनाट्य राजस्थान में रहा है। गवरी की जब मैं बात करता हूँ तो गवरी बेसिकली क्या है कि भीलों का एक ज़बरदस्त फेस्टिवल है और आजकल ये फेस्टिवल चल भी रहा है। ये दरअसल जो ये फेस्टिवल है इसको मैं जो मेरी मान्यता है वो ये कि विश्व का कम्युनिटी थिएटर का इससे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल कहीं नहीं मिल सकता। उसका कारण यह है कि ये एकमात्र ऐसी फॉर्म है जो पूरी कम्युनिटी द्वारा की जाती है। इसके पीछे मान्यता ये है कि वकासुर करके एक राक्षस हुआ था और वकासुर ने जो है वो अपनी तपस्या से शिव जी को बहुत प्रसन्न किया। तो शिव जी को प्रसन्न करने के बाद जब शिव जी प्रसन्न हुए उसकी तपस्या से, तो शिव जी ने कहा भैया वर मांग, क्या मांगता है, इतनी तपस्या की है तो कुछ ना कुछ वर मांग। तो वकासुर ने शिवजी से उनका कड़ा मांगा जो उन्होंने अपने हाथ में पहना हुआ था, क्योंकि वकासुर को उस कड़े के बारे में पता था कि ये कड़ा जो है अगर किसी के सिर पर घुमा दिया जाए या किसी के सर पर आ जाता है तो वो व्यक्ति भस्म हो जाएगा। तो बकासुर ने शिव जी से कड़ा मांग लिया। शिव जी ने बड़े ही खुशी खुशी उस कड़े को बकासुर को दे दिया। बकासुर ने जैसे ही वो कड़ा प्राप्त किया, अब क्योंकि वो उसकी प्रवृत्ति तो राक्षसी थी, तो राक्षसी प्रवृत्ति होने के कारण उसके दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं देवी पार्वती घूमती थी। तो उसने सोचा मैं क्यों ना भगवान शिव को ही भस्म कर दूं और देवी पार्वती को प्राप्त कर लूं। तो देवी पार्वती को प्राप्त करने के उद्देश्य से वो भगवान शिव के पीछे दौड़ा कि मैं इनके सिर पे कड़े को घुमा देता हूँ और ये भस्म हो जाएंगे तो देवी पार्वती को प्राप्त कर पाऊंगा। तो उनके पीछे पीछे दौड़ता रहा और शिव जी आगे आगे दौड़ते रहे। ये दृश्य जो है वो स्वर्ग लोक में बैठे भगवान विष्णु देख रहे थे। भगवान विष्णु जो है मंद मंद मुस्काए और उसके बाद में उनको लगा कि भाई ये भोलेनाथ जो है स्वयं ही अपनी आपत्तियों को या अपने लिए कठिन स्थितियों को तैयार कर लेते हैं। अब इनको बचाना भी जरूरी है क्योंकि इन्होंने वचन दे दिया है और कड़ा दे दिया है, तो अब उस कड़े के वचन को तो बचाना ही पड़ेगा। तो भगवान विष्णु जो है वो मोहिनी रूप धारण करके और उन्होंने पृथ्वी पर प्रकट हुए और बिल्कुल सामने वकासुर के सामने खड़े हो गए। वकासुर भगवान विष्णु को मोहिनी रूप में देख करके बहुत ही प्रभावित हुआ और उसको लगा ये तो पार्वती से भी कहीं ज्यादा सुंदर स्त्री है। तो उसने अनुरोध किया कि मैं आपको से विवाह करना चाहता हूँ। तो मोहिनी रूपा विष्णु ने कहा कि ठीक है, लेकिन मेरी एक शर्त है कि उसके पहले विवाह से पहले आपको मेरे साथ नृत्य करना होगा। तो वकासुर ने कहा हाँ ठीक है। वो सहर्ष उसने स्वीकार कर लिया और नृत्य करने लगा। अब यहाँ दो बातें कही जाती है। एक तो ये कि नृत्य करते करते मोहिनी रूपा विष्णु ने वकासुर का हाथ जो है उठाया और वकासुर के सिर पर घुमा दिया और वकासुर भस्म हो गया। दूसरा वर्जन यह है कि नृत्य करते करते वकासुर इतना भाव विभोर हो गया कि उसने मोहिनी रूपा विष्णु को उठाया और अपने कंधे पर बिठा लिया। तो जब कंधे पर बिठा रहा था तो उस वक्त नेचुरली हाथ ऊपर हो गया और वो उसके सिर के ऊपर चला गया और क्योंकि कड़ा उसमें पहना हुआ था तो भस्म हो गया। तो जब भस्म होने लगा तो उसने शिव को पुकारा कि भगवान आपने तो कहा था कि मैं तो अमर रहूंगा, ये और लेकिन मैं तो मृत्यु को प्राप्त हो रहा हूँ, मेरी अमरता का वचन कहाँ गया। तो भगवान शंकर वापस आए और उन्होंने कहा कि भाई तुम अमर रहोगे और मैंने जो तुम्हें वचन दिया था तो मैं फिर से स्पष्ट करता हूँ कि तुम अमर रहोगे। तो वकासुर ने कहा कि भगवान कैसे, कि तुम गौरी के रूप में अमर रहोगे। अब ये जो गौरी के रूप में अमर रहोगे वाली जो बात है ये अपने आप में एक अद्भुत बात है। उसका कारण ये है कि भील आदिवासी लोग ये मानते हैं कि देवी पार्वती, जिसको वो गौरी भी कहते हैं, और गौरी जो है उसका अपभ्रंश होते होते वो गौरी हो गया है। तो उनका मानना यह है कि गौरी या देवी पार्वती हिमाचल राजा यानी हिमाचल के या हिम के पर्वतों के जो राजा थे उनकी बेटी थी। और आदिवासी ये मानते हैं कि ये सारे के सारे आदिवासी जो है या खासकर भील ये हिमाचल राजा के वंशज हैं। तो इनका मानना ये है कि देवी पार्वती ने भील कन्या के रूप में अवतार लिया था और भगवान शिव जो है उसको ब्याहने आए थे। तो इस मान्यता को लेकर के चलते हैं कि गौरी या पार्वती उनकी बेटी है और ये अपनी बेटियों की रक्षा के लिए, उसके समाज की रक्षा के लिए, उसके गांव की रक्षा के लिए, उसके पशुधन की रक्षा के लिए यानी हर प्रकार से ये अपनी पुत्री की, अपनी बहनों की, अपनी बेटियों की रक्षा करना चाहते हैं। तो रक्षाबंधन के दूसरे दिन, जिसको ये लोग ठंडी राखी कहते हैं, दरअसल ये जो मेन रक्षाबंधन होता है उस दिन राखी नहीं बांधते हैं, दूसरे दिन जिसको ठंडी राखी कहते हैं, उस दिन से ये गौरी का आह्वान करते हैं, प्रारंभ करते हैं। और गौरी जो प्रारंभ होती है वो पहले इन्हीं के गांव में उसी दिन प्रारंभ होती है, मतलब राखी के दूसरे दिन से प्रारंभ होती है। तो पहला दिन जो है वो इन्हीं के गांव में उसकी प्रस्तुति की जाती है। जिस गांव में गौरी ली जाती है उसी गांव में उसकी प्रस्तुति की जाती है। अब बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात ये है इस गौरी की कि ये गौरी ठंडी राखी से यानी रक्षाबंधन के एक दिन बाद से लेकर के 40 दिन तक सतत रूप से चलती रहती है। इसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई विघ्न नहीं आता, किसी प्रकार की कोई रुकावट नहीं आती है। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि उस गांव में जितने भी भील परिवार हैं, गमेती परिवार हैं, हर परिवार से एक व्यक्ति, और वो व्यक्ति ज्यादातर उस परिवार का मुखिया होता है, गौरी में भाग लेता ही लेता है। अब आप सोचिए कि हर परिवार का मुखिया 40 दिन तक जब गौरी में पार्टिसिपेट करता है तो उस परिवार के 40 दिन तक भरण पोषण की व्यवस्था का क्या होगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर ये जो लोग हैं वो दैनिक मजदूरी करने वाले लोग हैं या रोज कमाने और रोज खाने वाले लोग हैं। तो अब ऐसी स्थिति में अगर परिवार का मुखिया 40 दिन तक बाहर चला जाए तो परिवार पे क्या विपत्ति भी आएगी। तो लेकिन वहां कोई विपत्ति आती नहीं है। ये बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है। उसका कारण ये है कि उस गांव में जो भी कम्युनिटी है, जो भी समाज है, वो पूरा का पूरा समाज, प्रत्येक कम्युनिटी और जितने भी परिवार हैं उन सब परिवारों के 40 दिन तक भरण पोषण की जिम्मेदारी लेता है। मतलब उनको 40 दिन तक खाने पीने की किसी भी प्रकार की विपत्ति का सामना नहीं करना पड़ता। वो सारा इंतजाम, वो सारा बंदोबस्त पूरा का पूरा गांव मिलकर के करता है। चाहे वहाँ पे राजपूत हो, चाहे वहाँ पे बनिया हो, चाहे जैनी हो, चाहे मुस्लिम हो, कोई भी उस गांव में रहता हो, सब मिलकर के गौरी लेने वाले परिवार का भरण पोषण करते हैं। तो एक तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज ये है कि 40 दिन तक पूरा का पूरा गांव, और बड़ी और अच्छी बात यह है कि ये मेवाड़ में सिर्फ एक ही परिवार या एक ही गांव नहीं करता है, पता नहीं एक साथ कितने गांवों में गौरी ली जाती है। मैं 4-5 साल पहले पढ़ रहा था, बिफोर कोविड, तो मैंने देखा था कि करीब 35 गौरी एक साथ ली गई थी। और 35 गौरी का मतलब है 35 दल एक साथ मेवाड़ में प्रस्तुतियां देते हैं 40 दिन तक। और अच्छी बात ये बताता हूं कि अगर मान लीजिए उस गांव में 50 परिवार हैं भीलों के, तो 50 लोग उस गौरी में हो गए। और अगर 100 परिवार तो 100 लोग उस गौरी में हो गए। और अगर 200 परिवार है तो 200 लोग उस गौरी में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे होंगे। मतलब कोई छोटा मोटा दल नहीं होता है, इतना बड़ा दल होता है जो प्रस्तुतियां देता है और 40 दिन तक कंटिन्यू प्रस्तुतियां देता है। और सबसे विशेष बात इसकी यह है कि जिस दिन से ये प्रण लेते हैं कि हमें गौरी लेनी है, मतलब ये भी पहले से तय हो जाता है। ये गौरी माता के मंदिर में जाते हैं करीब 15-20 दिन, महीने भर पहले, और वहाँ भोपे से अनुरोध करते हैं कि माता से पूछिए क्या हम गौरी ले सकते हैं। तो माता के आशीर्वाद के पश्चात ये लोग गौरी लेते हैं। और जिस दिन से गौरी लेते हैं उस दिन से ये प्रण करते हैं मांस, मदिरा, हरी सब्जी इसका उपयोग नहीं करेंगे, स्त्री की सोबत में नहीं रहेंगे, नंगे पैर रहेंगे और एक समय पर भोजन करेंगे। पूरे दिन में एक समय भोजन करते हैं। और बड़ी और अच्छी बात यह है कि इनके मैनेजमेंट के बारे में मैं आपको बताता हूँ। इतना जबरदस्त मैनेजमेंट होता है कि 40 दिन इनको कहाँ कहाँ प्रस्तुति देनी है, ये जिस दिन तय हो जाता है कि इनको गौरी लेनी है, उसके 3-4 दिन के अंदर अंदर ही तय हो जाता है कि इनको बाकायदा एक पूरा का पूरा इनका क्या बोलते हैं रूटीन बन जाता है या आइटिनरी बन जाती है कि क्या आइटिनरी होगी कि पहले दिन कहाँ करेंगे, दूसरे दिन कहाँ करेंगे, तीसरे दिन कहाँ करेंगे, चौथे दिन कहाँ करेंगे। ये 40 दिन की आइटिनरी इनकी तैयार हो जाती है। और आइटिनरी कैसे तय होती है कि जिनको भी इन तो और ये जाते हैं अपनी बहन बेटियों के यहाँ है। ये और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है कि जब प्रस्तुति करने जाते हैं तो ये अपनी बहनें अपनी बेटियां जहाँ पर ब्याही होती है उनके गांव में जाकर के प्रस्तुति करते हैं। अगर पहले से इनकी बहन ने या बेटी ने इनको कोई डेट फाइनल कर दी है और वही डेट अगर कोई प्रोफेशनल ग्रुप या कोई प्रोफेशनल व्यक्ति या कोई दूसरा कराना चाहता है कि भाई आप इस दिन हमारे यहाँ गौरी कर दीजिए तो आप लाख रुपए दे दीजिए, आप क्या नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि ये करते ही अपनी बहन बेटियों के संपन्नता के लिए है। तो ये एक और बड़ी अच्छी चीज़ है। तो ये पहले से तय हो जाता है। और तय कैसे होता है कि इनके पास पाती आती है। पाती का मतलब यह है कि जिस दिन से गौरी लेते हैं उसी दिन या उसके 1-2 दिन के अंदर अंदर जहां ये चलते चले जाते हैं इनके पास गेंदे का फूल आता है, एक नारियल आता है। और वो नारियल और गेंदे का फूल जिस गांव से आता है उस गांव से इसका मतलब है इनके पास पाती आ गई। और ये फिर उस पाती के हिसाब से तारीख तय कर लेते हैं कि भैया फलाने गांव में जो तारीख बची है वो तारीख तय करते चले जाते हैं कि अब वहां जाने है, अब वहां जाना है, अब वहां जाना है। और जब ये ट्रेवल करते हैं तो नंगे पैर चलते हैं, पैदल चलते हैं। ये ज्यादातर बरसात का मौसम होता है। देखिए एक और बड़ी जबरदस्त बात यह है कि राखी जो है अगस्त में आती है और अगस्त और सितंबर मेवाड़ में जो बरसात का मौसम होता है, नदी नाले जबरदस्त बहे होते हैं, नंगे पैर चलते हैं। और सुबह 8 बजे त्रिशूल को स्थापित करके भगवान से प्रार्थना करके गौरी का प्रारंभ करते हैं। और जब गौरी का प्रारंभ करते हैं तो इसमें 2 इंस्ट्रूमेंट होते हैं मेन। एक होती है मादल। मादल जो है वो जैसे आपने ढोलक देखी होगी, वो ढोलक की तरह एक मिट्टी का बना हुआ एक चीज होती है, बिल्कुल ढोलक के शेप की, वो मिट्टी की बनी होती है और उसके दोनों तरफ बकरी की खाल लगाई जाती है। लेकिन ये ढोलक की तरह नहीं बजती है। तो ढोलक में जो है वो स्याही लगाई जाती है, काली स्याही जो लगाते हैं ढोलक में या तबले पे स्याही लगाई जाती है। लेकिन ये स्याही नहीं लगा करके जिस प्रकार पखावज में आटा लगाया जाता है उस प्रकार ये मादल के आटा लगाते हैं ताकि उसकी गमक यानी उसकी गूंज जो है, गमक का मतलब गूंज जो है और ज्यादा बढ़ जाए। और आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे कि जब ये बादल बजती है और उसके साथ में थाली बजती है तो अगर मान लीजिए साउंड पोल्यूशन नहीं है तो कई कई किलोमीटर तक ये आवाज जाती है और लोगों को पता लग जाता है कि यहाँ गौरी हो रही है तो लोग दौड़ करके आते हैं। ये प्रार्थना करने के बाद में त्रिशूल को स्थापित करने के बाद में जो त्रिशूल जो है भगवान शिव का सिंबल है उसको स्थापित करते हैं, फिर पूजा करते हैं। हाँ, ये एक और चीज़ है, पूजा जो है वो भोपे द्वारा की जाती है। इसका जो मुख्य भोपा होता है वो मुख्य भोपा गौरी के पहले दिन जो अंग वस्त्र धारण करता है 40 दिन तक उन्हीं वस्त्रों को पहने रहता है। तो इसमें 5 मुख्य कलाकार होते हैं, यानी 5 मुख्य पात्र, कलाकार नहीं कहूंगा, 5 मुख्य पात्र होते हैं। वो 5 मुख्य पात्र है। पहला है कुटकड़िया। कुटकड़िया मतलब सूत्रधार जो पूरी गौरी का संचालन करता है। दूसरा है बूढ़िया। बूढ़िया जो है वो एक ऐसा कैरेक्टर होता है जो एक बड़ा सा मुखौटा, लकड़ी का मुखौटा पहले हुआ करता था, बड़ा अद्भुत सा मुखौटा होता है, बहुत बड़ा सा लकड़ी का मुखौटा होता है, बड़ा भारी सा होता है, वो पहने होता है और उसके बड़े बड़े दांत निकले होते हैं और चारों तरफ जो है बाल 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 होते हैं, उसके गोल मुखौटा होता है। ये जो बूढ़िया जो है ये एक लंगोट सा पहना होता है और उस लंगोट के ऊपर बड़े बड़े घुंघरू बांधे होते हैं। ये बूढ़िया 2 कैरेक्टर करता है, जो शिव का भी प्रतीक है और भस्मासुर। भस्मासुर यानी वकासुर। भस्म होने के पश्चात वकासुर को भस्मासुर कहा जाने लगा था तो दो कैरेक्टर का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है ये। वो कभी मतलब प्रस्तुति करते करते शिव हो जाता है और कभी प्रस्तुति करते करते वो भस्मासुर हो जाता है। तो दूसरा हो गया बूढ़िया। तीसरा जो है, दो इसमें राइयां होती हैं। राई मतलब एक राई जो है वो पार्वती को रिप्रेजेंट करती है और दूसरी राई जो है मोहिनी को रिप्रेजेंट करती है। तो ये दो राई और मेन भोपा, तो ये 5 मुख्य पात्र इस गवरी में होते हैं। लेकिन जब पूजा पाठ हो जाता है तो पूजा पाठ होने के बाद में घाई ली जाती है। घाई का मतलब है कि एक विशेष प्रकार की धुन बजाई जाती है और उस धुन पर जितने भी लोग वहां होते हैं, सैकड़ों की तादाद में लोग 1 सर्किल, 2 सर्किल, 3 सर्किल बना करके नृत्य करते हैं। ये गवरी जो है चौक पे, चौपाल पे, किसी पेड़ के नीचे, किसी चौराहे पर, मतलब ये स्टेजेस पे नहीं होती है, बड़े बड़े मैदानों में होती है। लोग पहाड़ों पर बैठ करके देखते हैं, लोग अपने घरों पर बैठ करके देखते हैं, कोई छत पे चढ़ के देखता है, कोई पेड़ पे चढ़ के देखता है। बड़ा अद्भुत नज़ारा होता है इसको देखने के लिए। और बड़ी और इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ ये है कि ये इसमें सारे के सारे पुरुष कलाकार होते हैं और पुरुष कलाकार ही स्त्री पात्रों को करते हैं। और अपने घरों में या अपने गांव में जो स्त्रियों के गहने होते हैं, जो स्त्री कलाकार हैं, वो उन गहनों को धारण करते हैं। आज तक ऐसा कोई केस नहीं आया है कि कोई गहना खोया। ये और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है कि वो कई बार तो जो गोल्ड के रियल गहने होते हैं, लेकिन आज तक ऐसा कोई मतलब केस नहीं देखने में आया है। और वो बाकायदा जो पुरुष पात्र हैं, जब पुरुष कलाकार जब स्त्री का पात्र करते हैं तो स्त्री की तरह ही वेशभूषा को धारण करते हैं, लेकिन आधुनिक मेकअप नहीं करते। साधारण सुलभ जो भी चीज़ें अवेलेबल होती हैं, अगर कोयला है तो कोयले को पीस करके काला रंग बनाते हैं, पत्तों को पीस करके हरा रंग बनाते हैं, फूलों को पीस करके जो है अलग अलग कलर बनाते हैं, उससे फूल से पीला रंग बनाते हैं, लाल रंग बनाते हैं, नीला रंग बनाते हैं और उसी से मेकअप करते हैं। ये बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है क्योंकि ये जो चीज़ें जहाँ पर अवेलेबल होती हैं उन्हीं चीज़ों का ये लोग उपयोग करते हैं। दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि इसमें पौराणिक कथाओं की प्रस्तुतियाँ होती हैं, ऐतिहासिक कथाओं की प्रस्तुतियाँ होती हैं, लोक कथाओं की प्रस्तुतियाँ होती हैं, लेकिन वो सारी प्रस्तुतियाँ करने के साथ साथ उन प्रस्तुतियों को ये समसामयिक बना देते हैं, यानी कॉन्टेम्परेरी रेलिवेंस इन प्रस्तुतियों में देखने को मिलती है, क्योंकि उस वक्त के, उस समय के जो इशू हैं उन प्रस्तुतियों के साथ में ही जोड़ देते हैं। मतलब देखिए, आप कई बार क्या होता है, कई बार बहुत परिपक्व कलाकार भी, बहुत परिपक्व अभिनेता भी ये काम नहीं कर पाता है। ये लोग ज़्यादातर रिलेटेड होते हैं, लेकिन इतने सजग, इतने अद्भुत कलाकार होते हैं कि ये उसी समय पर और एक तरीके से चीज़ों को इम्प्रोवाइज करते हैं। उसी समय इनके दिमाग में कोई एक शब्द है, हमारे नाटकों में और संगीत में भी एक शब्द इस्तेमाल किया जाता है, उपज। उपज का मतलब उसी समय दिमाग में कोई बात आई है और उस बात को ये किस प्रकार से प्रस्तुत करते हैं, तो उसको उपज कहा जाता है। तो ये इनकी उपज जो है बहुत ज़बरदस्त प्रकार की होती है कि ये उसी समय पर बहुत सारी चीज़ों को, परिस्थिति को देख करके, दर्शकों को देख करके समसामयिक बनाते चले जाते हैं उन पौराणिक कथाओं को। तो वो इतना रेलिवेंट होती है कि लोग उनके साथ में जुड़ते चले जाते हैं। एक और इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ ये होती है कि जो दर्शक हैं, उन दर्शकों में भी कई बार खड़े इनमें गवरी में पार्टिसिपेट करने की अगर इच्छा होती है तो पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। यानी कोई प्रसंग चल रहा है और प्रसंग के चलते चलते अचानक कोई अभिनेता जो है, जो दर्शकों में बैठा था, आराम से दर्शक की तरह बैठा है, वो एक पात्र बन करके आ जाता है, खुद ही इम्प्रोवाइज कर लेता है। वो खुद ही इम्प्रोवाइज करके के उस प्ले में या उस एपिसोड में या उस प्रसंग में जुड़ जाता है। दूसरा, खासकर इसमें बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं, गवरी के बारे में कहते हैं कि लोग, बहुत सारे दर्शक और बहुत सारे कलाकार ट्रांस में भी चले जाते हैं, उनको ऐसे इस प्रकार के भाव आते हैं, तो वो भाव विभोर हो जाते हैं और खो जाते हैं, वो एक अलग ही दुनिया में चले जाते हैं। ये मैंने भी कई बार देखा है। अब वो सत्य है या क्या है ये पता नहीं, लेकिन मैंने महसूस ज़रूर किया है कि वो भाव में चले जाते हैं, ट्रांस में चले जाते हैं। उनको अपने बारे में बिल्कुल भी पता नहीं रहता कि कौन है, कहाँ है, कैसे हैं। और ये स्त्री भी हो सकती है और ये पुरुष भी हो सकते हैं। तो पूरा का पूरा जो मतलब एक प्रदर्शन है वो पूरी की पूरी कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व कर लेता है। तो जहाँ 100-200 लोग परफॉर्म कर रहे होते हैं और देखने वाले जो है 200-400 हजारों की संख्या में भी होते हैं। मैंने कई बार देखा 10-10, 20-20 हजार लोग जो है इन प्रस्तुतियों को देखते हैं और पागल होकर के देखते हैं। फिर ये सिलसिला चलता रहता है। जिस गांव में ये लोग जाते हैं उस गांव में नेचुरली ये अपने बहन बेटी के जो है वो उन्नति के लिए या उसके विकास के लिए या उसकी बहबूदी के लिए जाते हैं, लेकिन उस गांव के सभी समाज के लोग उस गौरी का स्वागत करते हैं और वो उस इकलौती महिला पर या उसके परिवार पर भार नहीं आने देते। क्योंकि जब 150-200 लोग किसी एक गांव में पहुंचते हैं तो उनके रहने की व्यवस्था, उनके खाने की व्यवस्था या प्रस्तुति की व्यवस्था करना अपने आप में कठिन और जोखिम का काम होता है। उसमें कुछ फाइनेंशियल इन्वॉल्वमेंट भी होता है। तो वो सारा का सारा गांव मिलकर के उनका स्वागत करता है और वो सारा मतलब उनका खाने की व्यवस्था, उनके रहने की व्यवस्था। ज़्यादातर ये जो लोग रहते हैं ये मंदिरों में रहते हैं, जो देवरे होते हैं, गांव के देवरे होते हैं, उसमें रहते हैं। लेकिन वहाँ भी कुछ ना कुछ व्यवस्थाएं तो करनी ही होती है। तो वो सारी की सारी व्यवस्थाएं पूरा गांव मिल करके करता है। और फिर जब प्रस्तुति खत्म हो, सुबह 8 बजे प्रस्तुतियाँ चालू होती है, मतलब सूर्योदय के बाद ये प्रस्तुति चालू होती है। कई बार सुबह 8 बजे होती है, कई बार 8:30 बजे होती है, लेकिन सूर्यास्त तक ये प्रस्तुतियाँ चलती रहती हैं और अंत तक चलती रहती हैं। कई बार तो ऐसा होता है कि कुछ प्रसंग हैं जो रात में भी होते हैं। तो मतलब आप ये देखिए कि 40 दिन कंटिन्यू करीब 10-10, 12-12 घंटे, 15-15 घंटे नृत्य करने के पश्चात इनकी क्या हालत होती होगी। ये एक बड़ा ही मतलब मेहनत का काम है, थका देने वाला काम है। लेकिन आप इनके चेहरों पर 40 दिन तक किसी प्रकार की थकावट नहीं देखते हैं। पैदल चलते हैं तो इनके पैरों को कभी दर्द किए हुए नहीं देखते हैं। मतलब ये एक अनुष्ठान है, ये अनुष्ठानिक परफॉर्मेंस हम कहते हैं या अनुष्ठानिक नृत्य नाट्य हम गौरी को कहते हैं। और शायद वो गौरी जो है या गौरी और पार्वती का ही एक आशीर्वाद है कि ये लोग 40 दिन तक इतनी मेहनत करने के बाद, इतना नृत्य करने के बाद, इतना चलने के बाद में थकते नहीं, और वो भी एक वक्त खाना खाने के बाद। जनरली साधारणतः लोग 2 वक्त खाना खाते हैं, लेकिन गौरी के समय में सिर्फ एक वक्त खाना खाते हैं और वो भी शाम के समय में। और सूर्योदय से सूर्यास्त से पहले, सूर्यास्त के बाद खाना नहीं खाते, हरी सब्जियां नहीं खाते, मांस मदिरे का उपयोग नहीं करते, स्त्री के साथ नहीं जाते। तो ये एक बड़ा जबरदस्त प्रण है। फिर जिस 40 दिन संपन्न होने वाले होते हैं तो 39 डेज जब हो जाते हैं तो जो 39वां डेज है उसमें ये वापस अपने गांव आते हैं। वो 2 दिन जो है बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं, जिसको गलावण बलावण कहते हैं। लेकिन इससे पहले मैं आपको बताऊं कि जिस भी गांव में ये जाते हैं, जब प्रस्तुति शुरू होती है तो बाकायदा इनका वहां पर स्वागत किया जाता है, इनको नारियल भेंट किया जाता है। और जब प्रस्तुति समाप्त हो जाती है शाम के समय में तो इनको पैरावनी दी जाती है। मतलब जब गांव से विदा हो रहे होते हैं तो इनकी बहनें, इनकी बेटियां जो उस गांव में ब्याही होती हैं या और दूसरे परिवार के लोग अपने यहाँ आए कलाकारों को पैरावनी देते हैं। ये एक और अद्भुत चीज़ है। फिर जब ये 39वें दिन यानी 39वें डेज अपने वापस गांव आते हैं तो जिसको गलावण बलावण मैंने कहा, वहाँ गलावण के दिन जो है एक बड़ा सा एलिफेंट बनाते हैं। और वो एलिफेंट जो है बड़ा अद्भुत एलिफेंट होता है। वो कई बार जो है ओरिजिनल एलिफेंट से भी बड़े साइज का होता है। एक चारपाई जोड़ लेते हैं, चारपाई के चारों पाए, मतलब जो हम जिसको बेड कहते हैं या कॉट कहते हैं, उसको लेते हैं। उसके 4 पायों के ऊपर बाकायदा डोम सा क्रिएट करते हैं डोम क्रिएट करके और उसके आगे बहुत सारे टोकरे लगा करके उसका सिर बनाते हैं और फिर कपड़े से उसकी सूंड बनाते हैं। वो अद्भुत हाथी होता है और उस हाथी को वो कई बार वो अद्भुत हाथी कई बार जो ओरिजिनल साइज का हाथी होता है उससे भी बड़ा बना देते हैं और वो पूरा काले कपड़े लगा करके उसको विशिष्ट तरीके से डेकोरेट करके और फिर उसकी शोभा यात्रा निकालते हैं। और उस हाथी पर मुख्य भोपा जो होता है, जिसको ये पाट भोपा कहते हैं, मुख्य भोपा नहीं कह करके पाट भोपा कहते हैं, उस पाट भोपे को बैठाया जाता है। वो बिल्कुल पाट भोपा जो है राजा की वो पोशाक में, बिल्कुल राजशाही कपड़ों में जो है वो उस पर बैठा होता है और तलवार हाथ में लिए वो घुमाता चलता है और वो पूरे के पूरे गांव में उसकी शोभा यात्रा निकाली जाती है। वो शोभा यात्रा रात में संपन्न होती है। उसी दिन ये गांव के कुम्हार के पास जाते हैं। गांव का कुम्हार जो है वो एक मिट्टी का एलिफेंट बना के रखता है। वो मिट्टी का एलिफेंट बहुत ही सुंदर होता है। तो वलावण के दिन, एक थे गलावण जिसमें बड़ा हाथी होता है, वलावण के दिन ये मिट्टी का हाथी लेकर के आते हैं अपने कुम्हार के यहाँ से और उसको सजाते हैं, डेकोरेट करते हैं और फिर 40वें दिन अपने गांव के पास में किसी तालाब में, किसी पोखर में, किसी नदी में, ये जो भी पानी का स्रोत इनको मिलता है, वहाँ पर उसका विसर्जन करते हैं और उस विसर्जन के साथ ही गौरी जो है उसका अनुष्ठान समाप्त होता है। तो ये एक गौरी का पूरा 40 दिन का एक प्रक्रिया होती है और इस प्रक्रिया का एक छोटा सा वीडियो मेरे पास है जो मोबाइल में है, मैं ऐसे ही आपको दिखाता हूँ।
Yes, sir. Hello. Hello.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
मोबाइल थोड़ा ऊपर कीजिए सर। हाँ बराबर है अभी।
थैंक यू। कोई सवाल है इससे रिलेटेड?
धन्यवाद लईक हुसैन साहब, आपने ये राजस्थानी लोक नृत्य और इसके बारे में जो विस्तार से बहुत अच्छी जानकारी दी।
जी मैडम।
और आपसे ये अनुरोध है कि आप अपनी पीपीटी या कुछ इस तरह के वीडियोस आप ये मिश्रा जी को भेजिए तो वो यूट्यूब वाले उसमें बनवा के तो बाकी लोग भी देख पाएंगे राजस्थान की क्या।
जी जरूर मैं भेजता हूँ।
सर प्लीज भेजिएगा, उसी के लिए हम यहाँ दूर देश से देखना चाहते हैं।
सर मेरी समझ
कई सालों के उदयपुर की गौरी देखे।
सर मैं बिल्कुल पीपीटी दिखाना चाह रहा था, लेकिन मेरी समस्या ये है कि मैं अपने सेशन के लिए किसी को साथ में बिठा रखा था। मैं टेक्निकली उतना साउंड नहीं हूँ और मैं
हम आपके लिए आपको हेल्प कर देंगे नेक्स्ट टाइम।
नहीं मैं हाँ, तो क्या होता मैंने बिठा रखा था लेकिन वो टाइम समाप्त होने के बाद वो बंदा चला गया और वो पीपीटी मैं
कोई बात नहीं, आप
अरे कोई बात नहीं सर, हमको बोल दिया होता हम वहीं से कर देते आपको। नेक्स्ट टाइम ऐसा कुछ होता हमें बताइएगा।
जरूर सर जी
नहीं इससे क्या है, लोगों
सेवा में हमेशा हाजिर है हम।
बहुत इंटरेस्ट रहता है राजस्थानी कल्चर, लोक नृत्य, लोक कला। और आप तो उदयपुर के लोक कला संस्थान में बैठे हुए हैं, विदेशों में इतनी प्रस्तुतियां दे चुके हैं। आप
हुसैन साहब, यदि आप हमको भी पीपीटी भेज देते ना तो हम यहाँ से शेयर कर देते। पीपीटी यदि
हाँ,
हमको
मैं
मिलती
मुझसे गलती हो गई
तो
वो।
अभी हमने शेयर किया है बहुत से लोगों का,
जी,
अपने
जी,
यहाँ से शेयर किया है।
जी,
हमारे
जी।
पास शेयरिंग का है सुविधा, तो हो जाता वो।
हाँ, वो अपनी बात नहीं हो पाई, नहीं तो मैं कर लेता उसको पहले से। जी।
नहीं, कोई नहीं,
यदि
आप
कल
भिजवा दीजिएगा।
कल बता
जी, जी।
देते आप ना, और
जी,
आप
जी।
हमारे मेल में भेज देते तो हम यहाँ से प्रेजेंट कर देते और आप वहाँ से बोलते रहते।
नहीं, वो मैंने बिठा रखा था किसी को, मुझे लगा था यहीं से मैनेज हो जाएगा, लेकिन वो क्या हुआ कि थोड़ा डिले होने की वजह से वो बंदा चला गया, तो थोड़ी सी दिक्कत हुई। उसके लिए क्षमा चाहता हूँ।
जब आप शुरू किए थे ना वही बता देते, आप मेल कर देते, हम तुरंत, ज्यादा टाइम थोड़ी लगता है, वो तो 5
जी,
मिनट
जी।
में हो जाएगा।
जी, 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 जी।
हाँ, अब आज हाँ थोड़ा सा टाइम हो गया, नहीं तो अभी मैं आपसे मंगा के और दिखा देता यहाँ।
जी, 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 चलिए नेक्स्ट टाइम कभी करेंगे जरूर। जी, जी।
कोई
हाँ,
बात नहीं सर,
ठीक है,
दूसरे
ठीक है।
अगले नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन में।
जी, जी,
हाँ,
जरूर जरूर सर, जरूर सर, जरूर सर।
हम
कोई
यहाँ
कोई now the
बहुत साल बाद उदयपुर देखा
हाँ,
वापस।
यहाँ
open for presentation questions, यदि किसी की क्वेरीज हो, क्वेश्चंस हो।
ठीक है मैडम, शुरू करें अगला सेशन।
ठीक है, हाँ नहीं,
आ
अगला
जाएगा।
शुरू करिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, बहुत अच्छा
Thank you,
व्याख्यान
thank you.
रहा। एक चित्रात्मक दृश्य मानसिक रूप से लोगों के समक्ष उपस्थित हो गया। धन्यवाद।
जी, 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 थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर लकी हुसैन साहब, आपने बहुत ही अच्छी जानकारी और पूरे राजस्थान की संस्कृति, पूरी कला की बात की। निश्चित रूप से राजस्थान के लोग तो इससे परिचित थे, लेकिन बाहर के लोग बहुत कम परिचित थे। और एक आपने बहुत अच्छा वो अपने व्याख्यान के द्वारा बताया है। आगे निश्चित रूप से हमारी उत्कंठा रहेगी और इसको जो है हम पीपीटी के माध्यम से भी रखेंगे। और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम कमलेश, डॉक्टर मैडम कमलेश शर्मा का। उन्होंने थोड़ा समय तो लगा, लेकिन क्योंकि एकेडमिक प्रक्रिया जब चलती रहे तो समय का बहुत ख्याल भी नहीं रहता है और बहुत सीमाएं भी नहीं रहती हैं, तो मैं उन्हें यहाँ चेयर पर्सन के रूप में अपना समय दिया। बहुत बहुत आभार।
आपका भी बहुत बहुत आभार मुझे अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए। मैडम कमलेश, आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। स्कंद जी, आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। धन्यवाद।
जी
सर नेक्स्ट टाइम ज्यादा समय दीजिएगा।
जी जरूर
और
जरूर
लंबा वाला प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिएगा। बहुत
जी जरूर 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 सर, जी जरूर। थैंक यू।
मिलेंगे, अब उदयपुर आएंगे तो
अगला सेशन हमारा कल्चर पे ही होगा सर। और हम ये चाहेंगे केवल अपना ही नहीं, कुछ अच्छे वक्ता और जानकार लोगों का हमको नाम और कांटेक्ट नंबर प्रदान करें, क्योंकि वो सब आपके काफी कुछ आपके परिचित मित्र भी होंगे।
जी जरूर।
ऐसा एक ग्रुप बन जाएगा तो पूरा एक दिन का हम सेशन जो है वो लोक कला और संस्कृति पर देंगे। हम मध्य प्रदेश में भी यहाँ जो हमारे रीजन का है और छत्तीसगढ़, उसको भी हम देखेंगे। तो ऐसा करके हम आगे चल के लोक कला और संस्कृति पर करेंगे।
आप बता दीजिएगा जब भी करना हो तो अपन जरूर करेंगे इसको। जी जी, धन्यवाद।
हाँ सर, जी धन्यवाद सर।
जी धन्यवाद।
इन तक सेशन हो सकते हैं। ये लाइक साहब, आप अभी वर्तमान में उदयपुर में लोक कला मंडल में हैं अभी?
जी
ठीक है, कभी उदयपुर आए तो आपके लोक
जरूर
कला
तशरीफ लाएं, जरूर
देखेंगे।
तशरीफ लाएं। जी जरूर तशरीफ लाएं। जी
अगले हमारे इमिनेंट स्पीकर डॉक्टर जयंत वाटस्कर,
जनवरी या फरवरी में आएंगे तो आपसे मिलेंगे सर।
डॉक्टर जयंत वाटस्कर,
आपका स्वागत है।
प्रेसिडेंट पक्षी मित्र संगठन अमरावती महाराष्ट्र। वेलकम सर, डॉक्टर जयंत सर, वेलकम। एंड आवर चेयर पर्सन डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर MC सत्यनारायणा, रिटायर्ड एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर ABC कॉलेज चेन्नई तमिलनाडु, चेन्नई तमिलनाडु। तो वेलकम है सर वाटस्कर साहब, वेलकम सर डॉक्टर MC सत्यनारायणा साहब, and I am requesting to Dr. M.C. Narayana chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Jayant. Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Sharma ji. Just I will biodata. Just I will share my presentation. Just a minute. 1 minute. Okay. Is it visible? Is it visible? Hello.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Very well.
Okay. See, actually, I'm very happy that Dr. Mishra is able to organize a number of webinar series. Really very proud of him. And also, I must be thankful to Mishra and his team for having given me an opportunity to chair this session, especially when Dr. Jayant Vadatkar is going to just deliver an interesting topic on the forest outlets. And actually, I would like to introduce Dr. Jayant Vadatkar. He is completed his PhD in the environmental sciences. He is an enthusiastic and regular bird watcher for the past 22 years. He is working in the Senged Baba Amravati University. Presently, he is the honorary wildlife warden of Amravati district. He was the member of Maharashtra State Biodiversity from 2017 to 2020. He is different committees related to wildlife and biodiversity member. He was actually elected as governing council member of the Bombay Naturalist Society, Mumbai. He was awarded doctorate in 2007 on butterflies of Satputra. He is the author of the 4 books in Marathi, Satputra Kilte, and all 4 books in. And he has also co-authored important bird areas of Maharashtra, published by Oxford, BNHS, and WCS in 2014. And he is also the same as published in the Marathi. Oh. Just a minute. I cannot move this slide. Anyway, just a minute. Just give me a minute. Just sorry. Actually, he was awarded the doctorate in 2007 on butterflies. Already told you. He published more than 50 research papers and notes on birds, butterflies, and other wildlife issues, as well as written so many popular articles in magazines and newspapers. He is the president of 40-year-old Maharashtra Pakshimitra organization and founder and secretary of the Wildlife and Environment Conservation Society WLS Amravati. Attended various national and international conferences like Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, Nepal, etc. He worked as the principal investigator in various funding agencies like the status and distribution of forest outlet in Satputra, funded by Wildlife International, UK, and BNHS Mumbai, and also an owl species in Malgat Tiger Reserve, funded by RRCF Mumbai. And he is the member of the IUCN Hornbill Specialist Group. He is also working in the field of snake rescue, campaigning against the bird poaching and wildlife poaching, and monitoring associated with NGO, WCSA, and forest. Really, I'm very proud of you for your achievements, and I'm sure that we'll be very happy to listen to you on the very interesting forest outlet, which you have said as the actually extinct, rediscovered, and also maybe now it may be endangered, or it may be evasive or invasive species. And now over to you, Dr. Jayant Vadatkar. I just stopped. Okay, now you can share. Jayant, you can share now.
First I will share my PowerPoint presentation. Hello, sir. my presentation visible?
Visible. Could you try with the slideshow? Full.
Yes, I will try. I think it's slide 2.
Yeah, fine. Excellent. Very good.
Thank you very much. Chairperson of this session, Dr. M.C. Satyanarayan sir, co-chairperson, Mr. Pramodchan Lakra sir, and organizer team, and Dr. Skand Mishra sir, and participants. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jayant Wadatkar. First of all, I would like to thank organizer for giving me this opportunity to talk on this platform. Thank you, sir. Without any further delay, I will start my presentation. Today, I am going to deliver a talk on topic first audit, efficient, rediscovery, and present status. Before starting the topic on forest audit, it is necessary to know about the bird species which are considered extinct in India. These are four species here extinct since the last century. These four birds include pink-headed dove, mountain quail, Jordan possum, and forest owlet. This is pink-headed dove. Pink-headed dove, we know this is large diving dove and was found in parts of Gangetic Plain in India, Bangladesh, and in riverine swamp of Myanmar. But here extinct since 1950s. Numerous studies have been made to provide proof of continuous existence. This bird has become extinct due to massive hunting. This is Golvalkar quail or mountain quail. It is a medium-sized quail belonging to the pheasant family. It was last reported in 1876 and is here extinct. This species was known from two locations in India, that is Western Himalaya in Uttarakhand, Northwest India. Only 12 species of this species collected and available now. This is third bird, Jordan possum. This bird was discovered and described in 1848, but not seen again until its rediscovery in 1986. Dr. Bharat Bhushan reported this bird in Andhra Pradesh in 1986. Even after that, this bird is rarely found, has again come to level of extinction. And fourth one is forest owlet. Forest owlet is first discovered in 1872, and after 1884 not cited for nearly 113 years and considered extinct. Dr. Salim Ali sir believed that if these all extinct birds were searched, they could be found. That's why they have made tireless effort to find these birds, implemented any project. And in one project, they also successful to read the story of Jordan possum in 1986. But despite many attempts, forest owlet could not be found. And after 20 years of Dr. Salim's attempt, forest owlet was discovered in 1997 by Dr. Pamela Rasmussen, an American ornithologist. She rediscovered this bird in Satpura Hills of Maharashtra. It is important to know which forest owlet is forest owlet is endemic to the forest of central India. It is listed in endangered on IUCN Red since 2018. As the population is estimated less than 1,000 mature individuals. It exists for nearly 130 years before its rediscovery in 1997 by Pamela Rasmussen. What forest owlet looks like? Forest owlet, commonly known as forest spotted owlet. During 1960s and 70s, it was known as a black because British Officer Francis Blakety collected its first specimen in 1872, and great scientist Alan O. Hume described it as a Athenic levity. In Marathi, it is called as a Ranpingra. Some tribal community of Satya are familiar with this bird. The tribe of Melghat called it Dongoduda.
Excuse me, Jayant, your voice is breaking. Could you just adjust your mic? Dr. Jayant, adjust your mic, please. Your voice is breaking, please, kindly.
Is it clear now, sir?
Good.
Toku tribe call it Dongoduda. And in Gujarat, their local tribe called as a Dangi. Dr. Salim Ali may not have known about his diurnal habitat, his diurnal bird, and during Dr. Salim Ali's project, they may not have known about his diurnal habitat. So when they tried to search it, Dr. Salim Ali they searched it at night. They could not find his bird. We know all bird owls are nocturnal habits. But forest owlet is the only diurnal bird in India. Finding a forest owlet is not so difficult. It is visible during day, so it is easy to spot. But the another species, forest spotted owlet, also lives in some habitat. In this slide, we can see two birds. One is forest owlet, first one, and second one is spotted owlet. Spotted owlet can also be seen during the day, so it causes confusion. Then how to recognize these two species? The size of forest owlet is slightly larger than spotted. Size of forest owlet is 23 centimeter and size of spotted owlet is 21 centimeter. This difference in size is not much, but close observation can recognize this difference. Second, the spotted owlet has more spots on its body as the name suggests. While the forest owlet belly is completely white. You can see in slide. Apart from this, their calls and song, forest owlet calls and songs also very different. Forest owlet has melodious calls and spotted owlet has calling horse. There are four different calls of forest owlet. First is hissing call. It's a short call like this type. Second call is territorial call or alert call. It's different other than first call. This clap, 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 this type. Third call is contact call. That is kihi, like melodious. And another one call is song call. That is who. This call is just like a coal call. Like the forest owlet, another owl found in habitat, another owlet found in same habitat. That is jungle owlet. In slide, you can see here jungle owlet. This smaller size. This bird is smaller than previous two owlet, that is forest owlet, spotted owlet. This jungle owlet size is only 20 centimeters. This owlet is easily distinguished by the horizontal stripes on its belly. You can see here. In forest owlet, distinguishing male and female is a bit difficult. Only those who have observed this bird a lot can notice difference. Generally, a bird with a white belly can be a male. First one you can see here male, white belly, and second one right side is female. Here you can see the stripes on its white color. While I studying this bird, I was able to see very young chicks. This is like right side below. Young chick and juvenile bird I have seen many times in field in Golvalkar forest. food of this bird, forest owlet, generally similar to other owls and owlet species. They include rats, moles, lizards, grasshopper, cricket insects, and other insects, etc. However, the three owlet species living in the same habitat, that is forest owlet, water owlet, and jungle owlet, seem to choose the size of their prey to avoid competition. Forest owlet prey on large animals like mice, lizards, while jungle owlet diet include insects, cricket, grasshopper, etc. The breeding season. Now you can see here some forest owlet pair. The breeding season of forest owlet is usually between September to February. Male and female mate during this time. If there is a pair from previous year, the pair form early and they start romance. The male bird chooses the female by offering her food like mice, lizards. Once the female accepts the male, they mate and then begin searching for nest eggs. If male and female are new, it may take time to pair. This is the nest cavity of forest owl in tea food. The nest is in trunk of tree. The nest cavity is probably 10 to 15 feet high in trunk of a tea tree. Of course, it may be subject of availability. Another plant having cavity can also use as a nest. Once the nest is selected and acquired, the female usually lays 2 to 3 eggs and hatch over the next month. Both male and female incubate the eggs. The male feeding the female and chicks as well. Usually, the chicks come out during February. Here you can see the chicks sitting in front of cavity. At the same time, during February or March, the forest is slowly start dry up. Being a dry deciduous forest, all the leaves of trees fall in summer, so it is easy for these birds and new chicks to find their food. When dry leaves fall on ground, small animals or insects walking on it make noise and make too easy catch prey. This is the benefit when the chicks come out during early season of the summer. We know that forest type is applied deciduous forest, and the habitat of forest owlet is stick dominant dry deciduous forest in subcontinent. So that this bird endemic to similar forest in central India only. Forest owlet prefer habitat in thin forest and open spaces in forest of Satpura. The preferred habitat, the open spaces give it an advantage in terms of the prey capture and security. In that forest, the bird usually prefer.
Jayan, check your mic, check your mic. We are not able to hear. Please check your voice. Jayan?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, I will try. Hello? 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 Sir, audible? Hello?
डॉक्टर जयंत अभी आपका प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं दिख रहा है।
Presentation, sir.
No.
Presentation. Yes, sir. Visual. आवाज आपकी धीमी है, आवाज को वॉइस को चेक करिए सर, वॉइस को।
Hello. Yes, you can continue. Okay, fine.
Yes. आ रही है सर आवाज?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Continue.
In this slide, you can see the habitat near Malur, Nelgat tiles. You can see forest and agriculture land. The open space of agriculture land it benefits to forest target for catch the prey. History of forest target. In 1872, Mr. Francis R. Blevins collected a specimen of this bird from prison in eastern Madhya Pradesh. And in the same year, this specimen is sent to Mr. Alan O. Hume for identification and description. And Alan O. Hume described it as a new species as a Achini blakey. After that, in 1877, Valentine Bell collected 3 specimens from different locations in Chhattisgarh, that is Basnod, that is Saraipalli, Gomarda, and Udanti Sanctuary. These 3 specimens.
सर वॉल्यूम क्या बढ़ सकता है थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आपका वॉल्यूम
सर इससे ज्यादा वॉल्यूम नहीं हो रहा है In 1877, Valentine Bell collected 3 specimens from different locations in Chhattisgarh, that is Raipur, Basna Road, Saraipalli to Gomarda, and Udanti Sanctuary. 3 specimens and 4 specimens collected by James Davidson during 1880 to 1883. These 4 specimens collected in Taloda, Dhule, Nandurbar district in Maharashtra. These all 7 specimens kept in different museums. During 1884 to 1940, there is no sighting record of this bird. But in 1940, Millard Shagan, one British officer, claimed forest knowledge sighting from Gujarat. But later, after 100 years, proved it was a spot sighting. Total 7 specimens collected by Valentine Bell and James Davidson have kept at Natural History Museum, London, British Museum, American Museum, our museum. After 1884, it was expressed that the bird might have become extinct. After 1950, 4 birds was considered extinct from India. We have already discussed about these 4 birds. During 1920, Dr. Salim Ali, with the help of Dillon Ripley, obtained some old specimens from the British Museum. And after studying these old specimens, they tried to search forest areas in Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra states. But they did not succeed in it. At that time, number of ornithologists or bird watchers in India was negligible. But some people were searching for this bird in their own areas. Due to lack of information about this bird, it could not be proved. During 1976 and 77, Dr. Salim Ali Ripley also tried to search along Tapi River in Satpura, including Shahara and Mandvi in Gujarat. In 1976, they appealed to the bird watcher and public to search this bird and distributed black and white posters. But all attempts were unsuccessful during they tried in 76 and 77. Then Dr. Pavel Rasmussen, an American ornithologist, an Asian bird expert and author of book Bird of South Asia, studied the bird specimen and related information with specimen and predicted that the bird could be found again in India. And in 1997, he planned a search expedition in collaboration with Mr. Benking and Mr. David Abbott. The first search, they started search this bird from Orissa and then in Madhya Pradesh. Finally, in Maharashtra, Shahada and Toranmal Forest in Dhule Nandurbar district of. They start their search in November, and on 25th November 96, they found this bird in Shahada Forest in Maharashtra. And an extinct bird in India was rediscovered. This was the great news for ornithologists of all over the world. After this discovery, in next year, in January 1998, members of Nature Conservation Society Amravati confirmed forest audit presence in Melghat Tiger Reserve. In the same year, 1998 to 1999, Bombay Natural History Society started survey of forest audit in Toranmal Reserve Forest, Shahada, Taloda, Nandurbar district, Shirpur in Dhule district, and Chopra in Jalgaon district. And then it just confirmed presence of forest audit in Melghat in 1998. This project was carried out by Dr. Farhan. During 2000 to 2004, Bombay Natural History Society again carried out another survey, long-term survey, on status of forest audit in Satpura, and reported many new locations in Satpura, and also studied their habitat, breeding, biology, etc. by Dr. Giri Jathab. After completion of this project in 2007, Prachi Mehta of Wildlife and WRC, Wildlife Research Conservation Society, this surveyed 5 states in Central India for search in forest audit. And after this survey, 2000-2014, my organization, that is Wildlife and Environment Conservation Society, Amravati, in collaboration with Bombay Natural Society, the status search of forest audit in Satpura mountain range, including Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat. This is my team, you can see here in the slide. After our survey of 4 years, we reported many locations in Satpura in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. In this map, you can see here some locations of forest audit on the border of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh and border of Maharashtra and Gujarat. These locations are Kalibhit, Piplod, and Khaknar in Madhya Pradesh, and Melghat, Yawal, Shahada, and Toranmal in Maharashtra. So, due to these locations, forest audit considered as an endemic bird of Satpura. In this map, you can see the historical reports and present report in this map. The present report you can see in green dot, blue dot, and historical records in green dot. Historical reports you can see on Orissa border also and on Gujarat border also, and blue dots only in Satpura range of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh border. Up to 2014, forest audit reported only in Satpura, so this bird was endemic to Satpura. But after 2014, many bird watchers studied this habitat, dry deciduous habitat for forest audit, and in November 2014, forest audit was reported first time in outside of Satpura, means in Kansa Wildlife Sanctuary, which is located in Western Ghats near to Mumbai. Dr. Sunil Lal and Rohit Dagde, these 2 bird watchers reported forest audit first time in out of Satpura in Kansa Wildlife Sanctuary. In same year, in November 2014, forest audit was reported first time from Gujarat by Jenish Patel and his team in Navsari and Valsad district of Gujarat. After 2 years, in December 2016, late Vishwarup Raha sir, who is a great ornithologist and honorary wildlife warden of Nashik district, reported this bird in Harsul forest in Nashik district of Maharashtra. So these new reports are all from outside Satpura. So now the forest audit is endemic to Central Indian forest, not in Satpura. During 2016 to 2020, Wildlife Research Conservation Society Pune started various survey on various aspects of forest toilet. They carried out color banding project and radio telemetry project on forest toilet. This is the news where the forest toilet reported first time outside the Satpura, that is in Tansa Wildlife Sanctuary near Mumbai. After Gujarat, Tansa and Nashik sightings, the forest toilet is now endemic to the central Indian forest. And in this map, you can see the location of forest toilet. First is the Baitul, means Madhya Pradesh. Second is the Khandwa district, means Madhya Pradesh. Third one is the Melghat in Maharashtra. Baranpur again in Madhya Pradesh. Jawar Wildlife Sanctuary in Maharashtra. Soranmala and Taloda in Maharashtra. Nashik outside the Satpura, but in Maharashtra. And Purna Wildlife Sanctuary now it is in endangered category. These are some research papers on sighting of forest toilet outside the Satpura. And this is again the location map of forest toilet sighting. There are so many threats to forest toilet and forest toilet habitat. The first one is the illegal encroachment sanctuaries and forests. You can see here these pictures are taken from Yabal Sanctuary in Satpura.
बाटतकर साहब अपने पास टाइम है, अगली टॉक अपन कल के लिए कर दिए हैं, तो यदि आप जल्दी मत करिए, अपना कंक्लूजन अच्छे ढंग से प्रेजेंट कर दीजिए. हेलो.
There are so many threats to the forest habitat and forest habitat. You can see here these pictures are from Yawal Sanctuary of Maharashtra. Due to Forest Rights Act, many local people cut forest for expansion of agricultural land, and this is a major threat for forest habitat. They cut the trees, girdling the trees, and after dried trees, they expand their agricultural land. This is major threat to the forest toilet habitat. Again, one threat is grazing. There are many cattle and sheep and goats graze inside the forest, and this is the major pressure on this forest toilet habitat. This major threat reported during our study. You know, the Forest Rights Act is a major threat to the all forests in India. Due to Forest Rights Act, so many people cut forest and try to acquire land. So this activity found everywhere in Satpura, and this is the major threat to the forest toilet habitat. We know the habitat of forest is dry deciduous forest. So the forest of Satpura died in during summer. So the forest fire is a major threat to the forest toilet habitat. This is my team. We work on this project, forest toilet project, during 2002 to 2014, and completed this survey, located many locations, reported many, and submit report. After this study, I wrote one book on forest toilet, Marathi, that is Ran Pingla Ajnat Purasur. This book was published in 2020 during COVID lockdown. I completed this book and published in 2020. And this is my work. Let us save forest toilet and save our Satpura. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayant, for your excellent presentation. Now, this topic is open for discussion. Anyone want to have some? Any questions? Any question from the listeners? So in that case, Jayant, I would have some clarification whether actually it is an evasive or invasive species. Maybe because we are not able to decide it is a recited. What are the could be the reasons? How come the populations are where it has maybe it has moved to the or it has disappeared from our site? It's very interesting, very interesting to know about that. Could you just throw some light on this?
Actually, sir, bird was not disappeared. Bird was there, but we could not able to find up to 1997 when Dr. Pamela Rasmussen came from America and searched this bird. Actually, we not able to find this bird. The bird was there. And due to lack of information, this bird is diurnal bird, and due to lack of information, it is difficult to sight.
I think no, in that no questions. I will just sum up his presentation as a chairperson. Really, let me first of all congratulate Dr. Jayant Thodatkar for having chosen this kind of species. It's a very difficult task for any researcher in the field to find out such a species. Really, I'm very grateful to you, Jayant, for taking up a very good conservation species. Okay, and also he has highlighted very well on the status and history of this forest owlet, and also how it has been rediscovered in 1997. And also he has very excellently compared with other species.
One talk I am shifted to for tomorrow. So tomorrow at 9:50, first talk on a very interesting talk. Animal in art, a window into different aspect of ancient Indian culture. First talk, sir, animal in arts. So a window into different aspect of ancient culture. Time 9:50. Present Dr. Gauri Bedekar, Firodia Institute of Philosophy, Culture and History, Pune. फर्स्ट टॉक देंगी तो हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है सबसे प्लीज ज्वाइन एट 9:50 एंड टुमारो आफ्टर 3:30 या 4 o'clock valedictory session. So 7 tomorrow 7th session and then valedictory sessions. So please join all of you. Thank you for today's session.
सर वैलिडिक्टरी कितने बजे है कल?
Yes sir.
What time is the valedictory session?
सर 4 बजे के करीब होगा सर. जो लास्ट टॉक है वो AP सिंह साहब की होगी. गुजरात के एडिशनल प्रिंसिपल चीफ कंजर्वेटर हैं, वो वाइल्ड एस पर बोलेंगे.
ठीक है,
वाइल्ड एस पर बोलेंगे. उसके बाद क्योंकि शुरू में मीटिंग है उनकी, अभी हमारी बात हुई तो बोले मैं 3 से 4 दूंगा. उसके बाद 4 बजे अपन तुरंत जो है वैलिडेटरी सेशन करेंगे.
ना वही पूछना था, जल्दी नहीं होने तो मेरे को फिर उठने की तकलीफ हो जाती है.
हाँ, शाम को होगा सर. आपके लिए फेवरेबल टाइम है ना?
ठीक है.
हाँ 4 बजे. और कल सर खजुराहो पर टॉक है और एरन पर है. और इसके अलावा डेवलपमेंट ऑफ म्यूजियम इन इंडिया 1863 to till date, मिस्टर भुजंग राजा राव बोबाडे.
हाँ भुजंग सर का है. ठीक है.
हाँ, और आरपी हरीसा जो कि बेंगलोर से हैं, वो वीट टू वेल्थ पर बोलेंगे. AP सिंगी वाइल्ड एस पर बोलेंगे. और अनुराग शुक्ला माइनर वैष्णव टेम्पल ऑफ खजुराहो पर बोलेंगे. तो अच्छी टॉक है सर कल भी. तो और जो आज की टॉक बची है एरन पर, जो सागर के पास है, बहुत अच्छा. वो मूर्ति कला पर जो है बहुत अच्छा. हाँ,
प्रतिहारा का पूरा वो है. वो
ये सर अमरकंटक यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर हैं डॉक्टर मोहनलाल, वो बोलेंगे एरन पर। जी
थैंक यू सर।
तो अच्छी टॉक है, कल भी 7 टॉक्स हैं कल, इसीलिए अपन 9:50 से किया है कि इसके बाद 4 बजे के बाद हम वैलिडेटरी कर सकें।
ओके, नो
तो
प्रॉब्लम सर।
हम सभी को आमंत्रित करेंगे, ऑल स्पीकर, ऑल चेयरपर्सन एंड को चेयरपर्सन एंड participant for a valedictory session tomorrow at 4 p.m. Okay, thank you, sir.
जय